bad indigestion. Are we on?
A long stoplight.
Yeah.
We're on YouTube Live right now, just to let y'all know we're about to start.
That camera back there?
If you want to thank anybody from the academy or. Continue eating, please. Don't stop on our account, but we're going to get this started, the study session of the City Council this Tuesday, January 21st, 2025 at 6:46 p.m. We don't necessarily have to have a roll call, but we'll get into it. We've got one item on the agenda, and that is the 2025 departmental budget study session for Fire Street in general. But we are honored and blessed to have the folks from DCR here tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to them so they don't have to stay all night long. So Mr. Terry Adams and Denise, however you guys want to go.
Good evening. I know most of you. My name is Denise Harris. I'm president for Diversified Computer Resources. This is Terry Adams. He is senior account executive assigned to the City of Greenwood's account. Each year during the general budget study session, we present a very short report on the state of the information technology for the city. As a company, our job is to design, build, secure, and maintain the network infrastructure that your software and security systems run on. We serve the following departments. We serve City Hall, Fire, Parks and Recreation, Planning and Development, Street, Water Billing, Water Distribution, Water Treatment, and Wastewater for all network maintenance, security functions. All of those departments plus the police department for your email system and the security that protects it. This year, we really want to talk to you about stability with planned growth. I know you're here working on a budget for 2025, and I'm sure many of those things in the budget deal with addressing growth that you know is occurring in our city. I'm a longtime resident of the city, and I've seen it grow and change a lot over the years that we've lived here. Technology is much like everything else. You cannot let it just happen. Reacting to problems is how you wind up in the headlines, and we don't like being in the headlines for things like data breaches, security breaches, those kinds of things. Excuse me. Technology is used to facilitate the work of the city or any given organization. And in the case of the City of Greenwood, that work includes delivering clean water. It includes treating wastewater, providing access to fire stations, issuing building permits, repairing streets, managing parks, along with many, many other functions. Do you think I need that? They need that? Okay. I'm sorry. Software and hardware is what's used to organize and provide access to the data that's required for each of those aforementioned systems. Protecting the data and thus those systems is key to ensuring stability. The city has spent a lot of time providing technical stability through proactive management and response to avoid small problems becoming big problems. Key aspects of a proactive technology plan include security, data protection, and planning. Based on the general fund budget, you can see that your line items include investments very appropriately in security and data protection. Proof of the value of those investments are seen in many of the reports that come through from your systems weekly, monthly, and annually. An example of that is a report from your managed detection and response system. In 2024, that system analyzed 37 million events with a goal of determining whether any of these routine events were being hijacked by malicious actors to exploit your data. Because of the investments that you've made annually over the last 10 or more years in cybersecurity training, email phishing protection, advanced email security, and enterprise-grade email and firewall solutions, only one of the 37 million processes resulted in a security incident. And that incident was identified, the system isolated, and the problem remediated within 61 minutes of it occurring. And there was no data compromised. That happened on December 23rd, just before 7 o'clock in the morning. Bad actors are very aware of when you are probably not watching the back door, if you will, and try to take advantage of those type of things. Even with the wins, there's always things to improve. So by wins, I mean you have over the years gradually added to your security systems as our world has changed. 10 years ago, advanced phishing protection for email was not a necessity. 5 years ago, cybersecurity training for all of the city's staff was not mandatory. So you've responded as you've been required to do so. But there's always things that need to be addressed. And one of the big issues for 2025 is responding to feedback from the state auditors for a small audit that they performed that dealt with your disaster recovery plan. And by disaster recovery plan, I'm not referring to what your fire department, police department, emergency responders, I'm not referring to what those people are doing in the event of a disaster like a tornado or the fires like we've seen in California. The disaster recovery plan that they're talking about is what the city says that it can do to get the systems that manage these services I just listed back up and running. So if there were a disaster that, God forbid, burned City Hall down, then how do you get the systems that are monitoring the water treatment plant, the wastewater treatment plant? How do you get those things back up and running, much less do payroll? So one of the things that they wanted was an improved process for this disaster recovery plan. After talking with Dave Fulgham, who's a senior engineer that works for our company assigned to your account, talking with Tom Marsh, who had communications from the auditors, the recommendation that we made was that you really need a formal IT committee. And here's why. Right now, the only time that we really talk as a group is during the budget prep part of your year, or if there is an audit going on. And that puts you in a reactive mode rather than a proactive mode. So our point is, not only are you planning for security and planning for data protection and recovery, but you really need to be planning big picture how you're going to respond in the event of a disaster. So that IT committee is something that should be comprised of the people within the city that are dealing with your systems. Typically, the IT committees that we see our clients form are going to comprise someone who is, quote unquote, the boss, someone who is involved in HR, someone who's involved in finance, and then someone who's involved with compliance. Those are normally the positions on the committee. And then we commit an engineer to act as the IT voice on the IT committee. So our interest is not in steering you one way or the other, but in providing technical input on the decisions you're trying to make. The recommendations for that IT committee are based on guidance and guidelines from the Arkansas Municipal League, the federal government Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and the Center for Internet Security. All of those entities advise planning and testing of DR plans. On the second page, We list out some key services that you have invested in. Many of these are important to that disaster recovery planning that we're talking about. They are mandatory for cybersecurity insurance in many cases. So your computer systems are monitored and kept updated. Your AV malware is monitored and in place. Your managed endpoint detection, we talked about monitoring that 37 million events, is active. Email phishing was added this last year. You have secure remote access for many of your departments. Purchase orders are created by many department heads that don't have an office in this building, and they access those applications through secure remote access. You do keep extended warranties in place for all of your hardware. You do manage and maintain your network usage policies that provide guidance on how files should be accessed, and that's determined by job role. Internet usage policies are in place and enforced by your firewall. You do have monthly external vulnerability scans performed. Your water department takes payments, and if you take payments, you are supposed to have external vulnerability scans performed, so you do. You have both on-premise backups and off-site backups. Those off-site backups are done to data centers provided by ArcServe, which is a globally renowned company in the data protection industry. You have automated cybersecurity training and testing for your city employees that is done annually with supplemental training performed monthly. It comes to their computer, they can click on it and participate in that training and that assessment right from their desktop. You do also have recurring network and security assessments performed, which is basically an X-ray, MRI, CT scan of your network that generates the reports of the health and stability of the network. While we perform that assessment, we cannot influence the outcome of that assessment. The tool that performs that is provided by a company called RapidFire, who's also well known in our industry. We also deliver support services. So we act as a help desk. All of your staff have the ability from their desktop to click a little button and submit a support ticket if they should so desire to do so. We have regularly scheduled support on site. We have routine reviews performed of your servers to ensure their health and well-being. And we do provide 24/7, 365 support. Unfortunately, sometimes when there's a problem, it's not Monday through Friday. And so you have access to us 24/7. I'm not just one person. There are 11 people in our company. And so if I'm not there to take the call, someone else is. The last part of this is recommendations for 2025. These are things that are impacting your budget. You still have Windows 10 machines running in your environment in several departments. Windows 10 reaches end of life in October of 2025. End of life means that even though we're monitoring the computers, there are no more security patches being provided by Microsoft. The way that works is if a vulnerability is found that allows a bad actor to access a computer, Microsoft is not going to fix it after October of 2025. All of the machines in the city need to be brought up to Windows 11. I believe Tom told me that there is a full IT audit coming in 2025. And so running outdated operating systems will be something that would be dinged. So if you see computer replacements in the budget, that's likely what it's for. There's a problem with the cabling on this side of City Hall. This side of City Hall has gone through a number of renovations. It was a police department for many years. It was renovated to become the mayor's office. There's been some other changes to that side of the building. And over time, the cabling on this side of the building is starting to fail. By fail, I mean that we have recurring random network connection problems for the offices on this side of the building. A network connection problem may mean that you cannot get to the internet, you cannot get to Centerpoint, you cannot get to a file on the network. You cannot print or scan to the network copy printer scanners. We believe from what we have seen of the cabling that some of it's probably damaged. That's probably happened inadvertently from pulling cabling or moving walls over the years. And then some of it we think has probably inadvertently been strung too close to these lights, which generate RFI and EMI and cause the cabling to, the signals are disrupted. So we are recommending the side of City Hall be recabled. That is not without expense. And I realize that. I think the line item for that is around 14,000. It's not a small item. Okay. There are not a lot of options. You can, and it might be due diligence to do so, have someone come in and test all that cabling, and they can give you a report on what runs will certify and which ones won't. That would be something that would probably be wise before you had the recabling done, but I'm confident it's going to confirm what we suspect. We're also recommending expanding the wireless network for City Hall. Currently, the wireless is predominantly focused on the council room. The finance department has coverage and parts of the mayor's office have coverage, but the rest of City Hall does not have any wireless coverage. You have the network in place that would support it. There is a budget item for to add the little pieces of equipment that would be needed to improve that coverage. So those are the main things that we are recommending this year. Questions, concerns, or comments about those things?
Denise.
Hi, Rod.
How are you?
I'm good.
I always think of the stained glass when I see you. But
I appreciate that too.
well, it was good. Does that recabling include installation of data tray?
The recabling will depend on what they find when they get up there to run it.
Okay.
Our intention is to create a wiring closet on that side of the building that all of the cable runs on that side of the building would come back to. So if they found that a tray was necessary to support the cabling, I think you're talking about supported in the ceiling or across the ceiling as it comes down into the room.
Right.
They would include that. It probably would most certainly include a wall-mounted rack for the cabling to come down to.
I know what data companies can do to a building, and they can just trash a building. I mean, looks like the biggest cobweb mess that you've ever seen in your life. And then the next guys that come, if those guys have done such a bad job, then they do a bad job.
That's exactly right.
And I wouldn't, if we're going to do it, I'd rather have it done very competently to where it added to the integrity of the building and didn't make it look like what I've seen before.
A lot of people don't understand why we're so, I'll use the word persnickety about cabling. We like clean server rooms. We like organized server rooms. We like clean, organized telecommunications closets and wiring closets. So we do not enjoy working with wiring vendors that are not professional. Maybe they're doing it as just an aspect of their business. A lot of, and no offense to anyone, I don't know what you do outside of here, but sometimes we see electricians that will take on starting to run data cable because they're in the walls, but it's not really their thing, right? So professional cable companies don't create that kind of mess. And that's kind of how we refer to it, as a mess. So there's a couple of companies, one in Fort Smith, one out of Russellville, that we typically refer our clients to because we know the quality of the work and we know it's not going to be a spider web. We also know they're not going to damage the walls. One of the things that happened in the council room when the phone system was being ran was the vendor that ran the cabling punched a hole through the wall here into the council room, not realizing the architecture of the building. So if they had done their homework, that wouldn't have happened. So we want someone who's going to do the homework before they pull the cabling.
If we could keep those guys out of our building, that would be great.
We'd like to avoid that.
I just, people, it's kind of like roofers. They don't get up there and look.
Right.
So they don't really know what they have. They're just happy their iPad come up and they can go back to watching Netflix.
Right.
So of course, I won't be around, but this building needs to look nice and be ready. One of the ones that I thought was great was Jeff was involved in it was the EMS building over here. They put data tray throughout the whole building and made everybody stay in it.
Yes.
And so if you pop up, a ceiling tile and you look up, you see it. It's all
Cabling's
straight
all in
runs.
there. Yeah.
And that was one Jeff was very involved in.
I would not be opposed to that.
Right.
That's not included in the cost estimate that we've given you.
If that was just not a doubling or something like that, I would rather our building, I'd rather find the money to make it right than less than right.
We would love that because it ensures the cabling is not going to accidentally get strung across a light somewhere.
And it forces when the people come in behind them, like the phone guy, he kind of
He knows
hopefully
where to
would
go.
stay in the lane
Yes.
and not vary out of the lane and drill holes through the ceiling and stuff.
Absolutely. I completely agree
But
with
I've seen them so bad that they take a string and throw a football from one end to the other. Another guy catches it and they just tie a cable and pull it
that.
on.
Pull it.
And it's just laying up there and it's horrible.
That's
Take
kind
all
of
the
what
fun
yours,
out of it.
it's kind of what yours looks like on that side of the building. Like maybe that's what happened.
Is the Windows 11 in the budget or is it somewhere else?
Everywhere that you see a computer replacement in a department budget is being driven by the fact that that computer does not qualify for an upgrade to Windows 11 and will have to be replaced to reach that standard.
That answers the second question. Okay. Were there any gaps that identified by audit?
They would not approve the disaster recovery plan
Okay.
for the second year in a row.
Okay. That's all I've got.
Gentlemen, what was their reasoning for not approving the disaster recovery plan?
It says, well, there's two problems with it. One, it does not cover all of the points a disaster recovery plan should cover. It is a list of technology you have in place, but it does not address how that technology is used to recover in the event of a disaster. It does not, it's not laid out, so it's not laid out in the right format. That's a part of it. There is no testing. There's no way to test what's there. In other words, the plan does not identify what type of disaster you want to be able to recover from. So a disaster or emergency could be like January 9th and 10th recently. Your staff can't get into City Hall, but there's still city business that needed to be taken care of. That could be an example. So how does that work? What do you do? Your DR plan should identify that in that type of emergency, certain key staff members have the ability to work remotely through secure connection and identify what type of redundant power, redundant internet services you have to protect the building from outages. Another type of disaster could be the rain. Was it last year or 2 years ago? The water came up almost to the drive-through. So there was that concern of water coming into the building. What do you do in that type of a disaster? Is your equipment, on the ground? How far off the ground is it? Is the server room sealed and isolated? What is your staff supposed to do? Or so there's a lack of identifying what you're trying to recover from. And then there is no testing. There's no way to test because you don't say what it is you're trying to recover from. So those three things were probably, in my professional opinion, the biggest issue with the DR plan. So it needs completely rewritten. You need to figure out what it is you want to be able to recover from. And you need to determine how you're going to test it, and then you need to test it.
And anything up there in terms of costs for being able to complete that? Because I mean, there might be.
One of it's buried in the DCR bundle.
Oh.
The other is listed there, the restore verification data recovery fee. The committee, we were going to include that in the bundle as a time.
So you have a support agreement with us that is a block of hours that you pay per year. By the way, that block of hours hasn't changed in over 5 years.
Even
So-
though we've been growing,
Even though
Still-
you've been growing because you have been implementing proactively the things that we've recommended, your system is stable. And so you're not spending time for us to react to broken things. You're right. They don't break. That's the whole point. So Ted, to answer your question, Steve, sorry. I don't know why I always think of you as Ted instead of Steve, but I've always thought of you as Ted. In that bundle, we included the time to participate in that committee. So there was no additional cost outside of the block of hours that you're already paying for our time. The other time would come from the time commitments of the city staff, things
Okay.
they're not currently having to spend time participating in that committee. So that would be additional workload for them. We would recommend meeting once a quarter. That's what most IT committees will do. So we would like to see that start in first quarter. Typically, those first IT committee meetings are an hour and a half to 2 hours long. I know, Tom, you're going to enjoy it. I know. They will get shorter over time. But then from that committee, you delegate out to, whomever the actions needed. And then when you come back for that next meeting, hopefully those things have been completed and you can move forward. The line item for the, that you see that says restore verification, that's something that is performed on a recurring basis where we are taking your data backups and doing a test restore to ensure that that data is recoverable. And that is also included in the time spent on your managed services bundle. So that's not in addition to what we did last year.
What is it says DCR 5 bundles? What's a bundle?
That's your 97, 92, that's the bundles we're talking
Those are those support agreements we're talking about.
about. It's a block of time.
Okay, so I'm still not sure I understand
Okay.
what builds that.
A lot of IT companies sell annual contracts. Pay us $18,000, we'll support you for a year. We've never believed in that. We feel like if we've done our job, we shouldn't have to come out here every single day. Yes, for a place this size, there's things that need done on a regular basis. What we do is sell blocks of hours, and you get a reduced hourly rate. The city buys 96-hour blocks at a time.
Okay.
So you get a reduced rate. It takes our normal rate. You get a significant discount off of that. Every hour that you pay for, you get to use. They never expire. It's not an annual thing. If it rolls over into the next year, then it rolls over $4,000 into the next year. We don't just take the money at the end of the year because it's left over. It rolls into the next year. So those never expire. And again, this budget got broke down this year. I believe that 2 of those were for the managed services that are provided to the city. Subscriptions for antivirus, MDR, phishing protection, things like that, recurring services, backup checks, monitoring, things like that. And then the rest for actual support that when Dave, our engineer, comes out here on Friday, and for day-to-day calls, something has broken or something like that. That way, when Tom sees those numbers, he can differentiate between, okay, this was spent on support, but this was spent on, everything has to have antivirus. Everything has to have the security suite. Everything has to have email, that type of stuff. That's just regular, and you're paying for that, even if it works great. And the rest of it is support. So he'll be able to break those apart and see what's actually going for broken things and things getting fixed versus, planned replacements and stuff like that. So.
For what it's worth, I will say that if I can speak for most, for all employees, we're very satisfied with the services that we receive from DCR. Very much.
No, you may not speak for her. I'm just kidding.
And nobody paid me to say that.
It is true. It's, Dave is not bringing donuts anymore. That's a shame,
No, he
but,
doesn't.
is he? Oh, that's odd because they don't ever make it to my office.
I'll talk
Anyway, do what?
to him.
Yeah, please talk to him. So, but no, we are very satisfied with everything. Hunter, I know Dave was in your office the other day for quite some time, so.
Steve, does that make sense, how that's being broken out?
Yeah, I appreciate
What do
that.
you think, Ted?
I'm good. I'm good.
I don't, I feel bad. I'm so
That's
sorry.
gonna stick.
It is, and
I
I'm so
like it.
sorry.
That's okay.
We're gonna change that name back to Walmart.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
TED Talk. There you go.
It's a TED Talk. That's right.
And I will tell you on the workstation replacements, what we did, I compiled a list of all the Windows 10 machines. Some of them, Charlotte's has the oldest computer at the city. And I know she's happy with it, but it's gotta go. And then we looked at ones that, if it's 5-6 years old, it's time to replace it. If there were 2-3-year-old computers that were also running Windows 10. So our plan is to allow those just to upgrade to Windows 11 and not have to replace those. So it wasn't just a wholesale replacement of everything Windows 10. Just so you know.
Mhm.
So this 60510 is what all this we're talking about.
Yes.
94.
Except for the no digital.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I guess.
The 660 at the bottom.
That's for their maintaining their website. That's not part of the CR.
Oh, okay, yeah. I got you.
Sorry, we were trying to figure out the 600,
I'm sorry, it's all right.
600,000. It was, we weren't getting what you were talking about.
94,172. Now, we normally have a deal that shows us what we did last year and what we didn't do.
Turn this
Yeah,
thing
you
on.
will.
I had a hard time.
Okay.
Last year's budget amount was 70,595. It's increased to 94,000.
And that's just because we're gonna upgrade it to 11 mainly, or the stations, 5. That's our biggest,
That and stabilized network connect.
Yeah, the
Does that number include the cable project? Yeah, the bulk of that is that cable project.
Is that a hard number, that network?
No, that is, I will say that is a very conservative estimate and would not be shocked. It could come in at 10,000. The only way to know
Sure.
is to have somebody come out, get up in the wall, get up in the ceiling.
Right.
Little skinny guy got to come get in the wall.
Yeah.
But before we'll really know. But we, when Dave and I spoke about this, and then he said, well, okay, that'll cover it.
That'll do it.
So we're pretty confident in that number,
Okay.
that or below. We're really not big on quoting low and
Yeah.
Right.
not-
asking you to forgive us later.
Right.
And Rod was talking about trying to make sure that you do things correctly so that you're not coming back again later.
Mhm.
If I'm, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but part of that cabling, I talked about separating the side of the building from that side. There's a cable run included in this that will come from your server room over to this side of the building that will be a fiber run. So the cabling that supports your computers looks like the cable that comes from your home internet router to your, modem or WAP in your house. The fiber run is a much more durable, high-speed run. And so there's one run, right, that we're trying to make from here over to here. So that one run, because it is fiber, is a little more expensive, but it is the right way to make that run. The distance is pushing the limit of what the other type of cabling could handle. And I think you would have issues again in the coming years if that's the way you tried to do it. But we don't pull cabling. We are going to want somebody to come look at it. And as Terry said, a skinny guy in the wall to tell us what it's going to take.
And I will tell you, if I think you had a question earlier about the type of cabling job that they would do, the quality of work of that. And if they don't do a good job, they're not coming in here. I can tell you that. I can tell you that with no qualms.
We feel like it reflects on us.
Not just our cabling vendors, but any vendor we choose to partner with to do work for us. It's not a, oh, let's pick them moment. We go through it. There's a rigorous,
They're vetted.
very much vetted.
So, I mean, the cabling vendors that we work with now, we went through a half a dozen different vendors in the local area about 3 years ago. We sat down and met with the owners of the company. We sat down and met with their lead techs. We wanted to see examples of their jobs. We wanted to know what their interest in the area was. How often are you in the area? Are you growing your business? Are you looking at retirement? We want to know because we do feel like it reflects on us. So we try to vet the quality of what they do. We try to vet their commitment to their craft and the fact that they're going to be here in the foreseeable future. And there are many others.
Of all the devices City Hall, what is the wireless supporting? The desktops are all hardwired, correct?
Desktops are hardwired. There are some laptops, excuse me. There are smartphones. You do have people in and out of City Hall, like your auditors, that expect to have wireless available to them. They don't necessarily want to be limited to sitting in here when they're working. So that is part of it. And then it limits your ability to add other wireless devices because you don't have good coverage.
Our printers are wireless, and not only that, I'm wireless right
Our tablets up here, I guess, are wireless, right?
Right. So good coverage here, but if you wanted to move out of this room, it would start to struggle.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Sounds good.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all's time.
Don't forget to talk to Dave. Thank you both.
You done? I'm gonna get a drink too, so I'm ready to start the cake too.
All right, we will move right into, while we're here, the budget. Tom's gonna hand us some stuff out, I'm assuming.
Who took my plate?
Does dude like they're in order,
I
fire?
threw it away. I thought you were done.
I just didn't know where it went.
Yeah, you need to go home probably, don't you?
Sneak.
Pretty sneaky.
It's too straight.
Still got your credit
Good
card?
Jeff a break. Huh?
I might use the
Right.
restroom.
Oh, he impacts me.
Why do you get to go first?
Okay.
Instead.
Huh? Do what?
So I'm getting dinner and no, I'm not on the clock.
Hey, you get all you want.
They kicked me out of here last budget, so.
Yeah, I know, they do that. Bring your kids
He was on
in.
the clock.
Bring your kids in, let them eat.
So they're happy then, right?
No, they don't.
Thank you, sir.
Been around.
Yeah.
They're what?
They're in
I left my house at 4
4:20
I'd rather
this
have
morning, and I slid in here at 6:30. 4:20.
Love it. Kids, our kids
I
don't
was
eat
not,
it.
I was not asleep, but I was not on the road.
Fish, the chicken, the coleslaw, I'm all about it.
That's a long day. Well, this is school traffic. That's the good thing
Can't
about
eat
it.
crumbs anymore though.
In the Little Rock, for school traffic area gets serious.
I can't
Yes,
eat hush
sir.
puppies either.
I'm just reminding.
Just a reminder.
I'm just like.
Glad you did.
Green lights on?
No, that was not.
Pressed up.
There it is.
You what? Oh,
In case the viewers are wondering, we're grazing at the moment.
poured tea on Diet Coke.
Grazing break. What in the world? What's going on?
Just the lid and the spatula, no big deal.
Tea is Diet Coke. That's got to be good.
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Half and half, but not like you normally get. Yeah, there you go. What?
Yeah.
It is good.
Oh, it is good.
I understand that, but he managed. So I'm.
Manages the administrative.
Yeah, I wanted sweet tea earlier, but I had Coke in there. I thought, well, I'll just put Diet Coke on top of my Diet Coke.
Yeah.
He grabbed the tea. I was just thinking sweet tea the whole time.
One of them-
So we're just- I still got that much Diet Coke in there.
So that's a different flavor.
Eligible,
It's interesting.
but Mark is, and so,
Because there's nothing in there, I know.
yeah, 18 that pays part of it. But, you know, if we're gonna get
All right.
whatever
well,
cola
get down to
and
it.
then,
No, they don't get colas.
oh, regular part-time, but we don't, do we change the,
Yeah.
Leaving
Do the
morning,
cola
she's
raises.
just
does the scale
sleeping.
change
I'm
though
gonna
as we go?
out.
Married.
Yeah,
Bye.
I mean,
I'm gonna go a week later. Stay a week for 5 days. And we'll both come home on the 1st.
Well, then we got the problem,
Take a little bit.
Mark anyway, about
Chris
knocking
pays
him
for
out
it.
too. Because they can all mix.
Well, she's going out for babysitter.
Yeah.
yeah,
So-
they just went out
Our
the
granddaughter.
I know.
she and his
So-
Cruise.
Well, let's call it a quarter. And if that puts them over, then we just,
She's a little nervous about getting on the plane tomorrow by herself.
Insurance always.
Although she is taking a little dog.
Boy.
A little dog that she takes. Who gets to fly. Who are we missing? Ted?
He just blabbing to. Go
All
ahead.
right, Ted, you ready?
We're going. We're gonna come rehash.
Well, thank you, Ronnie Millsap, for coming in tonight and standing in for Jeff.
Yeah.
so I'll apologize up front for having my eyewear that I have, but I had my eyes dilated and a procedure done and the lights are killing me and I can't read either. They're still so fuzzy. So I'm gonna have to have some help from the mayor and Tom on some of this, but, you'll help me out too? I'm afraid of that. Operational budget is pretty much flat. There's one item in there that is new. We have a permit system. It's called iWork. And there's several other modules in there. Planning uses a lot of it. I use it for some permitting. But there's another module that's available for us to put our vehicle and machinery equipment in and help identify, problems or when they need to be serviced and so on. So that's in there. That's 6,600, I believe. Is that right, Tom?
Jump around, if you're gonna refer to a page, you'll know what page it is.
Where you start? Where are you on? Oh, you're on the.
Summary right now.
Okay.
So what's the account?
The computer software.
Let's see, computer and IT expense.
Yeah, that's where it's at. Is that on the? Like I said, I can't see, so I don't know.
You can't see, so.
They all say
I don't know.
101 at the bottom.
Don't be mouse, Stuart.
I'm gonna go right to it. It's under the advertising tab. Advertise the tab, look in the upper right-hand corner of your sheet. you'll see it says street department, salaries, general, at the very top, you're gonna look for the one that says.
Advertising. Got it.
Got it.
When you find that, it'll be the second item.
There it is, advertising.
Somebody help stir it up,
Okay.
and Jeff.
I can't see it. Thanks. Yeah, well, really. So that's where we've got that cost at. So that would be that increase. I've got 2 desktops that I believe are going to be capable of upgrading to Windows 11, so I'm not recommending replacing those. So if that works, that'll be the plan for two of them. One of them is brand new, so it's already Windows 11. And then the only other thing that's really in there is we have a maintenance agreement like you heard about for our routers and switches and the modems and everything that's over there. And that's something we do through DCR. So that's what's in that one.
To the left, if you see the word the letters BCR, that is something that was provided to us by department from diversity.
Do I have any questions on that?
So that number is not included in the 94.
Correct. This is department specific charges.
Okay, so you didn't expand that, what we had up here earlier, and just distribute it through.
Those were all general.
Yeah.
We blanket with payrolls. The support, they don't break out the support based on, well, I did 3 hours over at the street department and 5 hours, they don't do it that way. It's all bundled together. It's one. So, by doing that, they just bill general. We've been carrying that, that's historical. We've been carrying that number for ages.
Correct, but I'm just saying, these DCRs he has here, are we usually doing that, having extra other stuff that we're paying to DCR that wasn't included in that original bundle?
They're not included in that.
Yeah.
General.
Right.
This is specifically for me.
These are department specific.
Gotcha.
Can I ask you something off?
Yes, sir.
Off on the revenue side of this, what was the grant money that we didn't receive that was budgeted in 2024, that 100,000?
That was our
Streetscape.
no state aid program for Bell Road in East Denver. That was one of the things I was going to hit on anyway. So we're rolling it over. They did the bid openings. RDOT does the bid openings. They did that while we were down at the municipal league. I got a call while I was in one of the conferences. And so that has been bid out. So that's kind of what we were waiting for on that. So that number that we are good for is going to be less than that. The bids came in. We got some real good bids, he said. So that's what that is.
And it's for Denver and what?
So Bell out here all the way up to East Denver. It'll go all the way down to Jones Street, right where the project stopped last time when that bridge was replaced.
Okay.
So that will all have been replaced from Denver to Bell, basically.
Okay.
And that touches, of course, this is state highway out here. Used to be state highway, but it's still connected. So that's kind of how they do that.
Okay.
I don't have anything from them on the next one. The next one we've planned is on Ware Road, which runs from 96 to Highway 10. And so once we get our letter on that, then we'll know a little bit more about the cost. The state aid is $250,000 regardless. Whatever we go over is on us. That's the only match that we really have to have. And so I didn't want to chop this project up too much because they're both highly used every day. School buses, athletic events, band concerts, rodeos. So I think those two are pretty important, and they've approved our project. So that's what that is.
Okay. Thanks.
The next, I was going to talk about the projects that we did have and what the status is on those. Veterans Way, which is the connector from Westwood to Liberty Drive. It's 98% done. We ran into I'm sorry, I'm going over what I'm carrying over, the projects I'm carrying over.
So you're talking about capital improvement?
Yes. The contractors found a sewer line that was not on any of the information that they had. So,
City sells a use tax right now.
yes,
Can we not jump, those are separate independent budgets, can we stay on one budget? There's three budgets you have in front of you, you have street, city sells and use tax, which is restricted, you flop back. and
I'm
forth.
sorry, I went to what he was talking about.
And you
I'm
have
sorry.
sidewalk funds. So can we hold those until we get into those specific budgets, because that's restricted money for city sells and use tax for restricted purpose. Stay on street, because street is using different revenue streams.
I was asking about street.
Well,
He's talking about city sells
Okay.
and use tax.
Okay.
that project is in city sales and use tax. Our part of it is.
Just talk about what's on this summary page,
Okay,
right here, and then we can go into detail of what you're looking at in page one.
okay. So if you've looked through any of this, you can kind of see everything flat, like I said on the,
The first area you're looking
oh, okay.
We were a while ago in your information technology
Yes.
area. Did you talk about there's $2,000 workstation for use as shop and sign shop, but that to make your signs?
at. No, that's.
Well, that is what it's used for. Yes.
Right, but that's not, he removed that.
Oh, okay.
What I did is I put that 2,000 out there because that's what DCR proposed. Because they said that they need those computers replaced. He disagrees, so I kicked it out pending the discussion that DCR had coming in. And you can decide whether you want those replaced or not.
Okay.
His recommendation is no,
Oh, okay.
and it's not included in your.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I think we can upgrade those to Windows 11 without any problems. So they both have had some upgrades made to them along the way. One of them, the one that's in the sign shop, was mine initially, and I moved it out there,
Oh,
and I moved the one that's in the sign shop out to the mechanic shop. So I'm trying to just replace them.
internally per se.
Yeah, and I don't want to replace these two. I just don't think it's necessary.
Okay. I like that.
On your professional fees,
Yes.
I mean, this year y'all spent 58, and you're going to be back down to 15. Do you think that'll? I mean, what was it, the professional fees for this year that got up to 58? It's 63,050.
He's professional.
Yeah, it's fine for me.
Back on the front, I'm not sure where it's at inside, but
Fees auditing is the top right.
fees auditing top right.
Bricks Engineering, Hawkins and Weir, I can tell you exactly.
A lot of drainage in there.
Of our pocketbook.
Okay. There we go.
Drainage, that's right.
Does it all do with the bypass or?
No,
Easements for drainage improvements, Bell Park.
For the splash pad?
no.
This drainage.
We've got three different studies, I think three different studies going. We have what I call North Main to Bell, which is going from the park down to the Vastgrass Creek. Then we have the one that goes through El Paso down to Vastgrass Creek. Then we have Denver Street drainage that we're looking at. So those three projects were in what we use that for. And then we also, it's a pretty good deal. RDOT is required to inspect all of our bridges. And so we'll have to pay a fraction of the cost, but we have to have something to pay them with. So that's the other thing that comes out of that money.
Your drainage study is separate than the one that
The Hunter talked about,
Hunter talked about.
I don't believe so. We've been working on that together. Oh, and you're talking about the overall plan?
Yeah.
Those three, that's where the data we're going to be able to use for that so that we don't have to redo everything. So they're going to take that data in that we've received from those professional engineers and put it into the overall city study. That makes sense?
Okay, so do you foresee that all of our engineering is done, or?
No, there's still a lot of work to be done. And then I guess we've got to figure out too, how we're going to pay for that project as well. So that's still another discussion to be had, to do the overall plan.
So do we need to add another 40,000 or so to the, to that fees professional?
I'm trying to remember what they gave us as a target number for, that they thought that would cost. For some reason, I want to believe it was in the 60,000 range.
That's what you spent last year on all the,
Talking about,
Yeah.
talking
Right.
about Hunter's, what he's got in his? Talking about that?
What's that?
You talking about what he's got in the planning?
Yes, the big plan.
Is this the same thing, Hunter, we were talking about today? Talking about the drainage study. Are we talking about the same thing?
Well, there had Olson working us up a,
Yeah, Olson Engineering is the firm that was doing, the drainage study that I proposed. I wasn't in here if y'all already discussed.
We haven't.
that's what we were
Well,
on.
they're on it now as far as street goes.
So AC is asking if we want that in that professional services in my budget, because that's the most appropriate budget, because it's drainage.
Now, is yours for easements?
Well, there will be. There will be easements.
We're not gonna know what easements are needed until the drainage study is done.
Right. They're gathering the parcel data as they go as well, so that they can identify if we're gonna have to get on somebody else's property to do a clean out.
So just FYI.
Do you remember what their ballpark was, at 60,000?
71, 77.
This is all tied together, but we visited with planning today, and we may be asking to set that aside due to the big picture.
Let him know. You guys need to know.
Yeah.
that It's budgeted in planning.
Right, that's planning. It is 72,000.
Yeah.
It's budgeted in planning, but it shows up in streets.
Well, it probably should be in streets is what I think, because we're drainage, and that's something that is, in the street side of things.
I thought the
Well,
original
so-
plan part of it. we
What's that?
agreed- I thought the original planning part of it, we agreed should be in planning.
Yeah.
That's why it's in the budget.
You did.
Now,
Go ahead.
once it goes to an
Are you on the clock now, Hunter?
implementation
What's that?
mode,
You earned your meal.
That's right.
You're earning your meal.
once it goes to where you're implementing it and there's cost associated with implementing it, it should be in streets at that point, but that may be a year, 2 years down the road.
Part of the $77,000 should include the engineering fees. That's what we're paying for.
But that's definitely a function of planning.
Yes. But this conversation is almost a cart before the horse before we have another discussion about the project in general. In order to make planning a budget neutral budget, we're $73,000 in deficit. And that's the budget that's the project budget.
That was what I was.
In order to correct our budget, we're discussing removing that. And so then if that's the case, then the discussion over what we're talking about now is kind of moved, null and void. Right.
You'll see why it makes perfect sense when we get into the general budget. You'll understand why that's being recommended. Just so you know, the Olson, the 14,227, that's for the Westwood Liberty extension. So there's engineering fees for that. There's the 11,000. I think I looked at that one as well. And that 11,000 was the bigger numbers is what I'm looking at. 11,000 indicates that it was survey for easements for drainage to ash grass. Is what that descriptor was. Is there any other ones you'd want to look at? Or want me to tell you what they're on?
No,
That's from last year?
This is 20.
I was just wondering if we need to budget any kind, you know, I mean, we're just still doing 15,000 and if we're expecting to have, you know, 40 or 50,000 more in engineering fees to be realistic.
The way we look at it is when you do a project and the project comes to say we're estimating the project to be $1 million. We're saying that we should be looking at least 10% for engineering. What we found out now, based on something that was done in parks, was that that number is really about 11 or 12% right now. From when Parks did the last year, 2-year analysis of their capital improvement projects and correlated that to their professional engineering fees. The fees came out being somewhere in the neighborhood of about 12%.
12%.
So it's going up, is what we're saying.
So why was that 11,281 in the streets? If that's looking for easements, we just said that,
It's professional fees, it's for engineering for.
we just said that
That was planning.
planning needs to get all their
Planning-
ducks in a row
planning is
before.
Proposing a complete drainage study of the city.
Uh-huh.
So that's what they're gonna have Olson, they wanted to have Olson do. The cost for that study, which can be used even by planning, even when somebody wants to do a development, that's why you wanted it in planning, they own it. And, it can be then, once they assign out, hey, this is what we wanna work on, now we got the study, cost of that goes to street. And he hasn't budgeted anything in that. right now.
Not yet, no.
And we're
'Cause we
gonna
don't know.
remove it From him as a remedy. We'll see why, when you see general stuff. This is water under the bridge.
But will there be some water under the bridge for 2025?
If we don't do this, it'll be water over the bridge.
I understand, but
At
I
some
mean,
point.
to me, why budget 15 when we're going to really be spending, you know, 50,000?
Bridge over troubled water.
We shouldn't be spending 50,000 here. We should have been in planning.
No, they're saying that that's for actually projects and the engineering part of the projects right here, right? This has nothing
You
to
should
do.
be looking at what you should budget there, should be a percentage of the capital improvement projects that are budgeted in the street department. 2025. And I don't, he would have to do that.
Well, I'm just saying, we've already got a study we paid for last year, talking about right of ways, that bricks the top 11 grand.
That's specific to one area.
Okay,
But that data can be used for
Yes.
that study is what I'm saying.
so it doesn't need to be rebudgeted for this year. I mean, I'm trying to see, where they're asking why we went from 53 back down to 15. Professional, yeah, 58 was what we ended up, that number. And it's back down to 15. Well, some of that we've already got, I mean, you don't have to repay for those. They've already got the studies done.
Yeah, we don't have to pay for that again, but anything else that we, that comes up this year, then we'll have. So, I mean, I'm okay if that's what you want to do,
You're talking
AC.
about 3 different drainage branches. Any of those other ones paid for the El Paso to Vash?
Yes.
Okay.
When you say yes, what do you mean? Yes.
The other studies
Are
have
going
come
to
out of
be
some of those,
implemented in
Denver
2025?
Street.
That's this,
No, they were paid for last year.
This one right here.
Yeah.
That's Denver Street drainage.
Brixie's doing those studies for us.
Okay.
So that's where the majority of the ones up there that you can see that I can kind of see Brixie.
I'm just trying to tell you, that's why there's not another 40 grand added into that, because it's already been done. I mean, the studies are in progress or have been done. So they're already paid for. Yes.
So I'm good either way. I can either come back to you if it looks like it's gonna balloon up again, or put it in there now, and if we don't use it, we don't use it.
I guess what threw everybody off was whenever we just said that studying and getting all these drainage issues should be in planning. And yet you paid for all the studies and stuff last year. I mean, I'm not differentiating what studies we're talking about.
The study that he's wanting to do is a comprehensive city of Greenwood study, not a
Specific area.
Study. And what he's saying is that what's been done will be incorporated to hold that cost down
Gotcha.
by that company to prepare the city comprehensively, which planning will use and can be used when developments come to town and they want to see what restrictions or things you want to do to keep them.
And obviously we'll use it as well.
Correct.
Sure.
So it's a positive project, but
It does. Yeah, it does.
We're moving forward?
Yeah.
We're stuck on something?
No, go ahead.
That's
On
the-
capital
I'm still
improvement projects,
unfollowed.
you didn't go through the details of them. I didn't miss something, did I?
I haven't been there yet, I don't think.
Okay. I don't want to get you off.
Well, I was messing Tom up, so I don't want to do that.
What, no, capital improvements is in there. That's not in city stuff.
All right.
Are you talking about capital expenditures?
Yeah, really capital expenditure. That's the big number.
Those are the big numbers.
So page 8,
466,000.
Yeah.
I can't, the tab says
67,
Maintenance and-
10. Maintenance and repairs.
maintenance and repairs.
Okay.
so that the doctor on Damascus keeps emailing me.
Yes, and
And I don't know if she's emailed y'all.
I've talked to him as well. We have put material out there and smoothed it out. Part of the problem with that road is the drainage. The drainage is going to have to be dealt with before we make any improvements to the road at all.
Okay, I've responded back to her and she didn't like my response and just kind of sent me the same email.
Well,
Yes.
and
So, well, let me see if I've got my thoughts right.
Hey,
I got on the county data website, and it does say on the county website, these things could be wrong when you first go into it. It looks to me like there's no dedicated easement that is not a road, it's a driveway. And it looks like it affects 4 property owners. And it looks like on Arkansas County data that the property lines go to the middle of the road,
Mhm.
which lends itself to that's a driveway. It's not a road. It's not a city road. It's a driveway. Now they put a sign out on it. All the utilities are down on the street.
Mhm.
Mailboxes were moved up at one time because Mr. McMillan, who lives at the top, was disabled and the post office went up there and put the deals and they stuck that sign up there, probably making it look more like it moved from a driveway to a street. And
so it was a non-county maintained road before it was taken into the city. So it had a red sign on it, which means that the county didn't go improve it.
Basically.
So, which in effect you could say is a driveway, but the way the standards are set for road names, 4 houses or more requires a named driveway,
Okay.
if you will. I'm kind of,
And these are messes that planning gets into when they don't control it.
well, and so the county not having any planning doesn't help either.
Right.
Right now, there are 356 non-county maintained roads. There are also 356 county roads. So you can see why that they can't keep up with those. So some of these have
Okay.
gone in, one person owns it, they decide to subdivide it. You get 3 houses up there on top of it, and that's a road.
So in Arkansas County data, what I can pull off the computer, if there is any easement at all granted, it was from Damon Sadler.
Yes.
And then there's like a house trailer up to the left. That's like first property owner. And then there's Mr. McMillan's up the top. And then there's Dr. Gigantic House. And then there's a house back behind that trailer going back up on the backside of Damon Sadler's
Mhm.
place. Again, a driveway, not a road. I guess my response kind of to her was, this looks like a perfect place for an improvement district where we could go through, but somebody's got to be in charge of it.
Mhm.
In other words, we don't want to go, I'm not so sure she would like a driveway. I mean, like a street put all the way up to her house. I'm not so sure those guys that are living down there that have the little places would actually dedicate the easement to us. And if that were put in as a road, which I agree it should be a road because there's development opportunities beyond that.
Correct.
And so need to have proper easements. Once the easements were put up, their utilities and stuff could be moved up, and then, that could be a franchise fee collecting area.
The utilities are going to be the issue with the drainage because there's a water line that went in on the east side, brand new to go up there. And so that means that we would be creating a drainage right on top of their water line. So that's one of the issues that we've run into. And I mean, if we can control it, like you said, that's great. Right now, I'm not just jumping up and down to do that road.
Well, has anybody met with her?
I'll just talk to her on the phone.
Okay. Well, I was thinking I was going to try to email her back a second time and actually organize a meeting and see if you could come, Hunter could come, the mayor could come. And then actually, in my mind, offer, do you want this done while we're all still alive? Then, 4 people taking that much money, that's pretty difficult.
Yes.
When you're trying to get people, kid moms to school and kids to school, that's too much. But if we could go in and I'd take that project on and form an improvement district, and you're willing to form an improvement district, we could see what the city could do and maybe we could get it done faster. If you want to bear the whole cost, we'll do it done right now. We'll do an improvement district where you're bearing the whole cost. We'll just do it now. Have you had any contact with her, Mayor?
No, I've never heard from her.
Okay.
If you talking about the big house?
Bart Dean's old house.
No.
Yeah.
Only before I heard from Mr. Dean when he was up there asking about it. And then I think there was a person it was actually, you mentioned him while ago at the top.
Mr. McMillan,
McMillan. I went up there and visited with them. This has been
years ago.
years ago.
Yeah.
And it was, I was thinking, and I guess I'm wrong. I was thinking through planning, we determined that was a road. We did not do that. Okay.
Is it a driveway?
Well, I'm coming to the same conclusion you are. It looks like there's public right of way up a certain distance.
That looks like that from where Damon Sadler's field is. It looks like Damon had probably given it because
No.
the county actually drew up to right there where that first house trailer is and then come back down. And I think everybody else's property line is in the middle of the driveway.
It
Now,
is.
everybody's got easement.
Because the state says you can't landlock somebody.
Now,
So that's how they did that.
so in this meeting, if I could get a meeting,
I'm
have
absolutely,
y'all show up.
sure.
I'm also tell her, look, if your neighbors don't want to be part of this, you might just move over in your property, run your driveway all the way down the street. You can pave it at your own expense, put a gate in front of it and call it good and leave them to their own. And it would be cheaper on you. But if you really want to improve it, if you want to form an improvement district, if those neighbors don't mind, and I think some of that is probably rental. The first one is probably rental. And that's not going to go anywhere.
Right.
But if you don't mind it, but at the minimum, they need to dedicate easement to us before we even start considering putting it into the budget. And I would tell them that on improvement district. First thing you're going to do is dedicate easement for this whole thing, including a cul-de-sac. And then we know we can go further when a development happens. Okay.
Is any of this in this current budget? Or-
Well,
We have
it's
it
in there
listed for 20,
in there for $800,000.
Yeah, that was a number done a few years ago
Right.
to say what would that cost to
I don't
pay
see
it.
it. I don't see it in the budget right now. Do you?
No,
it's not in the budget.
FYI.
It's part of my 3-year plan is
Yeah.
what I've done.
Yeah.
And so that
Right.
just
That's in the
gives us a
city.
target and know that we've got those out there.
Are you willing to go to a meeting with her?
Sure.
We're going
So-
over to city
I
center.
would- I'd like to have Jeff and Hunter.
Yes, they are.
I'd like to be in on that too.
Now,
Yeah.
if you're there,
Yeah.
I shouldn't be there, or you can be there if I'm not there.
You're in city sales use tax, Rod.
Yeah, Rod, you're on the city sales and use tax though. We're in the wrong section.
Okay,
I'm just going as an interested.
Need to be on capital expenditures.
You're right.
Huh?
Ted. Explain that for you.
but that's what I'm gonna propose to her.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
thought we
That's a
wanted
lot of
capital
money for 4
And
people.
I'm assuming concern and or beef is that it washes out, which we know it does because it's straight downhill and nobody's maintaining.
Washes out
But we
because there's
do
no
maintain
drainage. So
We don't do it like we do. Well, we don't have to do that to a city street, but they do maintain it to a degree.
Well, in that email, she said that you were all for it. And Lee Johnson was all for it. And I said, well, of course Lee Johnson's
Well,
all
that goes
for it.
back. I don't remember talking to her. I definitely talked to Miss Neff. She's shaking her head for me. So I don't remember talking to her.
The only person that we
Are we going back in the asphalt business again?
I'm fixing to find out.
Okay.
McMillan.
She lives on Easley Loop because when it rains.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh,
the
all
issue
the-
Yeah.
down the hill.
Yeah, that's the other issue on that. That's part of the Denver Street drainage.
I mean, but
Yes,
no, I'd
ma'am.
do a meeting. Yeah.
And my interest in this is the future development up further,
Yes.
because you get this creep, incremental creep up there, and pretty soon you have no subdivision regulations in what becomes a step-by-step development.
Right.
And yeah,
Mhm.
and from
You're
what
talking
I'm
about- You're not talking about on
understanding,
that road. You're talking about on the other road.
well, I'm,
But it's
no,
in
no,
that
no, no,
general
no.
area.
Because I had a conversation with someone who indicated that there are people accessing, the road that comes off of Webster.
Mhm.
They can also access that area from Damascus.
Unless they're driving through that lady's yard.
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm interested.
Huh?
That's why I'm interested.
Through that off of Damascus?
Off of Webster.
Yeah.
Right. You're going
Well,
through somebody's yard.
That's what I'm getting at, is things are happening and we need to get a handle on what's happening up there. Because if that's going to develop, if that's going to be something that we really need to have the subdivision regulations, then all this stuff, Damascus fits in here. And don't get me wrong, I've got an interest in just making sure I don't have additional development related issues in my neighborhood. But I've also been in the planning area and I've seen where somebody does something and does a split, and then years later they do something, and pretty soon you have one of those developments like you have off the east side of town. And I can't remember, they've changed the plat up, pencil marks here and there.
No, it was really.
Probably so,
It
yeah.
was on, Wade Dunn Street, going up there to the Coopers.
Anyway,
Out to the
Good
we
ones
need to
where
make
one
sure
is
we have a handle
subdivided.
How about
on
it?
everything
Lake
that's going
Dam?
up on there, because way up in the air and it has a lot of impact. If Damascus is an avenue and there, that needs to be looked at in terms of how people get in and out if there end up 10 houses up in that area.
I couldn't agree more that it's not so much budget related at the moment.
Okay,
So,
it's
but
out
no,
there though.
But we certainly need to have
It's out there.
yeah, no, I totally agree.
Put that on the agenda
Yeah.
for February.
Not that, I don't mean.
Well,
to-
I'm gonna
just
slide back
saying.
into capital expenditure, which was your maintenance and repair tab. And unfortunately, the dirty A word is on there, asphalt. I just wonder if we're getting back in the asphalt. business.
No, and that, so I'll start with that one. We purchased basically a heater box last year. That was from last year's budget.
Right.
A PO has been issued, but it has not arrived yet. So we have to pay it out of the 2025 budget. So that's why that's there. There's 2 items there from that are carryovers, the bad word carryover.
So it's a preheater for just to fill.
So we put our cold mix in it.
Potholes?
Yeah, the cold mix that we get,
Okay.
we can heat up now and put in the potholes so it'll bind better. The stuff we're using binds really well, but it'll bind even better if we're using that heater. And so we can put cold mix in it and leave it and even plug it in at night and let it stay warm.
Huh.
And then take it up
Mhm.
right out to do patchwork in the morning. The older technology was, you were lighting a fire every day. And if you didn't take that stuff out at night, it'd set up on you and now you're either, yeah, anyway. So that was approved last year. So that's one of them that's a carryover with that one. Before we get too far down, I've removed at least 3 items from things that we had put for this year's budget. The 5-ton truck to use for signs, deleted that because one of our other trucks was what was on back became useless, but the truck didn't. So we've modified that truck to be the sign truck. So there's one expense that we're not having. I had a side-by-side on there. We purchased a side-by-side from the parks, and it's serving us fine. So we're good on that one. So that's no longer in there. Let's see So all the other stuff that went with that sign truck, there's still some few items that we need to put on the truck. So those are in there. And then of course we didn't have any lighting or any other emergency equipment on that one or a radio. So that's what that is.
Let me ask you about the radios.
Yeah.
I mean, do we not carry cell phones anymore?
You can't talk to 13 people at one time on a cell phone. And when the cell phone network goes down in the ice storms, you got nothing. But the public safety radio network is going to be up. It has to be up. And that's the state's paying for that. So and what the state's not paying for with these new repeaters, the county has paid for. So we'll have 2 new repeaters that will cover our area as well. So the cell phone signals, in town are as bad as the public safety radios sometimes. We're in a bowl, here. And so you can't get out sometimes with those cell phones. I can't use my cell phone even in my building. It won't work. It's like a tin box. So I have to use the radio to talk to people, or I go outside and use my cell phone. So that's why we got them. When we have events like the parades, we use them. We pass them out to everybody, and everybody that's working has radio, and we can all talk to the fire department, we can talk to the police department. So we work a lot of those things together. The October, we do the Halloween trail, we do the Freedom Fest. So there's always these things that we're running into that we need to have communication with each other. And the system's there, we're not paying for it. So let's use it. I know some of your wildlife officers even have our frequencies here so they can talk to us on their radio.
They should be working, not talking to street guys.
I'm not talking about the street guys. I'm talking about to other law enforcement.
What is the dump, chute, and plumbing?
Okay, so last year we purchased a tank so that we could use to pre-treat roads with, or also use as a water truck when we're working on projects to water things down. We can get water from the gray water out here at the sewer plant. So what that is the plumbing, and for all the hoses and the brackets and everything that go on that I didn't have in the budget last year. So it's pre-drilled. You can't go back now and cut a hole in it. It won't work. So we had it all pre-drilled, so we know what we need and can put in there. So that's what that is. The 3/4 ton, that's to replace the shop truck we have now. It's an older Ford, and it's becoming a maintenance issue, and I don't want to spend any more money on it.
We got a mechanic driving it.
We do have a mechanic driving it. There's a lot of parts that go into that thing.
Remote control mower.
Okay, so as opposed to buying another ride-on mower that we tipped one over this year with a person on it, thank God he wasn't hurt very bad. I think y'all responded to it, didn't you? So some of those areas that we can't get into at all with anything. And then some of the other banks are just like this. We just absolutely can't do it. So we had did a demonstration out at Whippoorwill, the drainage out there. The company brought it in, and I mean, they mowed the whole dang thing. And it doesn't, I mean, if it gets stuck, it's a wonder because it's on a track. And I could spend $1,000 on another big tractor and not be able to do that. So we're hoping to hit drainage a little bit better this year. The other item that we bought last year, the brush cutter, it came in late September, about the time we were quitting mowing. But that'll be another tool that we'll have next year that we can hit some of this a little bit better next year that we can reach, that we can't reach with the tractor.
Didn't we buy a boom? Wasn't there a boom?
That's what I'm talking about. Brush cutter is what it is.
Yeah, that long blade.
Yeah, it's on a tractor. It's kind of like having a bush hog on an arm is what it is. Like out there on West Center where all that rock is, we can't reach that at all with a regular tractor. And we have a bat wing with 3 pieces, the centerpiece and 2 other pieces that we use to get as much as we can out there.
All the ditches down what we've acquired Center Street, we'll have to figure out how to mow those since we hadn't had to before, really.
Yeah, that's,
Right.
I mean, so we're doing, and we're gonna have more when we take over this section too.
But that remote guide mower can kind of do some of that too. as
Oh,
well.
absolutely. That, the area there, by La Fiesta and on into Greenwood West, that stays wet. We can't hardly get in there. This thing will be able to get in there and take care of that.
The state mowed that for years though, right?
What's that?
The state mowed that for years, right?
Yeah, that was when it was,
Yeah.
when it was state highway. Now that it's a city street, it's ours.
In fact, I noticed this 2 years before we took it over, before we overlaid it and took it over, I would call or have Danielle call the state and say, hey, we sure like this mowed. And I said to Danielle, or kind of jokingly, I said, tell them we'll mow it. And, if they won't, I'll use it. I wanted to use it as a threat. Well, it was more like, oh, okay. Well,
We'll let you have it.
so.
And that's kind of what we've done on East Center as well. I think they had their contract mowers one time this year mow that. All the rest of the times we mowed all the way out to Chisholmville because it looks bad. I mean, you're coming right into the city from the east, and I just think it looks bad. So we've been mowing that as well, even though it's RDOT's. They don't mind one less thing.
So Tom, on the next page where, is that, am I reading that right? CSUT fund, that's
That's the next
okay,
one.
I'm sorry. Okay. never mind.
Just one more I was wanting to talk about is on line. I think it was insurance. Where am I at? It says insurance equipment, and we spent 1,400 this year, but we're budgeting 27. What?
Insurance equipment was an issue. Osborne took over back. Basham had the insurance on the equipment. They didn't have all the equipment apparently. Because Osborne took it over, they went, this can't possibly be all of what needs to be insured. And it was woefully underinsured. So like same with the building. So they did an inventory of interviewing all departments, taking what are the equipments that pieces of the goods that need to be insured. And it took them a while to do that. We paid the property and we paid the buyback and we paid the vehicle insurance. But that was the one that was waiting on them to provide the detail. Now, initially they provided, here's your bills, $25,000, whatever. And they didn't break it out by any department. I didn't have a clue. How do I deal with that? Who bears that cost? So finally, we got the detailed list. Unfortunately, it was this year. It was right after the first of the year. So we had to pay the 24 renewal, which is normally done in August, when Osborne finally concluded that audit of everything and got the policy in place. So the renewal is now in there because it's a carryover.
I see.
Then the next year's renewal will come August of 2025. And that'll be, the problem is it's not a calendar year policy, it's August to July 31st.
First.
August, we did do it again. So that's why there's two numbers in there for equipment.
Okay.
And the 12,000, we're paying it now. So it'll just wipe out, that's the exact amount that's gonna be charged to the street department. So it'll just, it's budget neutral.
I had to go over everything with Teresa to make sure that we had, because there were things that were not there anymore and there were things on there that they didn't have. So we went through it thoroughly and it's correct now.
Yeah, and so it is much more than it was.
That's the sad part.
But now you're sure.
One other thing I'd like to ask is about the excavator. I mean, what are we planning on? What projects we're planning on this year that we need $170,000 excavator?
Well, and I'm willing to delay that one. The 308 that we have, it only has a single pump. So you can either drive or you can work. You can't drive and work at the same time. So when you're out here doing that drainage, I was talking about trying to scoop it out, he has to go park, scoop, stop, drive. And so the 308 that we have is just not efficient. We can work with it. We'll make it work. But at some point I would like to replace it. So I'm keeping it on the list, but it doesn't necessarily have to be funded this year.
Sounds like a small inconvenience for $167,000.
It is, and we're getting a little bit on the trade-in, but it is. I mean, it's an efficiency thing.
One thing I'd like us to really look at is capital equipment across the entire city. I mean, it seems like everybody's got to have a backhoe. I mean, everybody's got to have a skid steer. Everybody's got to have a UTV. I just think that we could be a lot more efficient by sharing some of this equipment across. I mean, if we used a Traco every day, I could see that, but I think if we're going to use it once or twice a year, I mean, we could contract that out and save a lot more money than have the cost associated with maintenance and depreciation, insurance, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, storage. I mean, it gets to the point where we have so much equipment that we can't store it under roof, and so I mean that's unnecessary wear and tear.
And this is an old argument. Everybody has to have a backhoe.
Yeah.
And then
There are pieces of equipment that we do share.
Yeah.
But the ones
Some
that
of
are
them
used
have
most
low
common
hours.
is the backhoe. We use it probably every day. The skid steer, same way.
If the hours are low, we might be better off just leasing something from Andy Angelone. What's his last name?
Anzalone.
Angelone.
And we've rented things for him that we don't have as well.
Right. And let him deal with the wear and tear and the deterioration.
Yeah, I'd say let's remove that for this year.
agree to that. I'm good with that.
I'd rather move it and build a building to put some of this other stuff underneath.
I agree.
Sits out in the sun.
I've been working on a plan for our building to build a
And again,
carport,
everybody
if you
doesn't
will.
have to have their own shed. We can have one gigantic one that all departments share and get some of this stuff out of the sun and the deterioration that happens with it.
Can you after my Waffle House?
All under roof.
That's right.
I've suggested that before.
I know you.
Who's gonna know? We kind of poked the bear though, so he's.
There may be a couple meth heads in there that might mess with our
Right.
equipment while they're cooking, but.
Well, once we start pulling that stuff in there,
We could
they'll
teach them
scatter.
some maintenance.
I like a Votech.
Votech, method Votech. We are on.
Yeah, we're still off. We're gonna take the excavator out.
Yep. It's gone.
And what is the MyoVision signal camera for backup?
That's the smart controller that operates these traffic lights.
Whatever it takes, get them suckers working.
Well, that's just it. So
Almighty.
when we have one get fried by lightning, we have nothing. And it takes a little bit of time to get those things built back and sent back. So in the interim, we could swap another one out. And the other thing is we don't have to have somebody come from Northwest Arkansas and pay them to bring us one, and so on and so forth. So that's the reason for that, because we lost West Center
Love it.
and Maine earlier this year. We've lost Denver and Center this year. 10 and 71. It's been a
Now, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Well, never mind. I'll do that in the council meeting. I want a bigger audience. I was going to ask you.
He's going to go ahead and do it.
The light, I know, and it's been an ongoing argument since they put it in against our will. The one at Mount Zion in Denver out on 71.
yes.
Okay, fantastic. Lots of traffic needed, but obviously it's on a horrible cycle. It literally cycles through all four.
When that piece of equipment
Yeah.
is out, it goes to a schedule.
Right,
None of our lights are on, except for the one you really hate at Harps.
right.
That's the only one that's on a timer.
Yeah.
Every other one has the Myovision on it.
But
When the Myovision goes, it reverts to flashing red.
right,
So then somebody tells us, hey, there's something wrong with the light.
right,
Then we can come out and then we put it on the schedule. So, this lane goes, and you left turn, sorry. This lane goes, left turn. Left turn, left turn.
My question to you is it what are the odds, or who can you talk to? Is it a state rep deal? The light on 71. So if you're turning left to come into Greenwood, why can't we get like we did? Somebody actually had a brain and put a blinking arrow. So when there's nobody coming, you can still make the left.
Well, and I think, of course, once again, we go back to when RDOT put that in.
Right.
You remember, at first we were having all those accidents up at 10 and 71.
Yeah, right.
They put a light, okay. Then they started moving down to Denver in 71, so they got the light. So that's going back to that far. If I can pull it off, I will.
Hey, why don't we just put roundabouts there?
Well, that'd be fine too, but I just think it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why anybody would ever put a signal, an arrow signal sort of situation without having the blinking either arrow or a green blink or yellow blinker, because there's no reason to pull up there and stop when there's nobody coming. Today I ran it last night. I don't care. I mean, it just turned red as I got there. About 5 cars came. There was nobody crossing. And I'm just sitting. I'm gonna have to go through the whole cycle all 3 ways. So I just went through it. I mean, that's what it is.
What you?
Yeah, I mean, I went through it, but I mean, I stopped at the red light like the law says, and then I went through it. I came to complete stop.
I agree with you, Tim, and if we can do it, I will.
I didn't know who to ask if that's something that you could just.
Well,
I mean,
I can't make
if that
that
can be changed.
willy-nilly. I'll have to get
sure.
their guy, and then I'll have to get with our vendor to
Yeah.
see what we need to do to replace.
I get their school
the one
buses
that
and
we
stuff
have.
in that area too. That may be a factor, but
I'm gonna write that down here so I don't forget it.
On Tim's comment, and it didn't quite have much to do with the budget, at Arkansas Municipal League in their planning section, Conway's got some really impressive statistics on their roundabouts. You eliminate all the cost of all these stupid cameras, all these boxes we're maintaining and all that. And they're like, nobody gets hurt. Crashes happen, but nobody gets hurt.
And the Highway Safety Commission says roundabouts are the safest
And
thing.
so one of them, I was visiting with him and he said, hey, I can come up there and talk to but you'd need to incorporate it in your planning. It need to be incorporated in your master street plan, all that other stuff. And I was like, yeah, we should do it. And they're like, in the long run, it's so much cheaper and so much safer.
I agree.
And then Tim doesn't have to stop.
That's right.
That you can drive from one end of Conway to the other and never stop.
And somehow
in
they
the
can
2
almost do
o'clock in the
those
morning.
overnight, because I was down there visiting Ainsley at Hendricks, and we went somewhere one weekend. And when we came back the next weekend, the light was gone. And the third time we came back, the roundabout was there.
Well,
I don't know who does it for them, but they're fast.
Well, they said they have a couple of contractors and they just come in there and just do it. And pre-configured, pre-cost. But they said really the reasons they're doing it is because of the street light deal, because of the cost of constantly having to deal with the street light deal and the programming, and people are upset.
We would have to do a little bit of training.
They figure it out.
I don't know if you can figure out the double one, it may not. I don't know if you can get around it.
Yeah, well, and
Well,
not stopping going on to 71 from West Center.
So just so you know, the RDOT did do, because I asked about right down here where the new signal's gonna go on 96, and they said well, let's look at that. And it,
I don't mind
I
telling
don't
them.
know, 3 months later, but no. That's all I got.
Yeah, and that one's already ours. It's not even up in its
Right.
hours.
Right.
Street damage.
Are they?
Oh, the new
Well, just-
ramp? Oh,
Just,
yeah.
just for kicks, it is on Wapadee's list, but there's one right down here just past Armetica at that little funky deal, because I asked,
5-way stop.
I asked for it one time and Josh reminded me not long ago, she goes, you still got that on the plan if you want to pursue that. I'm like, let me wait till right before I leave.
They were also, and they were talking about the maintenance, the cost, the budget cost of maintenance goes down because they're easier to maintain.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's just the way they do them and they just
Was she
kind of.
fired? Well, never mind.
You're good on all your utilities. Jeff, you're good on
Our
all
chief
your,
wants to drive right through the middle of it.
you're good on all your employees. You're not asking for,
That's confusing me too.
you're not
Yeah,
asking for any
utilities.
new, you just your part-time summer stuff.
I'm not asking for any more. I'm just asking to give the ones that I think, whatever level that is, some merit.
Were you at?
Back on salaries.
Specifically, the one most is my four-person, Kim.
Yep.
Kim is a dedicated employee. She will come anytime, doesn't matter day or night,
Day or night.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, doesn't matter. She shows up. And so, and she deals with the guys pretty much day by day. And so, she's a real good one and I want to keep her and she's well worth the merit. So
Who's that?
Kim,
Gouge.
well, I hate to use names, or my
Oh,
four-person.
sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering up at the top, I did all I could do for Jeff. That's as much as he can get right there. So
Maxed out.
next time.
Well, I guess I'm still kind of going back to the budget. The one I see is on utilities, it said we did 12
I've been told.
and 24. We only spent 6 and we're doing 12 again. I said, what are our utility expenses? It seemed like we're only spending half of what we're budgeting.
What are we looking at?
Utilities.
62,
SWEPCO wants a 25% rate increase.
Utilities?
that keeps going
I don't think they'll get it. I don't think the commission will do it. But what they have done is let them get about 5% here, 5% there. So our energy cost, of course, we have the offset, but energy costs aren't going down. I don't see that changing.
Well, it's kind of the same way with the telephone. You got about 10 and then you spent 5,500 and 10. You're saying the same way with telephone expense too?
Well, you have internet at your house?
I do.
My internet bill is higher than any other utility I have.
Hmm.
Well, mine's almost $200. So anyway, our phone system here at the city is based on Cox and their network. And so that's where that goes.
So telephone is telephone / internet.
It's,
Communications.
yeah,
Huh?
and communications is the internet too. I have a separate, and they talked about it a little bit, I have a separate connection that comes over here, a tunnel, so I can get into Centerpoint. And so, you're not working in City Hall, that's just another expense. Fire department has it, police department has it. So ours is a little bit different than most of the other departments that work out of here.
Cox Internet is $94.46 a month.
Okay.
That's the cell phone, right?
So we can go on to phase 2 of his budget now, if we're happy.
I'll sum it up.
All
I
right.
got one more, 68,999. I think anywhere in the budget, it says miscellaneous expense should be axed. Miscellaneous expense means,
I thought we deleted that.
that means there's money, for anything. And that's why we have line item budgets. So I think,
We don't have a line item for anything but capital.
well,
It's been
to some
removed.
degree, on this one right
We did
there.
remove it.
There's still 500 in there.
It's $500.
Okay, we just didn't do it, okay.
You wanted to move it from the
I mean,
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
As a department head back in the day, it's $500. I mean, that, Joel's budget, but
Miscellaneous expenses for small, non-recurring, non-identifiable for a specific budget purpose expense. So it's something you don't know is gonna happen.
you
but it
need
should
that
be
in there.
de minimis. In other words, it should be very immaterial to the overall budget.
Coffee filters.
That's
I mean, being
anything
serious,
that He would spend right now, there's probably an account somewhere to put it.
I mean, being serious, like, if you have a coffee pot over there, somebody buys it. I mean,
Office supplies.
Okay.
Yeah, we put those under office supplies. Our cleaning supplies go under office supplies. Personal protective gear, we've got a line item that we use for that.
I was
So
just trying to think of something that might be but your miscellaneous.
That's not a good answer.
But if you're gonna do that every year, it's not non-recurring.
yeah.
So then you need to come to me and I'll establish an account for you.
Yeah,
Sounds
would that
good.
not be PR?
That would be.
Yeah,
I would
sure
think.
would be.
Plastic hats, coloring books, crayons.
Yeah.
Candy.
Candy.
PR. So that 500 is gone.
It's gonna-
Okay.
Anything else? Well, it's not that.
Sum it up.
Street Department controls 3 accounts. They control the street fund O&M checking. That's the only real checking account. The other 2 are virtuals. We isolate sidewalk checking for specific to the sidewalk projects and or sidewalk repairs and maintenance. And then you have the city sales and use tax street for the restricted monies. That is a tax document that restricts that. That was approved and voted on by the citizens. So that's why that's separated. You started 2025 or you ended 2024, either way you want to look at it, on the street O&M checking with $4 million. That was the total in the checking account. And it's made up of those 3 items that you see right there. So at the end of the year, we had sidewalk checking positive now at 114,000. Remember, street has to fund any shortage in that account, and they did. And then you have 1,000,009 in the city sales and use tax street virtual, 1,000,009 in the street O&M, it's the residual amount. And that is your O&M stands for operations and maintenance, so that's your operations budget. Your projected balance as of 12/31/25, now that we've removed certain items from the account, is 1,000,006. And then sidewalk is gonna project at 299,000. But one of the biggest things that we'll talk about when we get to it is the fact that your phase 2 of your sidewalk grant project is right now estimated, we got the number from 100 at $1.6 million. And that's an 80/20 grant. What I don't understand is when does RDOT lock in to their number? And they've already awarded it, but does it happen when they put it out for bid and get a hard number? Or when does that lock up? Because they lock in their 80%. Anything else is ours. So that's gonna be difficult to budget, and I'm not seeing us incurring $1,000,006 next year in that. But if you start that project, you're gonna start increasing the expense. It's not in the budget on that 299,000.
That number went up too, by the way.
Wow, just
Again?
here, what did it go up to?
2.3 with a redesign on a potential bridge crossing. So if we choose, that we can opt out of that.
Did you get that today?
That's worst case scenario.
Can the
is
scouts
that the
do
one at
that?
La Fiesta? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Be
So-
nice.
So basically, your projected all-in balance, if you look at those 3 accounts, and you can come up to this portion of your budget that you have with you, and you'll see that we're at 1.686. That 1.686 is offset by the amount that you're depleting the city sales and use tax, which is why I wanted to talk about it separately. Because that's where the major projects are, because that falls under the city sales and use tax usage for street. So you're gonna end with the budget you have in front of you, all of those budgets, you're gonna end the year at $362,000 all in city, all in street.
We'll make a quick point real quick due to what he just said. We talked about this in-house a lot. We talk about it almost every day. But the importance of when we get these grants, and like you said, RDOT locks in, they don't mess around. You got a $600,000 project, your 20% is this. And that's what we're going to give you, whether it's next month or 5 years from now.
Correct.
So we've done a pretty good job of it overall, but not completely overall, is utilizing any and every engineer that's available. Because what slows that down, the reason that's 2 point whatever it is we had it in somebody else's hands. We had to take it out of that one's hands and put it in somebody else's hands. And he's got to, I don't blame him now because he had to start over with it. So all that, whether it's a year, that's just a year old, right? Give or take.
That number?
No, from what it was originally, maybe 2 now.
I
Time
think
flies
probably
when-
two. Phase
Time
two's
flies
been
when
around.
you're not having fun. But the importance of getting out there and getting these engineers, and I know I hear it from other people. Well, yeah, but they're doing the work for us. Well, that work belongs to us. Whatever we paid them for, that belongs to the city of Greenwood. We don't have to stick with somebody that's bogged down. That's just an off-topic point to make. Because that's why we end up,
I'm using about 6 different engineers
I
right
know
now.
you are, and Parks is, a lot of them are doing that and doing a good job at it. We just have to be aware of that. Sorry.
So let's filter that conversation then into this. What you're seeing right now is you're gonna end the year if those projects consummate like they're budgeted to do with $362,000 at the end of the year left in all street funds combined. You're gonna be overdrawn in the virtual city sales and use tax by $1.6 million. So let's add the $2 million for the sidewalk project. Where are you getting that money? Guess where you're gonna get it. You're gonna have to go out and find it.
20% of 2.3 is 460,000.
That's if they lock in at what the price is now. I don't know whether they lock in when they give you the award letter and they say, this is what we estimate it to be and this is your grant, or
I
I don't know.
think it's at the very earliest, and we can find out for sure.
That's what they did on.
But
phase one.
that project was originally 650. $650,000.
You're right. Yeah.
So you don't have the money.
Now, there is the bridge issue and that's probably adding,
That added $750,000.
750.
which we didn't. Anyway,
Yeah, I just got that today.
Hey, Rod, can you build that bridge?
Eagle Scout. Is
Scout
Get the scouts to build it.
there a welding badge?
This number-
We'll take wooden. We don't
City sales and use
care.
tax and
Or
bond,
swing.
we're reviewing city sales and use tax. So what I'm saying is, what he's saying is that they're woefully right now underfunded for the projects that they need. And that will be.
Yes, exactly.
But the revenue source is $500,000 a year. That's what city sales and use tax brings in for those city sales and use tax projects.
Mm-hmm.
The turnbacks bring in right under 800,000. Which is also road related. But if you're gonna bring in about 1.3 million and you're gonna spend 399 million, you don't have it.
So why, explain what's going on in city sales and use.
Let's go there.
Yeah,
Where we are
let's
next.
figure out that.
Let's go. We've been kicking the can down the road.
Street,
for a while.
down the street.
Down the street, yeah, that's good.
Thank you very much. Beer on that, literally.
Literally.
I gotta leave in 2 hours.
So, city sales and use tax enjoys the absolute growth. It's one of the key taxing areas that experience county together, we actually did experience growth in our sales tax. That's combined, and it's less than what the city is by itself. When you parse out the county sales tax is used for O&M, whereas the city sales and use tax is used for mostly the capital improvement projects and capital expenditures. So when you go down, the biggest area that fits is this capital improvement line. That's the budgeted right now at 3.9 million. And just to let you know, I did a quick and dirty on this. The move out, all the way down to 2027 is 2.3 million. That's waiting in the wings at today's dollars.
Right.
2 years from now, that number could be 3.5 million. And I told you guys at previous, every time I give you the state of the finance, I told you I was worried about street. 3 years in a row, I've been saying this is on a path to financing their future. Because their projects are real expensive.
Tom, you want to mention the next thing that we got to do in 2026 that affects us as well?
Renew the tax.
Oh, well, we have to renew the city sales and use tax.
Right, yeah.
Everybody realizes that.
So
But they're locked in with two other departments.
Right.
So as it goes for one, it goes for two other.
Stuart and
parks and,
Casey.
fire.
Well,
Or people.
Well, I'm sorry.
so let me ask, I mean, the 2024 budget was 2.4 million. And that's, so we have 177,000 left,
No, that's what you.
what we spent. So,
You remember during the city council meetings, I tell you what our percentage of capital spend
Right.
was? Your capital spend was under 30%.
Yes.
For the city, everything, including water and sewer.
So what in capital improvements are we not going to do?
Okay, go to the second page of the city sales and use tax, and you'll see them all listed there. There's your capital improvement projects. Numbers in black are what make up the 3.9 million. You see the carryovers that are listed there, and then you see the fiscal year numbers next to it in the year that he's planning on having those done. And that's where the discussion just came up while we were waiting about that drainage issue and all that with Damascus Road. That's scheduled, pushed out to 2027 now, by street. And then you see the 2026 projects there.
Okay, so what is our East Nashville Street?
It's a resurface and drainage project.
Okay,
So that's what I have on my 3-year plan was to be for this year.
Where's that? I'm getting, where's that? Huh?
676815. That's the dollar value.
So what
So-
Tom's saying basically is this 3-year plan that's there is not possible.
It's not viable.
Yeah.
We can't do all these projects. I've got them in here. I want you to see them. I want you to know about them.
what is our Fox Run Phase 1 and 2?
Okay, the Fox one, that one is already in process. So we got Fox Run is it goes to the splash pad, and that's under construction right now. Then the Westwood to Liberty Connector, Veterans Way, that's 98% complete. And then one of them that didn't get bid out yet was the drainage project up on Spruce Street.
Okay, Jeff, just a sec.
Yeah.
You said that one of them is 98% done. That's the Westwood Liberty Connector.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's 737,000. Is this money that's still got to be paid out to them, or is that what it's?
No, we haven't paid any bills yet.
I'm just saying
Yes.
that will come off the ledger.
Yeah, so those projects that I just talked about, we're paying for. They were approved last year. Purchase orders have been issued, contracts have been signed.
So $737 is, 737,000 is committed.
Yep.
What of?
Yeah.
The Fox Run? Okay, Fox Run deals with the splash pad.
Well, it's a city street that goes right now from North Main up to the splash pad. Phase 2 would be from the splash pad up to Bell Park. Then the other thing that's not in that budget that I've broken out is we talked about the 10-foot wide trail. I'm sorry, asphalt trail. So I went back and got the concrete price, which is almost 3 times what it is for the asphalt, which I can't believe asphalt's cheaper, but that's what we've got. So then I told you about phase 2. So that's that.
So of that 3,955,000, which is not committed.
Everything that's committed is carryover.
So when it, don't call it carryover, tell me what it is. Which of those capital improvement projects we already have committed funds? Okay.
Those line items.
So that comes out to 1.2, about 2.25, about 2.25 million. And if we took out 1.4, we're still in a bad way. We got some hard decisions to make. Well, I think we can write off the ones that aren't considered carryover right now. We don't have a choice unless you want to go into the red.
My recommendation at this point is what you said, finish these projects. We change the dates on these, move them out. We know it's going to cost more if we move them out, but we can't afford them. And wait, I want to wait until that tax is passed before I do anything else.
Yeah, we don't have any choice. Yeah.
So that's my recommendation.
Doesn't that bridge, aren't we required to do that with the seat or not?
We probably should, but I think we can,
I mean, I know there's a rating that they say.
Yeah.
You don't.
and I've got another one too that was being worked on by Cracked and Toll.
I thought we just redid Stone Bridge's bridge.
The one that's down on the Main Street side was. The one that's up in the newer subdivision has not. Does that make sense?
It was redone once with these gigantic tiles.
They tore the bridge down, put the new tiles in, and put the rock back on it there.
And it's not working?
That one's fine. It's the one up here that is a C rating
Okay.
by RDOT.
That neighborhood's cost us a
Yeah.
lot of money.
Still live up there?
A lot
Yeah.
of money.
Yeah, up by where Elliot lives.
Yes, sir.
That neighborhood has at least cost us $4 million.
Going all the way back to its inception, I mean?
Yes.
The asphalt trail running up Fox Run at 340, is that making up the entirety of Fox Run?
That's the entirety to get it to the top.
We should consider at least running it up to the portion of phase 1. That way we meet our city spec for new construction streets and people can walk the splash pad without walking on the street.
Not going fast.
I agree with that. And I think you will have to get a variance as well for asphalt as opposed to concrete. Correct?
No, actually, the ordinance allows for consideration of a trail in lieu of
Sidewalk. Okay, that's good.
Is this where we have the parks versus street battle on the trail?
It depends technically if the trail is running in the street right of way, it's street. If it's runs in the middle of the park, it's trail.
I mean, parks.
Well, used to all the walking trail stuff was considered parks, but then they said, no, that's for traffic relief
Yeah. traffic,
because there's
right.
no cars.
Less car.
Because parks didn't have any money, so they always pushing off on streets, so they had money. And now look, what parks, streets don't have no money no more.
Don't have the money.
Right?
So is what you're saying, you want to consider the Fox Run construction phase 2
as a
No,
part of carryover?
No, just the,
The one that's listed is.
the trail.
The one that's 185, how much would it be, Russ, you think,
Just for
to,
phase one.
just for, get it up to the splash pad?
Well, I'd say it's probably half that,
About half that?
just off the top of my head.
90 grand, call it 100. I'm sure there'll be a change order for rocks.
Yeah. So you,
Oh,
yeah.
there's,
You want to say that it's, make that 100,000 instead of 185? And say it's just going up to the,
if we can, I'd like to leave it at that.
leave it at 185?
Yeah, just for, once again, if we don't need it, we don't need it. But instead of having to come back and say, hey, we only got asphalt this far with what they could buy. Of course, because they've got to do the undercutting and all that as well. And that's where the money comes in. Oh, we hit rock, that clause. So I would like to keep it in there for safety, if we will.
That Ulmer Street Bridge,
Yes, sir.
is that crossing Hester? What's the creek there?
Yes, Hester Creek.
Getting lower and lower.
About John Thomas's
Yeah.
Not right behind the clinic edition then.
No,
on past the condition.
Yeah, that's.
Well,
on all-
it would be
Yeah, that's it.
it'd be where you run into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you turn off West Center and go around the curve, it's the
John
one right
Thomas
there.
On the other side, back in the woods, and then, yeah.
So that one was actually considered for that, there's that grant with the highway department because it was close enough, but it was at the time when we were doing the one by La Fiesta
Yes.
and we neglected to do it. But it looks like that might still be qualified for that grant
It could potentially,
because of its proximity. Well, there's not a highway anymore. Never mind.
that's where that gets
I'm
kind
sorry.
of dicey. And I had an application in for it and I think that's the response I got back, but we could try again.
Yeah, it's not a highway anymore. You had to be within a certain proximity to a highway.
To get the hazard mitigation.
Now I wish we would have gone ahead and pushed for it when we were doing the one on Denver in front of La Fiesta.
It should have been done at the same time.
If it was done at the same time. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. So anything that's not carryover, are we gonna push it out past the sales tax and put like FY 2028?
Well, if it renews in 26, then we're safe, we know.
Yeah.
So we can start with 27 and push 27, 28, 29.
So this is still a priority list when you get money. I mean, you work on these, there's nothing change. I think we ought to just put 2026 on.
Okay.
And
I
then
think-
And just move them down the road as we see fit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine with me too.
Yeah, sales to packs, we may just shorten our to-do list.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We'll shorten a lot of lists.
Yeah.
What?
If that tax don't pass.
So the carryovers and the trail
2026.
to the
Yeah.
splash
Everything-
pad.
Everything that wasn't carryover other than that trail. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, yeah, the trail.
Are we in agreement on Damascus Road that we need to call that Damascus
I
Private
think there's
Drive?
still more work to be done there. We need to meet with those people, I think.
I mean, do we need to
He's
call
asking-
it
But
private
it- but-
drive though, instead of referring it to it as a road? Because that implies again that it's,
Well,
that have it, or, it's
I think
ours.
for 911 purposes, we have to leave it
But it
that
doesn't
way.
say Damascus Street, so that's more of a identifying.
So we're looking at pushing phase 2 of Fox Run to 2026.
Yes.
So it's,
The
so.
sign's still red at
Pub-
Damascus.
No, it's green
No,
now.
it's great. Publicly, I would like to say it one more time. And I told Jeff again today for the 50th time. Phase 2 of the Fox Run just doesn't make sense to me and not utilize the existing road that's there.
That's
Now-
one reason why we
now,
did this in
I know-
phases.
I know the orientation of the splash pad, I guess, and I'm dumb, I gotta go up there and look and somebody show it to me. The orientation of that splash pad in the parking lot for the splash pad supposedly dictates where that road can be and we can't use what's already there. I don't see it. I don't see why you can't come in the back of the splash pad and utilize the road that's there and not spend, I mean, you're gonna spend some money because it's gotta be it's gotta be made a street,
Right.
but at least you got a base all. the
Well,
way.
and yeah, we've got a good base there already. We've worked
That's
on that.
just 2 cents of,
And I agree with that. That's
Looking
kind
at
of why
that.
I wanted to wait on that one
I
anyway.
think when that splash pad gets finished, and people are going up there and utilizing phase one to get to it, then we can look at that. and
That's
go,
exactly
okay,
what I want
Here's
to do.
why we can't do that.
Yeah.
Or here's why, how we can, I don't know.
Who's telling you you can't?
Run on the other side of the splash pad for phase one, up to a point where it wouldn't be financially smart to backtrack to go around it. You would just continue until a little bit of road base to get back on that gravel road. It's going to extend so far past. the
That's what I
curve.
want to see in real life. I don't doubt that. I need to see that.
And yes, the pad and that part of Fox Run needs to be finished first. And
When you got to do phase one, obviously. anyway,
Right. so
first.
675 for Stone Bridge, that moves, or do you keep it, what was the discussion on that? That Stone Bridge bridge right there.
I think we was just putting it off unless it's dangerous. I don't, are we danger there of that collapsing?
I don't think so.
I mean, I know it's kind of a pain.
It is.
It's like a speed bump.
It is. And Elmer Street is too.
Put a stop sign
We
there.
could
hell
put
with
a,
it.
we could put a light.
Oh, man, he brought it up
And where's the Stone Bridge at?
by Elliot's house.
Okay, that one right there.
It's got a C rating right now from RDOT.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was aware on this low layer. I'm sorry.
Again,
Elmer's
The Albany-
Elmer's in bad shape as well, but I think we can get by.
again, we benefit AC, Sun, and 3 other people.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
Hey, Don, way to hurt.
Don, there you go. You can make him happy.
yeah, it's not ideal, but
Does that help anything out, Thomas?
Brought you,
Out of the red and into the yellow.
No, we're still, it didn't come close.
well, that brings in a negative 1.9 million on a 1.927, so you're gonna be short by 50,000 just on that virtual account. And so when you use that and you go back to the street departments overall, that 50 carried over, so you'll end up the year with 1.9 million, so it should be better.
did you already move all those over? Okay.
Forgive me if I say, but does that not equal kicking the can down the street? literally?
Yes.
I mean, what would be the difference of the interest on a bond for this amount versus the extra project cost by pushing it off 2-3 years?
But I was just gonna say, well, ago, I didn't finish that 660 or whatever it was for phase two could very easily become 2 million.
Yeah, I mean, we just seen that in a sidewalk project.
Right.
Well, we want to make sure we have some cash flow coming in to finance that bond,
I would recommend.
as in the sales tax passing.
Yeah, and I would recommend that we entertain that discussion. Let's get the budget to a passable point, and then you can revise this budget to, you know what, after we get it passed.
Yeah.
So let's then
Infinite.
revisit that.
Yes, I agree.
And we say, does it make sense to go after these projects? That's number one. Number two would be, is it feasible for contractors and engineers to be able to do it this year? If not, let's entertain the bond next year. These are all questions that we'll have to do and decide after.
Well, and the good news on that is the projects that I had slated for this year have been engineered. So once we decide which one of those is first, then we're not waiting a year for plans. So that's the advantage.
So the only kicker here would be the sidewalk. That's where you have to decide. Now, you do realize that of this 1.6 million, we're gonna cover that 50,000 at the end of the year, if it even materializes.
Right.
Delays would cause that not to be.
So what's holding up Liberty Road then? The Liberty Drive?
Liberty Drive, or the Veterans Way.
Veterans Way, yeah.
So on the plans, there was nothing in the way. But there's a sewer they found when they were out there. So Dalton went out there and verified that, yeah, that's an active sewer line. So what we're going to do, the drainage was going to go to the north, back towards the neighborhood. So they're going to have to re-engineer it to go to the south and go towards that. There's that little pond that's in between there and the school between Westwood. So they're redoing that right now. I don't have that cost yet. So there will be.
They're redoing that. That's going to be the wastewater department.
I'm sorry?
You say when they're redoing it, you say that's going to be the wastewater department redoing
No,
it?
we're not doing anything to the sewer. The reason we're going the other way is to avoid that.
Okay. Okay.
But it is a change order, and so
So this expected cost would be what?
we've got some other savings in this from the project that we didn't use. So we'll be able to carry that, but I don't really have a good feel on what,
Is this $100,000?
that's kind of what I'm thinking.
It seems like, and we didn't know it was there,
I mean, evidently it didn't show up on
and
anything.
it belongs to us.
Well,
It seems like if we continue to make $100,000 mistakes, we could get a GIS person, a CAD person to upgrade how we, what our plan is where we see these things. And then engineers and stuff are aware of it. we're
and
not
some of
making
that is on the
100.
engineers.
Yeah.
That they
Well, they probably say the city didn't provide it to us.
Well,
We didn't know, they didn't know it was there.
say, I don't know about that part of it, so, but you may be right.
I know for a fact we spent a lot of money on GIS stuff over the last 20 years I've been sitting up here. The numbers come up a lot. To
Well,
lay
and
it
I
out all of
thought
our
they'd all
pipes and-
been GPSed, but I don't know for a fact.
What's the estimated project completion date then for that?
As soon as I get those numbers back, I'll bring them to you. I mean, if I have them by February meeting, I'll bring it to you. And then we can start right away.
And the sad part is it's so close. It's just.
Well, yeah, we'll be doing this again. So, but anyway, I hope to have it by then. I have a meeting with the engineers actually tomorrow set up. So we're going to go over all that and see where they are.
Where's this road come out? Between the walking trail and the Mercy?
It
right. It's on the other
it
side.
follows the walking trail exclusively to back to
Runs
Liberty.
parallel to it.
So it's not really, it's gonna do a little bit for school traffic, but not a lot. It's still gonna be just more, couple other chaotic spots.
Well, it'll prevent people that are going to Fort Smith to go back out Westwood and turn left on Center. That's where the backup gets there. And so people who even after school, if they go out that way to go other places, it's going to help.
So good news, the trees are back.
And the trees are back. We went out there and dug the holes and the boys put them in.
So where are we at are you needing us to try to find some more money here, or we can steal it from the other one and get that?
Always find
No money.
That won't make me sad.
No money.
No money.
But I
Well,
think
you did
that
You do realize that with all the stuff you pushed out, with the revenue stream that comes in at $500,000, and with you being broke in that line item, you're not gonna be able to do all those projects without eventually some financing.
Right.
You are. Right.
Sweet.
See what now?
Now,
She's gonna win the
She's gonna
lottery.
win.
are we hoping that the street department director comes back to us and says this, I need to try to finance this? Or is that what we're expected to try to figure out which ones we want to finance?
Yes.
My recommendation
Right.
would be you get a betterments and improvement type of bond to cover all these things. With an anticipated inflation rate based on when you're going to do it.
Right?
Because your bond is going to be for 25, 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
And then all you're going to be recording in your city sales and use tax is the debt service.
Yeah.
And how long does the payment job last?
How long does the
How many years does the payment job last?
Yeah, it had to be,
the payment job last?
it had to be
Right.
researched.
Street pavement.
Some of them lasted about one.
Well, hopefully you'll be building up your city sales and use tax coffers.
For resurface.
Because the debt service won't be a house.
and you did just remind me because we took it off the list, but Aspen Terrace on the west side has been resurfaced. And we solved drainage problems there with that. So we did get one complete project out of that this year.
What was the cost on that?
750, is that right? I can't see.
You're talking about 750,000?
What, you talking about last year?
Yeah.
Aspen Terrace.
Aspen Terrace.
Yeah, last year, it was like up there on the resurfacing tab.
That's over there by Westwood, right? Aspen Terrace.
Yes, sir. That's the first road to your right when you go in. There's a natural spring that's under that. And it kept bubbling up. People's yards were getting flooded. So we still got some drainage work that we'll do in-house on the Center Street side to help that. How many? 275, not 375.
We haven't discussed, when brick grant, when those get demolished.
Well, we're gonna talk about that.
Okay. We're gonna have to go back in and,
That's in the general, we'll talk about
okay. Sorry, I don't mean to jump ahead.
it. I'm gonna keep it focused.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure I understand one thing. Okay, so it's going to cost us another $100,000 to change a change order for a sewer line that someone missed,
Potentially.
potentially. Okay.
It's got savings built into the.
Well, I
Yes.
guess what I'm getting at is, I remember back in the days when we were working on the GIS, and Tim Posey said, you know, it's easier to find the sewer line because you've got manhole covers.
Mhm.
And the water lines are the ones that are hard to find. But, so you're saying we engineered this, we had an engineer come out and he didn't catch manhole covers?
I think it was covered. And so when they found it when they started scraping. And so they stopped and said, whoa, wait a minute. They called me and I said, hey, Dalton, can you go check that? See if it's yours?
Okay, okay.
I mean, it wasn't visible at all.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's been caked up. Of
Which
course,
side of the road is that on?
it's on the west side.
School side? I mean, I'm
No,
talking.
on the neighborhood side.
Huh?
Neighborhood side.
Neighborhood side.
Yeah, northwest.
So I would say possibly, is it between the road, the new street and the trail, or is it on that side of the trail? You know,
It's in between the road and the trail.
so we went out there, Mike Davidson, I watched him do it, build a trail that is suitable for a street,
Yes.
because he had to undercut that
A
the
lot.
size of a dozer. So there was a lot of dirt moved and displaced. I would assume now that may be why that was covered. I don't know that.
Between
That's not a
that,
good excuse.
well,
not
But
to-
there's nothing in or in and around the Westwood plat
That would show.
that identifies that?
You would hope.
a little bit outside of my realm, I don't know.
It will be now.
Yeah.
But also all the drainage runs down that same place too. And so all that silt went all over that as well. So,
So is it servicing the Westwood
yes, sir.
subdivision and?
And probably partially the school on that side.
They catch all that.
What's that?
The school and all that comes off of that and goes right in that area, right where that's at.
Okay.
And you're sure there's nothing in our GIS that shows that manhole cover?
I don't know the answer to that.
What?
Do you know? Is it on there?
It's on there. Man, we got to figure out a way. It's like, that stuff was mapped a long time ago.
Well, I know. I remember when
You
they
can
did
cover
it.
it up a little bit what you want, but he's got it on his.
So when the engineer calls and says, city mark all your stuff, it's 1-800-YOU-DIG
Yeah.
or whatever.
811.
One call.
They walked out there and said, you're clear. And then they
One call
proceed,
did?
What's that?
One call?
Yeah, the whole thing had been one call.
and then they proceed on designing it. And then all of a sudden, we weren't clear.
Oops. Yeah, that's what happened.
So that's on us.
Yeah.
The
Well-
only issue I could see with that would be if the GIS mapping was inaccurate and they went off of that, but
No.
within 3 to 5 feet, maybe. More than that.
Well, but we've got an asset here
Mhm.
that apparently was not utilized, because even if you look at that GIS map, you can scrape around and find within the 3 to 5 feet that he's talking about. It's certainly worth your time to do it. We've got to get that stuff back in the hands of everybody who needs it, because that's a valuable resource you've got down there.
The creek and.
I agree.
this way, this way, or
Yeah,
this
the
south?
sewers on the, he said between that and the trail, on the northwest side, so somewhere between that creek and the road.
All right. What do you think, gentlemen? Where we at?
Well,
Carryovers plus trail,
Thank you, sir.
defer all of the projects.
What I'm getting.
Is that what we're saying? I'm just trying to,
I mean, unfortunately, all this is stemming on the extension of a tax.
it really is.
I mean, if you wanted to get this real down there, you could just cancel everything that's got red and just take them completely out of the book. We'll reset, we'll revisit once the tax passes. I mean, if you want to kick them down the road just because we say you need to have a 3-year plan, that's one thing, but
Well, he's got a software that shows what needs to be done and all of what people are complaining about, and those are priorities.
Oh, yeah.
well, I get that, but if there's no money,
I wouldn't take them off. I would leave them there because that's how.
Yeah.
Well, then you'll-
identify
Well, that's how Tom and I kind of,
the future cost.
So you
Future
gotta also
cost.
consider, and I know everybody knows this, and we've talked about this before, but so you're 2 years away from that, right? From renewal of
it's
that.
gonna be voted on in
it'll be in,
Yeah,
26.
The end of 06.
20, yeah.
26.
it'll be in 26. That way
Yeah.
you know how to budget
Right.
for 27.
My point
it
is
doesn't
this,
pass.
we've done a lot with that money.
Mhm.
We've done a lot. And
Yep.
so we got to go back and make sure that we're showing them what we did, because people
Showcase,
forget.
yeah.
They'll forget after a year. I mean, we overlaid Denver, we overlaid
months.
Main Street, whatever. People forget about, once it's done, they've already forgotten that we did Center.
Yep.
You know, so it's not, because it's not shiny and black with white paint on it anymore. So there will be some of the people that are going to vote to go, I don't know what you're talking about. When did you do that? I wasn't here. Show me what you're doing. So I agree with you to
Low
a
ramp.
degree. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta continue something to show.
Splash pad.
Exactly. Anyway, it's a.
Oh, I agree.
It's a give
I'd
and
like to
take.
take the sunset deal off of it, to be honest with you.
I thought that they'd go with that. I would, but that's dangerous. We didn't do it with countywide sales tax back when I was involved in that. It's every 10 years too. And the cities, as Tom has pointed out, we rely heavily on that. It really should be called the city county sales tax. So anyway. Anything else?
Lakefield sidewalk fund,
The revenue from that comes from permits, comes from, right now, still county sales tax. percentage going there. You pull that away from admin of justice, but admin of justice is still solid as far as their paying money. So it's another year you can still allocate to it. And then in that is a budget for a street to cover $150,000 of any repairs that are being done to sidewalks right now. And they've been doing sidewalk repairs.
so you've been doing 150,000 every year?
Get as many as we can in. I've got a guy who's one of the best concrete guys I've ever seen. He's
Hear that.
particular and he does it right. So they do a real good job. And so we've identified areas where there's places and we've gone in and replaced, dug out and replaced. We redid out here at the school on 10. We did
Right.
Sure.
We did one out at Westwood. That was one off the top of my head that I remember.
The reason I'm leaving that in there is because that's what's making you 200 some odd thousand. But it's also, if you start any kind of cost associated with phase 2, there's nothing in the budget for it, and that'll cover at least the early stages. We'll probably have to come back with a resolution if we go full bore with it.
All right, I'm done.
Thanks, Jeff.
Mhm.
More chicken.
More chickens.
More chicken.
Steroid kicking.
Make the babies be born, nigga. What? What?
Tiny piece of bag.
Okay.
Pastries? Fire?
Yeah.
Sorry, Stu.
I want them to go home and be comfy.
Yeah.
We're gonna be here for breakfast.
I gotta leave at 10:40.
Danielle.
I need to get gas in my car.
Can you call Waffle House and get us set up?
Already sent that email.
Oh, did you really?
I'm out of gas, and I gotta get to Casey's before 11. I'm literally out of gas. I'm gonna be late. I was like, I'll just go get gas after the meeting.
Refill too.
Have I been this late? We got. Yeah, I miss him, thanks, buddy.
I'm fine.
Gentlemen,
Ma'am?
ready? I love y'all, but it's getting late.
That's not live.
By the way, we're
Alright.
short money in other departments, so this is where we start cutting.
Okay, on the contracts that you all have in front of you, there are no changes for Kenny. Right, Kenny? That's what you said. Yes, for Sebastian County Boys and Girls Club, no changes. He's still requesting the $51,000 to be paid out in equal monthly installments. That's it, right?
What line is that?
I don't have a line. I just have a contract of the budget. I just have a copy of the budget, like what Tom just gave you.
All right,
I'm not being snippy.
that sounds good.
After 9, okay?
Uh,
No. Not all of us get paid by the hour, Hunter. Yeah, you are. You answered questions.
Probably hasn't finished it yet. He's hoping it carries over to next month.
Page 1 of 1, humane GEN, humane general.
Under service contract, you mean, okay, so.
68,000 is the account number, fund number. Okay.
Yeah. All right, sounds good.
Y'all good with that one?
Yeah.
Boys and Girls Club remaining the same
Oh,
to
yeah.
assist our children. of Greenwood.
Children's, yes.
All right, Kenny, you may go home and go to bed. Kenny, thanks you.
Thank you, Kenny.
Immensely.
Thank you, buddy.
Keep saying it, so keep coming and see what we have done there and everything. And see the amount of
I do
people
need to.
that come out there. Come in, I'll give you a cup of coffee.
Go
Yes.
for it.
You
We'll take the
provide
trolley
lunch?
out there.
Yeah, we can. Well, there's no seats in it.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Have
you.
those on the subway?
Okay, the next one, the Economic Development Services Agreement with the Chamber also remaining the same. They're requesting the $24,000 total with equal monthly payments of $2,000. No other changes.
Economic development, that's not.
Bob
under-
is here. Chamber.
Bob, we talked about, I know we talked about, and the committee talked about doing this now, or this
Feasibility study.
feasibility study.
Yeah, we're gonna come back at a later point.
Yes.
Okay.
Danielle came out with, the names
Yep,
and proposals.
Yep.
We ran the track lines, we got the references checked.
okay,
We analyzed what they are, and we're gonna come back with a recommendation. We're gonna come back with the recommendation for a smaller amount, which will be about $8,500.
Okay.
But we weren't ready yet
okay.
for this, and we'll come back.
It's not a good time anyway, so as you can tell.
5,000 in that line item
Yeah.
already, so we wouldn't be talking much.
We're talking about a feasibility study for a hotel
Hotels.
to once and finally have professionals tell us if we need it.
Yes. Bob and
Yeah.
the Chamber, thank you all so
Thanks,
much.
Bob.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Bob.
Good night, Bob.
Sounds good.
Good night, Bob.
Okay, moving on.
Bob.
Yeah, John Boy.
Bob. Library contract. For now, I think it's gonna take another year probably to get that done. And even then, I wouldn't imagine that we change. But again, just the $2,500 total for the year to the Sebastian County Library in Greenwood.
Sounds good.
It's the same amount that we've been doing.
And you're here.
That's the same as a librarian, non-payroll.
Yes.
Right.
Uh-huh. Good.
Sounds good.
Sebastian County Library of Greenwood, thanks you. Moving on. Let's see here. We don't have anybody else here. No. Okay, so, the next one, the Sebastian Retired Citizens Association, the Senior Center. So something will change on that. I guess we probably need to do another change because I went ahead and made the change like we were already in our own building and we are not yet. Although we will be shortly. I put in there, I just changed that we will no longer, once we get into that building, we will no longer reimburse SRCA for the utilities like we've been doing. We will just be paying them because it will be our building. And then we'll obviously still provide routine repair and maintenance as needed. But of course, we're not there yet. So I guess we need to discuss.
I think you can leave it as it is until we move in, right? Now, we did a little caveat of.
Oh, the other thing, yes, I'm so sorry.
As I told everybody before, that the idea, if it works out, is to be able to rent that building out for some income. So I want them to know and understand in the contract that we have that ability to do that.
So on the second page, I've added number 10 where it says ownership, that the city of Greenwood reserves the right to rent the facility for other purposes, but not to interfere with the operating hours of the SRCA.
You say number 10, is that just a contract you're looking at?
This is the copy. You all have a copy of it. You should.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we just added that in. And we can change the wording, but that was just what I came up with last minute.
On my thing here, it says increased rate on, so are we increasing it from?
We're still going to give them that $24,000 or requesting that we normally have been giving them to go towards the services. The only thing that will be changing in the future in another couple of months, whenever we get into that building, is that we will no longer be reimbursing utilities like we have been.
So instead of
giving them money, we're just going to
Be paying it.
be paying it. We're just not going to move money.
Right.
They've been paying it. They send me copies of the bills where they show that they've paid it. Then we reimburse them and cut them a check every month.
So what was their original yearly payment total?
24,000 was for the
Services.
services that they rendered for the program.
But they were getting another,
Then we
12,000.
were reimbursing them in the contract for incurred utilities up to a max.
I think it was like 21,000, I think. Is that right?
You could swap it,
Yeah.
that in repairs and maintenance. We covered a certain percentage of the repairs and maintenance and a certain up to a max cap on the utilities. And they've reached the cap on.
Yes, they have. Yeah.
So the problem is when we own the building,
not do
it's not an exclusive.
The dollar
use.
a year
So
thing.
we can choose
We had
to
no-
use it.
I mean, I
It'd
had
be
no
fair
plans
to
to
charge
charge
them. for
Right.
the Utilities, that's gonna be a cost to the city.
Right.
So rather than increase their services, they're no longer gonna have to bear a portion of the utility
All it does is
or
cut into
repairs
what
and
we did
maintenance to the
already if we
building.
did.
That's all gonna be borne by us. So they're not depleting their
Yeah.
program resources.
On
That's why
those.
the 24 will probably still be a good number for them.
And hopefully we won't have much that we have to spend on repairs and maintenance since the building is going to be completely
Yeah, I mean,
redone. Yeah.
Will that be on the city website about that it's?
That's
open
something
for
we're going to be working on. Yeah,
leasing?
we're not there yet. We're trying to wait till they're in the building and then we're going to have to meet with, Lisa and Deanna and see how, because we don't want anybody to mess with their items or their food. We don't want the public going in the kitchen, because, they have all the whole pantry items are full. We don't want anybody messing with their freezers or anything. So this is going to be a process that we're going to have to work out. So we are not there yet. But hopefully we
It
can get
should
that
not-
rolling.
It should not be a big.
It should not be a big deal, but our hope is that we can rent it out for people to have baby showers, at an affordable option, small parties, things like that. Kind of what people use the pavilion for, but a smaller scale, affordable.
Yes, sir.
We're not ready to get to that point involved.
Okay.
I did like 45 years.
Mhm.
Okay.
that is an additional fee.
Maybe small.
Yeah.
You get a birthday party a year.
You can run the bingo thingy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions on the Sebastian Retired Citizens Association? Okay, great.
Sounds good.
Right, let's see, where are we at now?
And real quick, not a budget issue, but just in case you hear some rumor out there at working on that building today, we're not responsible, but there was two gentlemen working on ladders side by side, electricians doing work, hanging the new ceiling. One fell off of one ladder, knocked the other guy off the ladder, knocked him out cold. Ambulance had to come and take him to the hospital. So
We hate that, but that's not budget related.
I just said that.
So we're moving on.
Thank you.
Try not to be here till 3 a.m.,
Brad,
gentlemen.
Can you,
You have handcuffs, sir?
do you have anything? Can you?
Not Kristen, I'm not his person. Okay, the next one is the janitorial contract.
Every day.
Again, no changes, still gonna be the 175 a week. Gina does a great job. We have no complaints whatsoever. So everything is staying the same with her.
I saw that a while ago, but I don't know where it went.
I just told them about the janitorial contract. Is that okay?
And she just does City Hall, right?
She, well, she does
I
the
know,
pavilion, but as
pavilion,
far
right.
as paying out of general,
And-
she just does here.
Okay.
when
And we
get-
will
Thank
look at, we've already talked to her about cleaning the senior center also.
After parties. Not
Yes.
after.
Not after the senior,
SRCA.
not after SRCA. But that's something that we're gonna be
She does
working
not
on and we'll
do-
let you know.
She does not do the PD, correct?
No,
Okay.
they have someone else.
Okay.
Good
Sounds
there?
good.
Okay, great, see? Okay,
Don't give her-
the animal shelter agreement, again, no, did you just,
I had something in my throat.
It was just a little,
dogs, the animal shelter for dogs.
where's this at? What's the,
Where is it?
Oh, we already, sorry, this is just the contract. This is not in my budget.
Wow. You were on a roll.
But y'all have to approve budgets, so you can tell me yay or nay.
nay?
The animal shelter agreement with Mountaintop Kennels. Did they have a copy of it? They should.
Yes, we got a copy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
on.
it's
Okay.
not in this, it's not in the general budget.
No.
No, but it's,
Animal control, but
right, but we haven't gone over the budget. I mean, we went over that budget, but we haven't gone over the contract, but there's no changes either with
She
them.
didn't increase anything.
She did not increase anything.
That's
Mm-mm.
pretty amazing.
Yes, it is very much so.
And they've done a good job.
They have, yes. Yeah, so it's still $18 per day for each animal and then $5 boarding per day for
That's better
puppies.
than zero per day. Once you start increasing it, it becomes zero.
That's true.
Any
More is
questions on that
less.
one?
That's true.
Looks good.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, because we work.
I think that's all, correct? Yes, that's all contracts for me. Good, great. Any questions
Something.
for the budget? Okay, thank
Casey,
you.
anything?
Just for contracts?
This is just the contract.
Oh, okay, I'm done. You'll not hear that again. Jeez.
I guess.
Below that.
Yeah, may I be sent to my chair now?
I thought are you gonna do the,
Well, I would love to do it, but I think that Stuart.
oh,
has
the
to go.
fire's next?
Well, before, I'm gonna try.
He's gonna, yeah, he's got a preface.
Something first, then you review the budgets.
Yeah.
But you need to hear what I'm gonna tell you first.
Okay, I'm sitting down.
Thank you, Danielle,
Thank you,
so
gentlemen.
much
Awesome.
for what you do.
Yeah, wow.
Thanks,
We'll
Daniel.
never make it without you.
And by the way, thanks for setting up dinner.
Oh, it was magical.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for my Diet Coke.
Maybe a candlelight next time. You're up, chief.
No,
No, you're not. I'm
This
sorry.
chief.
I'm
Chief's
sorry.
ours.
No. Keep your seat. Tom's prefacing.
Yes.
When.
These guys.
Zephyr, you're gonna want to hear this.
I don't know if you want me-
Yes, I do.
Uncle Ted.
It means a lot.
This is critical that you hear this.
Uh.
Because it's going to preface everything you do after this. So when we started doing the budget reviews, one of the things that I mentioned to you was that we have to always do general last because we have to see the impact that the budgets have on the operating departments to general. So now I'm going to show you that based on the ones that you've already reviewed, plus the two that are next. That's why we did street first, because the two that are next are going to be general and admin itself and the fire department. So you've already looked at police, you looked at you looked at police, animal control, parks, and planning already. So what I wanted to preface this by saying is that when you look at the dollar amount for the general and admin department, normally, as you see on the screen here, they generate about a 400 to 500, $500,000 in essence surplus. And a lot of that is caused by the fact that there's franchise taxes in there. The franchise taxes covers a lot of the expense that's the deficits for the police department, because they don't have the city sales and use tax side and they have a lot of capital expense. All right, so what I wanted to show you is that the general fund checking as of the beginning of 24 had $2.7 million in it. The surplus that was generated from ARPA when we took the money that was available to spend, which was 1.2 million, and we spent it, we decided to reallocate that to, for a lot of reasons. One was AML's recommendation and the ease of reporting to cover the salaries for the police department in 2023. And that's already been fully audited, as you know. The amount that was promised for the first tranche of that money was promised to water sewer. That's what we thought, and that's what you resolved that we were going to use the money for, until we hit that change in the road and we decided to take a different path. And then you changed a resolution to resolve that to the water sewer, because they were counting on that funding at the time it was promised to them. So the ARPA generated surplus, that 972,000 is the first tranche of the ARPA money that we said was theirs. So you have to remove that because it's still sitting in the general fund. That's where it was deposited and that's where it still stays. That's going to be moved to the water sewer department. So we remove that. And what you see below that is the general department surplus for 2024, which was 379,000. That's a little bit lower than normal. And then the fire department had a contribution or a surplus of 192,000. That's an anomaly. That's normally not the case. They usually are in the $20,000 to $30,000 range in surplus. Police department ended up with a $713,000 deficit, still below what they budgeted. Animal control came in short. Parks came in at 13,000 short. Usually they try to be closer de minimis to the zero. And then planning is contributing a surplus of 35,000. When you add that all up, and just even including the general department, you're 121,000. No, that's not true. Let me go here. You're $500,000 right there in surplus. In actually reduction. That's what it is. It's a deficit because of the 713. So we end the year at $1.686 million. That's the unrestricted, not the restricted general monies. The unrestricted can be used for anything general fund. And it usually covers the amounts that are in the fire, police, animal control, parks, plannings, O&M, because we allocate to them or we parse out to them revenue that's pertinent to those departments. And that's what we're asking them to balance their budget. Now, if they balance their budget, it should be zero or it should be some minor surplus, because that means they're spending at or below the amount of revenue that's been assigned to them. That's how you balance the budgets. Now, this year, if you'll notice, every single department that is susceptible for additional funding from the unrestricted general fund is deficit. Every single one of them. We start at $1.6 million, and you take all these monies that are right now, and that's right now, in the budgets, we would end the year at under $500,000 left in the unrestricted general fund. That's a no-go. That's one crisis away from not having any funds. And I would highly advise that you take that under consideration when you look at budgets. Now, what we have done, we met yesterday, what we have done is we've looked at each of the departments that have interest in that. That's why we were talking with planning. We were talking, Parks is aware of it now. I was at the Parks Commission meeting and I shared this information with them too. Casey can go back and make some adjustments to modify that 19,000. Animal control is 19,000 as well, and there's some reasons for that. But the point is that the biggest areas, police is going back and looking at their budgets as well, and we're giving them some recommendations. But that number, I don't feel comfortable dropping below 1 million. And even that, you're on a dangerous trend.
Does it make sense to, before we look at fire, police, the funds that are going to get city sales and use tax funds or general funds, doesn't it make sense to do general first before we consider police? And if we had this information before we saw the police department?
Well, they do their budgets independently, and you have the first opportunity to look at where their spend is, and you see where their deficits are at that time. So when you see them coming with a deficit, you know you should be thinking immediately that that's coming from general.
Yeah.
This is not city sales and use tax. That's restricted. This is general.
I mean, county sales and use that's being allocated to the different departments from general, but
Well, county sales tax is allocated to these operating departments, not general. General only gets a portion of county sales tax to fund Boys and Girls Club, because Boys and Girls Club's contract that you just approved is funded by county sales tax. That's the only one of those contracts that goes that way. There's no county sales tax given to the general and admin department, except for the Boys and Girls Club's $6,250.
Well, even to get your 456 number there at the end of the 2025, if you're wanting that to be over 1 million, I mean, you don't even have enough in that baby blue area to get that over that, except for the police. If you did if you zeroed out everything, you still wouldn't get to 1 million, except for doing something with the police.
Not true.
So you're saying.
Well, we're going to give you some suggestions. General department has a lot to say about that, plus the fire department. Police has a minor role to play in it too, based on their historical spend. If their amount that they're budgeting is greater than in the rate of inflation for the current expenses that they operate from, now this is not necessarily capital, this is operation money, then we should be taking a harder look at that. They should justify why that's happening. So what I've recommended to the departments, if they're having trouble figuring out where to potentially cut and to help ease this situation, is that they go back to their actual numbers for 2024, and they all have them, and then assign a rate of inflation to that number, just like what you were doing, but you were picking and choosing certain individual accounts. They should go back and take the actuals at, let's say, 3 to 5% for a rate of inflation for 25, whatever they want to project, and then compare that number to what they are budgeting. And that'll help answer the question you were doing about, do you really think that, you budgeted 15,000 and you only spent 7? Well, 7 plus 5%, that's what you should be budgeting for next year. If you don't know what the actual is going to be, or you don't have some reason to justify the major increase. And so I will help them do that, but that's what they're tasked with going back and doing, is look at whether there's pad in that budget. That's basically what you were trying to challenge them on, is there pad? And if there's pad, doesn't need to be in there right now. Be a little more realistic. Let's be more responsible in this budget. The key here is that the general department is at a deficit. That's never happened. They're normally about $500,000 up. And there's big reasons why. So as we go through the general department, you're going to see some of the areas that we wanted to show you what's in the budget right now. And then we have a plan to try to remove some of those expenses in there that we're going to possibly not do. And they'll explain why. Hunter has a good part to play in that. and or some of the things that are wants that could be pushed off potentially to a future period, if you even want to do them in the future period. At some point, they're nice to haves, but are they need to haves?
So that 73,000 for the planning department, was that the?
That's the drainage study. They would actually be in a surplus situation. Their original budget was, but when we discussed putting the drainage study there, you guys kicked it into a $73,000 deficit. And knowingly, because when I did it real time and you saw where it was, but I didn't know if any of the other departments, because we staggered them, what the impact would be overall. What I wasn't counting on was general department coming in at a deficit. Now, I can show you a trend. This is what's important to look at, is these two fields right here. And actually, I guess I'll do it this way. So this is the general department for 2021, 2022. This is an anomaly period. So you have to discount the police department a little bit here because that was covered by ARPA money. So that's why they don't have the deficit. That $1.125 million of salaries was covered by basically almost all of it by ARPA. Now, what you'll notice though, in 21, they budgeted 736. They came in at 515. And before that, that's kind of historical. That's about what they do because they don't always all year long maintain 100% of their staff. So any turnover, there's months go by where that's not filled. It's being covered, but not filled. And that lowers that salary cost. And then when you hire somebody, they hire them at the low step. Isn't that correct? You hire them at the higher end. Correct. And otherwise they have to go to the academy. As far as 2022, they budgeted 595 and they came in at 521. That's the closest in the last 5 years that they've ever come to their budget, but they hadn't exceeded it. The 368 was the budget when we eliminated and covered the salaries, and they actually ended up with 410. So you kind of flip that and you say, well, they were still better than their budget. So that kind of skewed the numbers down below. But as you notice down below, we're budgeting 426,000 coming out of the net, coming out of the general fund. But we ended up at 175,000 surplus, 303, 47,000 surplus. But the trend is bad. You see, we're getting lower on this amount that we're lowering the amount of surplus net. And their departments are the reasons for that. I'll go over here and move that out. So in 2024, we budgeted 338 reduction and we ended the year net deficit of 179,000. Danger Will Robinson right there. You'll see that the police came budgeted at 810. That 894, that's not that far off. And salaries really they actually base salary declined. So what actually increased was the unrelated cost, the certificate pay, degree pay. A new officer coming in starts base pay at the base, whatever salary is for them. But if they come in with degrees and other incentives, they end up getting that incentive pay. Now that doesn't amount to a significantly large $1 million amount, but it went up 14%. So there's a little bit of the salary increase happened in that. Didn't happen in the base. As far as what they came in at $713,000. So it is below, almost 100,000 less. And this 894, that's not out of line if you factor in inflation to their 713, then there's possibly some room to adjust. And that's what I gave them back their budgets to go back and look at. As far as parks is concerned, I'm still waiting on them. Animal control is going to have to be something we're going to have to look at. But the big players are these three right here. So the swing on the general department would be, I'd like to have at least it's probably about $450,000 we're going to have to come up with in the general side just to be back to where we would normally be. If you say, well, let's stay around 400, then we have 380,000 we got to add back. And we have a plan. Do we not?
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
So that's the trend. That's what I've been showing you every year when I do the state of the city.
It looks like the
Oops.
general shows like it has been having the biggest expense.
Biggest surplus.
Well, no, depreciation of the surplus. I'm thinking, I can't see right up there at the top there, but it's like, the surplus has gotten smaller and smaller. Like I said, I guess they're 24, we budgeted, 459, we came in at 378. Is that right?
Correct. Right. And now we're budgeting a deficit. So let's go back to where we're sitting here. These are all the restricted amounts. So this is monies that the general fund these are restricted by this restriction. They're either restricted by being assigned, committed funds. They're restricted by law. They're restricted by, the assigned by city council is really a resolution or an ordinance, because it'll say it on here. This one says restricted by ordinance, the green space virtual account. So those monies are not touchable, except for those specific purposes. But these are free and clear. These are monies that come from the unrestricted amounts. And yeah, you're going to have years when you're going to have a decline in it, and you're going to have to dip into it for various reasons. But there's a trend here. And I'm going to show you that trend when we do the final review of the budget, because I'm going to put all this together in the graphs that I normally show you. So I think what the best way to do it would be to just go through the budgets individually now. And if you wanted to, you can start with the fire department. I don't care. It's your purview. It's whatever you want to start with.
Fire department, woo.
Chief.
As long as he's not heading out to LA, I ain't in the budget.
I only have 5 minutes. Oh,
State your name and address.
Thank you.
5 minutes, so you're already into it.
Mayor, council,
You got a handout for us?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
The majority of things on the budget aren't changing much from last year. Most categories, there weren't much of a change. I think one of the things you guys asked of Jeff and them and before was in the IT section. And Tom, where do you want to start on this before? Is there a certain page or something you want to start with before the others, or because the first page is the salary page, and that's kind of has the elephant in the room.
Yeah, but also you should note that this budget has three budgets. It has the O&M, the fire department. It also has the city sales and use tax budget, just like street did, and it has Act 833. So those three budgets are in. We're going to start with this straight O&M.
Okay. All right. As I said, most categories aren't changing. But before we do the stuff that has to do with the personnel, if you would go to the page which would be upper right-hand corner where it says advertising maintenance. Actually, that's page 2. If you go to advertising management, REPF.
I sure like it when y'all were numbering the things all the way through,
These were printed after I had the Parks Commission meeting, because you have no idea. And you're lucky you have.
So if you're at that page, under computers, information technology, we've got a router station, or just our regular router renewal. The first 2 items are things that are renewals that we normally have. They're having us upgrade Angie's workstation, so it will handle the Windows change. And the laptop that I have, I didn't think the laptop was that old, but apparently it is.
My monitor's going out. I thought that dual monitors was going to be a purchase this past year, but apparently the bill hadn't come in. The monitors haven't come in yet, so the bill hadn't come in yet. And then our emergency reporting software, we were actually able to get them down a couple $1,000s. It tripled in price. We've been looking at other options, and this is the software we use that basically takes care of all of our equipment, all our national reporting. It's our main program we use over there for everything that we do. And emergency reporting, ESO bought out emergency reporting, so that will change to ESO. And we had switched to them from fire programs. Basically, they keep buying it, getting bought out. Well, ESO is the big kid on the block, and they bought them out. And we've looked at some other software programs, and they promise you everything, but that doesn't mean it's going to be that way. I was looking at one for one company, and I talked to chiefs up at Farmington that had switched to it. He said, we've already switched back to ESO. He said it wasn't what it lived up to be, chief. And he and I had looked at it together. And we had to make a change because we couldn't go in a dark period. So we were able to get emergency reporting to get that price down to $4,400 on our reporting program. Our NFIRS program, which is our national reporting, is actually changing to what's called NERIS at the end of the year. It's a mandatory change. NFIRS will go dark, and we'll never be able to use it again, and we'll have to do NERIS. Well, emergency reporting software, or the new one called ESO, will incorporate the NERIS program in their system, so it'll be a smooth transition. That's what they're telling us. And then we do have a miscellaneous technological expense area where we pay for our active 911 program that's on our phones, which, man, it's better than our paging system. And like active radar and several other things. That's where we pay for if we need to buy any type of IT stuff for the department. But the main thing is on that was different from the past years is the emergency reporting went up, and then they're having us get that workstation and a laptop. But it seems like every other year we've been having to change out some computer, whether it was a laptop or a workstation. I say every other year, every 2 or 3 years. Forget that this is my 18th year, and I keep thinking, well, didn't I just get that a couple of years ago? And no, that's 5 or 6 years old. And so I don't like change when it comes to computers. Kind of like I get used to my computer. We'll start going down. Let's see, fire prevention, safety materials, up that just a little bit because the price of everything's going up. I think our office supplies were left about the same. Posted telephone, let's see, all the other expenses down here, we've left pretty much the same as last year. Turn to the next page. I did drop fuel down a little bit. We had budgeted $9,000 last year for fuel, and we did not spend that much, so I dropped it to $7,000. Hopefully that fuel will keep on going down, and we won't have to spend as much. See, our service contracts, everything's the same, should be the same there. Trying to think if anything went up any at all on that. If it did, it only went up a small percentage. Keep going down. Hazmat programs the same. Let's see. We did include this year employee mental health expense, and we put $38.50 in there. And this past year, after our incident in October, we did have some firefighters going through some mental health. They will continue to go through that. I will tell you that I'm also going through that, and it has been helpful. It is available to our guys. They do not have to come request it from me. State law says that each one of them gets 12 sessions a year. Fire and police, that's a new law that came out last year. And they don't have to tell us. All they have to do is go. And the bill comes to the fire department. And it doesn't have to say to me who it is. I mean, I don't know how you go around it. They do, but they're not. I mean, there's a lot of privacy to this, or what it's for. I mean, I hate to say it, the person can go there and, but anyway. So I've put some money in the budget for that because I've seen its value, and it's a requirement by the state. We go back to the third page where you go to salaries, fire. And do y'all have any questions on any of those? That's just kind of our basic budget area where we do regular stuff. This is probably going to be the toughest one. Tom, you mind if we go ahead and skip over to city sales and use tax? Because it's pretty easy to go through on that one. Let's do that. Let's go to city sales and use tax, which is going to be second to the last page. It'll be CSUT fire expenses. Okay. So first one on capital improvement projects. Now, this is all out of city sales and use tax, which we have, if you saw up there, over $1 million in the bank on that. That's what we use for fire stations and fire trucks and anything we do at the stations, maintenance. Capital improvement projects. I have 153,000 here for a fire protection system, otherwise known as a sprinkler system in Station 1. It's also going to require having an alarm system. And I got a quote for 10 grand. Thanks to my person that put in my security things that only have one on every door instead of one central station, it's going to cost me a little bit more, but I hadn't talked to him about that yet. But anyway, it may have a little bit more cost to it. Now, the reason I'm wanting to do this is at some point, and we'll talk about it here in a little bit about some staffing. When we do have staffing, we are going to have to sprinkle the building, and it's going to have an alarm system to it. If I require it for everybody else, we're going to have to do it over here. We've never had anybody stay in the building. I am going to have a discussion with State Fire Marshal's office that since the building was built in 1997 and did say living quarters, is there any way that it's grandfathered in? You've heard the grandfathered in. He was standing here talking to you guys about it the other day. But we added on a bay to the back of the station. So I think that's out the window. And that was in 2015. I don't know for sure. And we may have to put an extra exit in one of the areas. Either way, it should be sprinkled building if anyone's staying overnight, even if it's grandfathered in. I think, and we do not have a fire alarm system in our fire station. And so at some point, it's time to do that. And so I don't think it's going to get any cheaper than right now. I sure hope it will be. But there's money in the bank that we can use to do that. And I think the time to do it's now. And whether we do staffing or not, it'll be done. And it'll be prepared for the future. Yes, sir. Station 2. I don't know of us having staffing over there until we've established staffing at Station 1. No, it is not. I'd have to do it. I'd definitely have to do it there. It was built in 2007. Yeah. So
We wouldn't have to do Station 2 unless it's manned, right?
unless it's manned. Yeah. But it would have to be also. And the size of it's not as near as large, so I don't think it would require as much. But we wait 3 or 4 years, it'll probably be the same price.
Right.
The next one down would be capital expenditures. You see ATV 6x6. Our 6x6 we got in the grant process back in 2000. I think applied for it in 2008 and we got it in 2009. It went through the smokeless tobacco grant. If y'all remember, smokeless tobacco lost a huge lawsuit. And there was a grant out there and I actually talked to the police department and they had applied for it and not got it. And sorry, guys. And they had not received it. And so when I wrote the grant, I used our trail system and our flooding and said how it would help us there, how it would help us at our parks that have hard access areas. And we actually had the top grant that year and we won the grant and got the player 6x6. That was the last year of the Operation Ranger grant. And so it's not out there to get anymore, or I would have already applied for it before now. Also, I've been kind of putting off hoping that Polaris makes another 6x6 because this one's been excellent. It's been a workhorse for us. Can-Am makes a 6x6. We've been kind of holding off, not wanting to go that direction, but over the past year of us working with Chaffee has bought a couple, and they've held up well for them over the past couple of years, and they're glad to have them. I put 50,000 in there. That's not what 6x6 is going to cost, but that is probably going to be the cost after you put put all the lights, the radio, the water suppression, all that stuff in it. That was around 15 grand when we did it back in 2009. And then the ATV itself, I think, was around 23,000. And so those prices have gone up. And so I think that would cover us having it. Am I going to get rid of the one we got? No. I'm going to wear it till it falls completely apart. But we spent $5,000 redoing it last year after our rescue team went about 1.5 miles back over on Poto Mountain to rescue a guy that was off a cliff. And they put 7 guys on it with all the equipment. And I think we figured out it was about 1.5 tons of equipment. And it just tore the heck out of the bottom of that thing and the suspension. And so when we got it back, it wasn't in the best shape. And so we modified it, got a better suspension package on it, got the bigger tires because it used to have the small tires. And this summer, the day we had the bad fires, we had this 8-hour wildland fire up here, and the guys were telling me, Chief, it's on its last leg. We're having problems. And so we had actually thought about that, and that was on my mind when we got the bad fire up on the hill. Was when I get back to station, I'm going to already start looking to see what we're going to do about the 6x6, and so that's why that's in the budget. AWIN radios, yes, sir.
So you're saying that is outfitted or not?
That's outfitted.
This is with outfitted?
Yeah. The AWIN radios, they're getting more expensive by the day. Used to I could get 6 for $20,000. Now it's down to 4. But the nice thing is I'm coming and asking you for 20 for 4 radios instead of every 10 years coming here and hitting you with $700,000 to replace all of our radios. I'm doing them a little at a time. It's just like our turnouts we do with everything else. Let's take care of the guys' turnouts that are about to hit 10 years or hitting 10 years or getting tore up, and then the next year we'll replace them and we just keep them on a rotation. Unfortunately, that hurts us on grants. Grants want you to have everything obsolete, and then want you to keep it for 3 or 4 years obsolete, and then, we're going to give you a grant because it's all obsolete. Well, that doesn't help if I have a person get hurt and they're not in certified equipment when they come down here with their lawyer and say, he was in something that was out of date. So what kind of check are you going to write me, city? I would rather do that than be worried about the grant part. I will tell you that by our change on our SCBAs, by getting those SCBAs modified another 5 years, we can at least go to them and tell them that our tanks have been recertified. And so I think that's going to help us because a lot of our SCBAs are going to be up pretty soon. Draeger has not got the final okay on their new SCBA yet. That's the one we'll be wanting to go with. So I did not put in for a grant for it this year because I don't want to get the old units and have the same problem that we've had a couple of years ago of everything changing and half of them not being able to switch. If I'm going to get 17 or 27 SCBAs, I want it all to be the current state of the art technology. And if I apply for it now, I know the change is coming. We've already seen the new unit. They just haven't got final approval for it. So I'm going to wait for that unit to come out before I start applying for grants for those. Tom had carryover on the outside rear door. We didn't do that this year because right now I'm not sure what we're going to do with that back room at Station 2. Right now we're using it for storage. And we're talking about putting a door into the interior so it's all connected on the inside. Right now it's a completely separate unit. Has its own heat and air. It's just a 10 by 10 room with a bathroom and a closet. But that can be a living quarters in the future. And my plan was to wall that up and put the door to the inside until the state fire marshal said, hey, you have to have 2 ways out of those units. And that was what, when it was down here in December. And I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. So I didn't have time to get any change made. But also, I don't know if we want to go with the same style door because this has 2 side lights. And if I want to turn that into a living quarters, you're not going to want all that light on the
But
inside.
Chief, don't we have 2 doors already? I mean,
Not out of
exit?
that, not out of that room. That's a one day in, one way out.
Okay.
And so Tom and I carried it over, and we'll look at whether we may or may not spend that this year. Is it still rotting on the bottom? Yes, but I didn't want to spend that much money if we were wanting to make a change, like a wall it off. As I said, I was planning on going there, putting maybe a window and going from the inside. But if I have to have 2 ways out for that living quarters, I may need to leave the door in there and maybe change it to not as decorative a door and something with a little bit more privacy. Let's see, we got the engine loan still. And was talking with Tom today. We've got until, August 2026?
26. Yeah.
Okay. We've got till August. That's when the payoff is. Can you believe we've had that truck that long? It's only got a year and a half left. Seems like we just got it last year. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Yeah, about a year and a half after we had to purchase it. Yeah. And thank God, because we got it for, what was it? 615,000 or 600. And guys, that engine's $1 million now.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way around it. 950 to 970, $1 million. Our tower, if we replace it today, which it's got 6 years left, is 1.5 million.
Double.
They've told me that I've looked at one sitting there and I'm like, that thing doesn't have half the stuff ours does on it. How much is it? 1.5 million. And I'm talking about the exact same unit. And it's industry wide with the apparatus. It's crazy. I'm hoping and praying that with our change in economy, something happens to bring those prices back down.
What we discussed, was when is he going to need to replace another vehicle? We talked about one being out of price now.
Yeah, we've got engine 2, which is a 2002 Freightliner, or maybe 2003 I think it's 2003 Freightliner. And right now it's out of compliance. It's a couple of years out of compliance. We rarely use it. We keep it going. We keep everything up and ready on it, and all the equipment on it is good. But it's going to need to be replaced pretty soon. And we're really not sure which way we want to go in replacing it, whether we want to go back with an engine or if we want to go with a engine tanker, or if we want to go with a heavy rescue. Really not for sure which direction we go on that, but we're going to have to replace it at some point. I was telling Tom, I'd like to get the other engine paid for. And I hate to say it, but always have an apparatus being paid for. So as soon as this one pays off, we may be purchasing another one. So we're used to having that payment all out of the city sales and use tax. Now we got to extend it, but there's $1 million in there right now. And gas station 3's preliminaries is 6.5. I can't even come present anything to you. We don't have it. Where are we going to get it? I don't have it. I mean, unless I come in here and ask you guys for a bond, do it all at one time. I know Rod's mentioned that multiple times, but I mean, so Tom and I were talking about it. I'm going to bring you guys a long range plan of what all we need, kind of like we did back in 2008. And I think we did it again about 2011 or 12. And show you what our needs are going to be on apparatus and stations and a training facility. I think right now, I think we could afford to buy a training facility with what we've got. It's just, we've only got 2 years or a year and a half left on that sales tax. Let me go down through here. All the other stuff in here is basically the same. I haven't changed anything else. That was the main things, was those capital improvements and expenditures. Everything else is I've left close, probably the same amount as last year, because we didn't go over. The last page, Act 833, that's funds that come from the state. We actually got a little bonus check. When one of our fire departments in the county doesn't put in for Act 833, our county has written in a rule that says it gets divided among the other departments. The state has said that's the best thing to do, because when the state has that Act 833 money sit in a little fund, after a long bit of time, everybody at the state wants it. And so that's how they're funding this change, where our fire services are all going under Adam. They took a big chunk of that money and are funding the fire marshals, state fire marshal's office and stuff from these funds that have been sitting there for years and years and years from these cities or departments that are putting in for Act 833. Guys, it's simple. I don't know why they're not doing it. It is simple. It takes me pretty much a day and get some information from Tom, and we turn in all of our grant application. It's very simple. But we got about over $2,000 check because there's one of our departments decided not to apply in our county, and they split it between all the county departments. And so, as I said, I use this money this year for, we do it for our gear for all the guys. I also used it for those recertification of our SCBAs, which I'm going to have to use a little bit of that, or some of that money out, because we already sent the very last batch of those, and they didn't send me the last bill of those, about $6,000. I think the bill came in, and since it's Act 833 money, it's money that I didn't use off last year's Act 833 that we'll use off this year's. But I got the bill in while we were gone last week. But those cylinders finally came in. But it's money you guys have already approved to be used for that purpose out of this grant. But our turnouts are getting very expensive. It's about it's over $3,000 just for the top and bottom of our turnouts. And so we have started having our new guys serve almost a year probation before we buy turnouts. I've got to buy one of our new guys turnouts right now, but the other one didn't make it through probation. And thank God I didn't buy it the first year. I'll be sitting with another set of brand new turnouts over there that no one else can wear. And most of the sizes we have, someone else can wear. And if they start wearing it out, then go back there and grab that other one until it's out of compliance. But every once in a while we get that person with an odd size, long legs, it's longer than everybody else, or fat gut or something. And we get stuck. But right now we lost 6 firefighters last year, either to retirement, moving on somewhere else, or needing to move on. And I've got a bunch of turnouts sitting in there. Some of them are pretty beat up. Some of them aren't. But we've stopped doing that and made it to where you have to go through that full probationary period. But anyway, we use that Act 833 money basically for turnouts, boots, and helmets, gloves. Every once in a while, we'll ask for something else like the SCBA stuff, but very seldom. Most of the time, we keep it at that. That way, we can keep those things in circulation. $20,000 will not go very far with our firefighters. That'll outfit about 4 or 5 guys, and then every once in a while, I'll use that and get everybody a change on either a helmet or some type of lighting or some gloves or something like that, so we can all change out. All right, if we go back to the front, go to page 3, which says salaries fire. And so when we're going back to the, was that O&M? O&M? O&M. So this is the monies, this is the funds that come out of the general fund from the county sales and use tax. And so I only have one employee right now. And we're after the COLA. I've put in she's still about 6, even with the incentive I'm giving her $2,000, she's still be about $6,000 under the max. And because we just been, I talked to Tom a couple of years ago, we shouldn't be just jumping up in major jumps. We're doing it slowly. And I know she'd be very appreciative of it, but her workload has doubled, if not tripled, since she got down there and started working for us. We had 1,039 calls last year, and she had not only has to put all that in with our reporting system and and track down the guys with their. I mean, we've made some new rules this year on how long to turn in your reports because finance department changed it where we're not getting paid once a month now. Our guys are getting paid or per pay period, and so they have to get it in. So like this weekend, she came in on Saturday to send some stuff in to make sure it got in here on Monday morning or on Tuesday because of the holiday. And so she puts in a lot of extra time trying to make sure we have Excel spreadsheets for our payroll. So she has to go through there, and then she goes through with our reporting system and enters each one of our reports in and has to send it off to the fire academy. And actually that's going to be bypassed with the new system. They won't go through the fire academy anymore, but they're going to go straight to the National Fire Academy. And so she's got a pretty heavy load. On top of that, she tracking everybody's reports and their basically their payroll, just doing everything else around the station. The 10-hour workday is not working out like I thought it was going to. I thought we were going to have 8 or 10 guys jump all over the place to come in and work 10-hour days. I've got 3 or 4, and occasionally I'll get somebody else. They can only do it at max, I think, 3 days a month, and most of them don't do it 3 days. I think Ozuna is about the only one that does it 3 days. I think Lance comes in on fire meeting days and works so he can get all of his stuff prepared for our training. And then I've got about 2 or 3 other guys that are taking advantage of that, even though quite a few of them, I mean, I think we have 12 that are either on the fire department or an EMS department where they have at least 2 days off, if not 4 days off. And they said, Chief, we just don't have the time, or we would come there and do it. And when we do have time. And what we're seeing is it's only being used. Sometimes I'm lucky to get 3 times a week, most of the time once or twice, and we'll take it. And I've told guys, you don't have to work the full 8 or 10-hour shift. If you can come in half a day, I'm begging guys, if you'll come in half a day. And sometimes guys do say, hey, I got half a day, I can come in. And I said, let's do it. It's in the budget if you'll just come in and do it. And when they do, I'll tell you that the maintenance on all of our equipment and keeping everything ready to go has been night and day. All of our chainsaws are not worried about whether the thing's going to start or not. If it doesn't start, it's because something's happened between last time someone was in there and it just broke. Just finding things like on our SCBAs, here's a little part missing. On our mask, hey, this mask battery went out operation. It's still plugged in, but it's not working. Just regular checks. Angie's created a checklist. Her and Lance got together and created a checklist, and they've got about 8 or 10 pages on a checklist of everything to go through. So when a person gets there, they on this 10-hour shift, they'll go through that checklist, and when they're done, they just go to the next page until it starts over. And then most of the time, a guy will get through about a page and a half while they're on a shift, because you're checking the oil, you're checking the gas, you're checking everything on all the different pieces of equipment. You're going through the trucks, making sure everything's there. Every once in a while, you're washing the trucks. At some point, it says wash the truck, and at some points, it says, go clean the bathroom, and or something like that. So they're staying very busy when they're there. But our call volume has gotten to the point that they're probably getting 3 to 4 calls a day while they're there. 2 Saturdays ago, we had 9 calls in one day. This past Saturday, I think we had 5. We're averaging over 3 calls a day now. I got a horrible statistic sheet I'm going to hand you here in a few minutes to show you how many we're not making. I gave it to the mayor earlier today. Angie reported it for me. But we're averaging out of the 90 calls, we're having about 90 calls a month. I think it's 27 that there's 0 response on. Those are medical calls. That's where we don't have anybody at all to answer them. And I'm sorry, I'm not getting up to middle of the night to answer every call every time. I'm not. I work a long day down here. I answer them if I had a cardiac arrest or something, but if it's lift help and for somebody out in the county and they page us, because they do page us for those calls too. We probably get 5-10 calls a month that are out helping out in the county or over in Bean Ridge. That's kind of our biggest one is probably Bean Ridge area. We don't have anybody answer, and because there's no one available. And our biggest problem is guys are wearing out that are responding to these calls. And is it worth me getting up and being late to work to go to this call? And so that's where the volunteer part is starting to wear on us. I know we've had people in the past say, well, why are we answering all these medical calls? It's part of what we do. We're an all hazards department. We're not just a fire department. That's a very small fraction of what we do. To me, it's the most important. And that's everybody out there. That's the way we can get ourselves killed if we're not trained. But it's a very small portion of what we do. And from getting a dadgum cat out of a tree to cardiac arrest that we had the other day, and we waited 30 minutes for the ambulance to get down here from Fort Smith, and we had four guys working with one AED up on Daisy Street for 30 minutes, and waiting on that ambulance to get here. If we hadn't had them around, well, I don't know if I don't know for sure what the outcome was on that, but I don't think it was very good. But we were able to respond and try. I mean, we were there. If you go down this list, you'll go down after the support manager, you'll see where it says firefighter, EMT. There's 3 different ones on here. I was suggesting that we hire 3 firefighters. And that 3 firefighters is for one position. That would be a 48 on, 96 off. That's 2 days on, 4 days off. That's what they're telling us is best for firefighters now. Most Northwest Arkansas departments have gone to that. Reason being is the 24/96. A guy works 24 hours. He gets 2 or 3 calls during the night when he's trying to sleep. Then he has to go home. He rests. And mama wants him up. Kid has something that next day, that next evening. The next day, he's trying to do a couple of duties, and then he's right back to work. And that his sleep patterns are causing him to have things like cancer, like all kinds. Everything's involved with bad sleep patterns, from diabetes to you name it. And so in the fire service, they're really pushing us to try, if we do have full-time staffing, to go to a 2-day shift with 4 days off for recovery. And it really started coming out during COVID, because guys weren't getting COVID as much because they weren't going home and catching it and bringing it to the fire station. And so that's the type of shift I was looking for. And then we'd have one person here for 2 days, and then he'd be off 4. And that's a total of 3 people with only one. It's one position, but there's 3 people that would work on that position. If the person wasn't here, then we would use one of our 10-hour shift days to try to fill those spots when they're sick or all that. I also kept that in there. So if someone wanted to come in and work shift work, and we would actually have 2 people for just a little while that day. Guys, we're not saturating our budget with his shift work. And so you can see when you looked at it that there was 195 plus in the plus column. That was because we weren't using all that shift work time that we budgeted, because I don't have the guys working that shift time. That's where a lot of that came from. So I spoke with the mayor and Tom today about this, and this is kind of the big thing that's carrying us over of the $200,000 or whatever it was in the budget that was showing us in the big negative. And so our thoughts are, if we don't do it now, if we take it out and pass the budget now, that we come back and look at it after the first quarter meeting, after the first quarter numbers start coming in on our city sales and use or county sales tax, to see if the trend starts going back up. And if not, then later this summer. I don't want to kick the bucket down the road on this. 328 no responses last year. That's an average of 27 a month. and this is not something just last year. It was starting to get this way, but our calls are increasing. Just today, this morning, we got a alarm call at 6:30 this morning for a fire alarm. Little lady had her smoke detectors going off, and when I got there, she said, "Oh, they were going off last night too, but my neighbor was able to get it to stop." Well, he came and took the battery out a little bit, and it stopped, and then it went back in. And it was me and Lance. He was driving the engine. I was in my command unit. That's all that responded this morning. I've talked to a couple of guys from, man, I was on my way to work. I couldn't respond. Man, I wasn't available. And that's what we're getting now. We are at 24 people on the department now. Y'all can beat it in my head about y'all need to recruit more guys. We're trying. I've got 5 applicants since we started trying to put applicants in. 3 of those applicants came from last year or came from last year's guys. I think I'm going to get 2 more that decided not to come in last year, but we might be able to put on 4 or 5 more volunteers. But I don't see that changing. There's a change in volunteering. There's a change in attitude with the people we're getting now. I'm not getting the guys that grew up in the 70s and 80s. And actually, we probably don't need the guys in the 70s because we're getting older. Sorry, Mayor.
Hey, wow.
But we're needing younger guys. And the older guys that we're getting that come in, especially the ones that have been in the military, are awesome. And they service great because they have a different work ethic. I've got a couple of them that have awesome work ethic, and they're the ones doing the shift work. But the younger generation, it's free time's their free time. And by God, they're going to take their free time. They're going to take their rides. They're going to take their hobbies. And it doesn't matter how much I beg them, how much I pay them, what we give them, they're going to have that free time. And I can see it in my boys. I can see it in my son, what his goals in life are and what he wants to do. And it's not the city of Greenwood Fire Department problem. It's a nationwide problem. Fire and police and EMS. We can't get volunteers.
Well, corporations are not being as free with their employees like they used to.
They are not. I don't have the luxury of Stanhope Wilkinson or
CenturyTel
or
I mean, or
AC
whatever it is.
Brown or Randy Davis, or I'm trying to go through the whole list of or Lance Terry or Mike McAllister anymore. Every once in a while, we'll have someone that has their own business in Greenwood that's interested. I haven't had someone that has their own business. I say it. I don't know of anybody in the past 10 years that's come in that owned their own business.
Say Martin Young.
Martin.
Roger
These
Borbin.
were guys that could just leave at any time. The guys that are coming in work for a corporation in Fort Smith. And they're like, well, I work at home, but I have to have 7 keystrokes a day. And I can't leave during that 8 hours. But I can be there right after that 8 hours. So, well, fire doesn't care what time of day it is. And so that's what we're getting now. Or we're getting lucky and we're getting somebody that works EMS in another county and they work for a day and they're off and they're here for 2 days. And then I might get them that day. Or they may be moonlighting for EMS over here. And I've got one firefighter that's a firefighter in Rogers. He works 2 on, 4 off. And I get lucky to get him every once in a while. But he also moonlights for Aerovac. He moonlights over here at Sebastian County EMS. So when I think I might be getting him, ambulance will pull up and there he is. God, I was counting on you today. Well, this pays more. And so it's getting tough. It's getting very tough. And a lot of us older guys are getting there going, holy cow, thank God it wasn't a real fire. Because if it was me and you, we're in trouble. Macy and I looked at each other last week at a fire call, and I was like, looks like me and you and 2 other guys. Thank God it wasn't a big fire, or wasn't a big fire. It was over in Ashbury Place. And so that's what we're running into. And so at some point, we've got to go down this road and start putting people on staff. And but to pass this budget and to get this going in the right direction. I know we're trying to find where to cut, and Stuart's asking for a big thing, but I did ask the mayor, I said, before we hire anyone else, anywhere else at the department in the future, please consider the fire department to be our first option to hire any more employees in the future. Because we're going to get to that point. I'm going to show up waiting on the engine to get there, or I'm going to come down and get the engine. I'm going to go, and it's going to be me by myself, and there's going to be smoke rolling out of the building.
But Chief, I think to make this more palatable, I got some things to ask you about. When you look at page 1, and there under education and training,
Mhm.
we budgeted 9,000 last year. We only spent 4,600. We got another 9,000. So can we cut that back to
The reason
5,000?
I don't want to is because I got to send some guys through Swiftwater training. Our Swiftwater guys are getting to the point that they're not going to be able to do it anymore. And that's the expensive training. The Swift is not so swift. And that's why I've had that, and getting the guys to do it. I had 2 people raise their hand last year saying they were interested, and maybe a couple of the new guys we hire would be interested. But that training is very expensive, and that's why I left that amount of money in there, because when I can get it offered, we're gonna jump at it.
On the, I guess on the election and special election, I mean, are
That's
we anticipating anything?
Yeah, that's $2,500, $2,200. We're anticipating 18,000 coming in. It's split between 8 departments. Each one of them. Unfortunately, we don't, the elections last year, we have to pay, and we don't get the bill until this year.
Oh, okay,
You'll only see that every 2 years.
okay. The, on your employee recruiting expense, you just spent 135 last year.
Yeah, that was actually money well spent through Facebook ads. I didn't realize it was going to do so well. I tried to do that this year, and they blocked me, said that the ad was illegal. It's the exact same ad as we used last year. A day later, said they're blocking my whole site because it was an illegal ad. All it was changed. All I changed was 2024 to 2025, exact same ad. And so I've been asking everybody to share it. So everybody on the department's been sharing it a lot, but they won't let me. I was going to put $500 into the ad this year because they track it, tell you how many clicks you get. We got like 10,000 clicks on it last year. But the bad thing about Facebook is someone from Pennsylvania contacts me and says, yeah, someone from, Pennsylvania calls me and says, how much per hour and what's pay per hour? And you're where? Greenwood, South Carolina? No, I'm in Arkansas. Oh, well, I'm in Pennsylvania. That's the only bad thing about Facebook. So
Chief,
Can we drop that down to, you said we just spent 135. Can we drop that down to, just like 500?
I'd put 1,000 in there.
no, this is something that kind of irritates me. This employee recruiting expense. So I went to at Arkansas Municipal League last week. I went through the grant program, and they were talking a lot about the same problem Stuart's talking about. Nobody wants to do this. So Safer Grant is giving about half of what they're giving is to volunteer fire departments for recruiting and retainage. And they talked about they're not applying, and we're right in our area for it. They give $195,000 to Fountain Lake last year. Fountain Lake, do y'all know the population of Fountain Lake? 474 people.
Salute.
That's a lot.
South of Monticello?
Huh?
Fountain Lake south of Monticello.
It's over by Hot Springs.
They're the only ones in the state that got a Safer Grant.
That's
Bentonville's
the
going
purpose of what
nuts over it.
that's the purpose of what they were saying in here.
Yeah.
They're not applying.
Well,
People
no,
are-
they're applying in Arkansas. They just all went to a different color state. Connecticut got 39
Well, the
grand
municipal
for
league
one
guys
department.
teaching it said these are grants that are out there and they're not applying. So
You'll
so
find out
they're-
more about it at
they're-
the Chiefs
maybe they're
conference or Chiefs
misinformed.
meeting next week.
what?
I said, you'll find out more about it probably at the chiefs meeting next week, because
They-
we've got a legislator trying to address that for us.
Well,
'cause our
there's several
state-
other grants that they say were not applied for, and they're encouraging people to apply for. And of course, they mentioned Act 833. They're saying there's people out there not applying for them, that money's sitting there.
Yeah.
And that,
We apply for all that.
I know we do.
Yeah.
But safer grants are pushing to help these volunteer fire departments to large dollars. And they were showing it. And I went up and looked at it, and I looked at the awards, and there's a lot of big awards for the safer grant.
Now,
When-
Rod, you're talking about them helping these volunteer fire departments that are applying, are you talking about the same kind of volunteer fire department that we are?
Yes.
Or a true volunteer fire department?
They help both.
Okay.
Part of what they do is like what we've got before. So over 20 years ago, we got a safer grant.
Right.
It was your first on the council. Y'all asked me what to do with it, and I said, turn it down. In fact, I pulled my fire file. That's it right there.
Mhm.
Yep.
Pass that down, Tim. You were just fresh on the council.
See
And,
what you
and
look like.
hey, I'm the young, good-looking one in there. Everybody else is old. So, but,
Now, we could apply for one of those.
well, that's,
We can apply, but
that's what they were encouraging me to do. I'm really not sure why I was in that class all by myself, because there's a lot of people there from the city. Now, I was in one before, and Sonny was in there on planning. And, but the safer grant, I still stand by that we should have turned it down. You know, you had a 10-year payout. It
Yeah.
would be regressive, meaning they pay for everything the first year and then less and less and less and less and less. Down to 10 years, you're on hook for $1 million, you know. You're paying for all those firefighters,
it's 5 year. It was a 5-year one on that one.
5 years.
Yeah, it's 5 years.
And
5 years.
at the
20,
time,
40,
we just
60,
come out of the
80.
lawsuit. We got awarded it. Barling got awarded it. And I said, if we take it, I'm afraid we're going to be in trouble. Because a year before that, we were toying with bankruptcy. Arkansas Municipal League was going to take us through bankruptcy. So I said, turn it down. Yeah, it's great the first year because everything's paid for. And then the second year,
80-20, then 60-40. and
right.
So forth.
So it's for 10 firefighters. And in the grant writing seminar I was looking at, and I'm reading it now because I took pictures. They were saying, you know, that where people are not applying for it. You got to be ready for it, but it is a way to, you know, get into a full-time fire department. But you're on the hook, you know, once you get it. I do think we need to aggressively apply for it, but before it is fully accepted, we need to have a long conversation in here what the implications mean. I do stand behind 20 years ago, we should turn it down because it's going to kill us. And we can now, through history, look back and see what happened to Barlow. And it's awful. We have a top-notch fire department, ISO 2. They were exactly like us. The population was about the same back then, if you remember, Tim. They took it, hired all these full-time firefighters, moved them into an old street department, and they're still there. They can't afford equipment. They can't afford anything. Then they started kind of getting rid of them. So they don't have full staffing anymore like they did when they started. But it was for 10 firefighters. Now they're saying it's for 11 in the class. Now, maybe they misspoke. Like you said, they misspoke.
I don't know about the 11 part, but
Okay.
I mean, it just depends how many you're needing.
But they were really pushing that over the years. They've gone left for trying to deal with fire departments that are cities that are our size, 8, 9, 10,000. And they know that they really got to help these communities that are so much smaller because the majority of the United States is made up by volunteer firefighters, pay-per-call firefighters, volunteer firefighters. So they're really helping them out. And then they said nothing precludes you from applying for it both ways. You can apply for recruitment and retainage grant, and then you can also apply for firefighter grants. I think we are at the size that we should be applying for it, but that doesn't mean the moment we get it, we sign off on it. I think we need to have a conversation about.
I'll be more than willing to apply for them.
We didn't have a conversation then. The whole government changed and I was the only one that knew where the bathroom was. And it was Tim's first meeting. Ken Edwards said, what do we do with this? And I said, you better get rid of it. You better turn it down. Now, Don Oliver didn't talk to me for 1 year and the rest of them didn't talk to me anyway. So, but I think we need to have a conversation. They had several other grants in there and they made, a lot of them dealt with fire, with equipment, and they were encouraging everybody to apply for the Assistance to Firefighter Grant, which is also through FEMA.
Yeah.
Have we been applying for it?
Didn't this year, no.
They say that
that's
there's
the
a lot of them
SCBA.
going unfilled, and they're encouraging them. And another one that Gary Sinise, or have we been applying for it?
No.
They say it's ridiculous that we're not applying for it because, you know, they're just going unfilled. And it was really a more long fire. I mean, it was every grant. I mean, it was talking about marine access through y'all, game and fish, and get marine access to the game and fish. And they had one for police that they were saying that they're going unfilled and people need to get stuff turned in. So
Well, I know on the FEMA grants, they're not going unfilled. They're using all their money up. I mean, they're going out there.
they're giving the money away, but
It's all
Arkansas,
going.
we're not getting our
Arkansas is
share
not getting much.
because we're not applying. And I went up and talked to the guy afterwards and he said, hey, the Arkansas Municipal League is here to help you. You need to call. And I said, I'm not writing all this. I have a job. I said, but the city, the mayor should direct y'all.
And he is.
Okay.
What do I say
It
every
is.
month?
Grants.
So it's been 20 years since we got the SAFER grant, over 21 years.
Every month.
How many times have we applied for it?
Haven't applied for it since because
Okay.
of that same reason.
So
Because after a couple of years, we're going to be stuck with $1 million worth of people.
we need to have a conversation with it, but I think within 5 years,
During
Weird.
the Obama administration, they made it to where you could fire them after 2 years. I
Yeah.
didn't think that was fair.
I think that helped Barling.
They probably did.
That helped Barling to get down to
Yeah,
where they could afford it.
because with the original grant, you couldn't fire them within, I think you had to keep them
So-
at least 2 years. after
So
the
we're
grant.
sitting here, us in Clarksville are the largest volunteer fire departments operating in Arkansas right now. We're the same size, but everybody larger than us and 4 or 5 smaller than us all have full-time fire departments. We're not going to get smaller in the next few years. 5 years, we're going to be a lot bigger. And our problems are going to grow. And when we applied for that grant, you know, we'd lost Macy Honeycutt. She's dead. Now,
I don't know who that is.
well, she's a little girl lived at 145 Grand Oak.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. I thought it's this person writing the grant. Oh, yeah, I know who
No.
you're talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. We lost, yeah,
And I'm
That's right,
saying
that's right.
and of course, we'd lost the Whites the year before,
that's correct.
and that helped us with that grant. You hate saying it like
Yeah.
that, but that helped us with the grant. Well, we're kind of in that spot again. And I was asking them what we can use that, like Fountain Lake has got $195,000 for recruitment and retainage, what we could use that money for. Could you use it for healthcare benefits, you know? And they said, I don't see why you couldn't. So I think we need to be actively applying for these grants. And I wrote down and you should have been in there with me, Stuart, because I sat with Heber Springs Fire Marshal and Fire Chief.
Yeah, they're brand new. I talked with them when they were there.
So you saw them there.
Yeah.
Well, we sat together and we kind of visited. But the deadline for the application of that grant is April 12th.
Which one? Is that Sanichi?
No,
It's an easy-
for the SAFER grant.
Oh, it's already done. That was back at the end of last year, unless there's another opening. I
Well,
haven't seen any openings coming up yet.
they
for
do
this
it
year.
every year.
Yeah.
And on their board, it said April 12th. And I looked it up on the internet and it says April 12th.
we'll look at it. I just know we just had the thing closed.
Well, I want you to do more than look at it. I want you to apply for it. And I want you to put the application, you don't work for me, you work for the mayor. But as a courtesy, I would like you to put that filled out application in our packets. So that would be March meeting.
I can only fill it out online, and if it's not open, I can't fill it out. I'm just telling you, right now, according to things that I've gotten, there's
Well, they were
not a
telling us-
period coming open yet.
Well, they were telling us we need to hurry up
Okay,
and get these things applied for, but maybe they're misinformed.
okay. I'll look
Okay.
and see.
So I would like to see you apply for this SAFER grant. I'd like to see you apply for retainage and recruitment, which brings me back to where I originally was sitting there looking at, which AC brought up. So we have line item and we give you $3,500 in the budget for training and recruitment, and you spend $135.
Yeah.
So now we're like, why do we need to give it to you again? I think we need to do the opposite. We need to be doing more recruitment and retainage of these people.
I just want to ask you, what's your thought on what's going to keep you?
What's going to keep
What's
me?
going to keep you as a firefighter? Because I've yet to figure out what the guys would want to retain them. Besides, they all say, well, pay us more money, but we don't do that. Some have said it'd be nice to have.
There's a group that come in with me
Mhm.
20 years ago, and we were all kind of self-employed, and extending municipal health care to them would be a big plus.
Oh, that's also in here.
Well, I
don't know
I
if
think that
y'all,
would mean more than about anything else.
Let me ask you a
Did we take
question
that
while
out?
we're talking
Go ahead.
about that. So we've got $71,000 in there for health insurance for the volunteers that we've never had before. And that's busted that budget. But there's I used to work for Conoco. They were self-insured. So they had this policy that said, if you've got a group, if your wife has group policy and you choose not to use Conoco's policy, we'll pay you X number of dollars a month. So if you have a guy out there who's got good insurance, his wife has good insurance, or he has a full-time, whatever the case is.
Yeah.
And they don't need this insurance, that's a savings of $5,532 per volunteer per year. So you could put in a little bit, and if it's
Yeah.
legally able to do that, and let them decline it and give them incentive to do that.
yeah, we've only got on our, we only put for 15.
13.
I got
With the
13 in
13,
there.
I'm sorry, 13. And I remember we had taken 2 out today, but I couldn't remember where it was. But we have 13 in there. And so I don't know, we may have 13. I mean, the other day when we mentioned it, everybody raised their hand, but there's a bunch of them that work for corporate. And so I don't think they're going to need it. But at least
that's-
offering it.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is if they've got a job that offers them insurance and we could give them $100 a month to decline it and say, if we don't spend this money on you, we could give you a stipend or a monthly amount to encourage them or use as incentive to use the other policy that comes via their corporate. And that could save you a chunk of change, not having to spend money on those
It's
policies.
outside the box. I mean, it's,
I think it's a good idea. I was just telling them that's a good idea.
If it's possible.
If it's possible.
Again,
It's
it goes
possible.
back to
Yeah.
how do we say?
because I know Lance
Do a
talked with
$100
someone
stipend
today
for
and they were
volunteer.
like, you know what,
Hey, guys, if I could take just 2 minutes.
Yep.
The problem with the shift work is I put countless hours over there, 17 years ago. In fact, the problem with the shift work is because there's nothing to retain nobody. And the problem is we don't retain nobody, we don't have nothing to offer. The one thing, myself included, because I pay out the ass for insurance now, so if I had a benefit, because I had nothing to gain over there after 17 years of service in the city of Greenwood, plus the years sitting there. So that's what some of us were talking about. We don't have a retirement. We got this little pissy retirement that's in Plan B that we'll spend 20 years over there and we'll get $400. $400 to go across the bridge.
You got 200.
You know, so we haven't had the option to be able to take that money that we get paid to put it maybe into a retirement or anything like that. And I'm reason speaking because when he's out of pocket, it's my headache over there. And so at the end of the day, we don't have nothing to go back on. And so the guys that are doing shift work, I mean, why? Why am I gonna come down there and work for $20 an hour, myself included? I do it because like Stuart said, on our training days, I come and get our days ready for the training nights. It gives me an opportunity to kind of get away from my job for a little bit and put some time in down there to get that ready. But at the end of the day, I'm losing money out the butt for what I do. I mean, $20 an hour, I they say that you go to McDonald's and make that for what we do. Just like this morning on that call, if it would have been the real deal, Mr. Stewart probably wouldn't be here. He'd probably laid up somewhere. So, but there's no benefit for us and the guys. Yes, Steve, you're right. Some of these guys, they're all raising their hand, but at the end of the day, you got probably 15 to 30 of us, they're not gonna take it because their wife's got good insurance, they got good insurance, and they don't know what they're gonna get offered. But you take a guy like me, you know, other guys that are self-employed, well, we're gonna look at it because, hey, that's a little pat on the back for what you've done, you know? And so at the end of the day, that's huge for us. So that's a lot of the reason that the shift work's not working because the guys, they're not gaining anything from it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think it's good that we're adding the health insurance to the volunteers. That's great. I'm just saying, you know, it should be a benefit to them and save us money. And it's a win-win if they don't need it for us to continue to have to pay for it, you know, and so, but no, I think that that's absolutely.
A minute worth of my thought on the full-time stuff. The full-time stuff with one guy on the shift, and I'm gonna step all over his toes when I say this, but it's worthless, okay? In the fire business. Because we get called out on a medical call or a cardiac call, do you want to do chest compressions by yourself? No. Do you want to find a structure fire by yourself? No. So, like Marley, they're gonna mess around, they're gonna be writing a big fat check one of these days to somebody because they're using two guys. Somebody's gonna get hurt, and by FDA, and by OSHA, now OSHA's gotten involved in the fire service, it's gonna be even worse. So, the two guys that Marley do every day over there for their deal is just it's a firecracker waiting to blow up. I mean, it's a train wreck. The true thing for a fire department is 3 guys on shift. You gotta have a driver, an operator, and an officer to make decisions. And that's another thing during the day. When he's out of pocket, the guy's over by himself is having to make decisions for millions of dollars worth of equipment on his own. And we're talking about the guy that was wiring the house or laying tile the day before, if he's out of pocket. Because I can't always be there. The officers can't always be there. So you take a guy like, oh, heck, I'm just use Angie's husband, Corby. He's like, well, hell, I don't want to make that decision. I want somebody to make that decision. Well, that's why we got officers. And those guys don't want to make those decisions. So when they're over there by themselves, you got a $1.5 million ladder truck, you got to get it out, and you get messed up. Well, who you got to answer to? That guy's sitting right there. So, but that's the problem with the one guy. You're either going to want 3 per shift, or you're not going to want any. Technically, you're right back to where you're at. And even at the 3 per shift, you're still going to have to use the volunteer system. So at the end of the day, that's what you got to take accountability. When you go into this, it's all in or done, really, in my opinion. And I mean, I hate to say that, but this is the facts. I mean, in 37,000, you're not really going to get anybody. That's accountable.
Starts at what, 42?
Yeah, I mean, Barley's paying 51. I mean, granted, they only got 2 guys per shift, and I don't know where they get their money. I don't care. All I care about is making us better. But at the end of the day, we're losing people left and right because this younger crew, all they want to do is ask why. They're like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? Well, why don't we get this? Well, we got a vehicle out of Station 2 because we got some of the newer, younger people out there because we're going to burn my gas coming into town for a call. So Chief is accommodated them with our other Tahoe out there. So those guys, they live on that side of town, the east side of town, so when they get a call on this side, they can get it, drive over to them and burn their gas. So I mean, hell, I mean, that's tough to.
It's different.
Yeah.
You know, why, exactly, so, and I'm not.
He's that age right there.
Trying to butt in, but I had some things as far as my position on the fire department that I wanted to come out here tonight because I knew this was coming up. Say, because, I mean, y'all hear from him all the time, but I want you to hear from a different perspective. Because the one guy per shift is still gonna have to wait till I get there or anybody else gets there to even hook a hydrant. I mean, hell, we can't leave the truck.
We talked about that today.
I mean, it's never ending.
You can drive the truck there, but someone's got to grab the hydrant. Someone's got to operate the truck while someone
The true
nozzle.
thing is when this ever
The
comes to
360.
light, and I agree with Rod, we need to apply for that grant. And when this thing comes to light, we need 10 men. Because you're gonna have 3 on a shift, and you'll need
Or
one
women.
to change in for people that want to offer for sick.
The guy teaching the grant class, before I forget, he did say, you know, there's certain things when you're applying that you can kind of kill yourself. And if you ask for less than 10 men, that FEMA really wants to supply a shift. And it said, so if you go in there and you ask for 2 or 3 guys, you're probably going to get turned down. They want to supply a company and have an entire company there. They don't want to pay for the officers, so they don't want to pay for 11 or 12. They want to pay for the company of firefighters.
And that's where you as a council need to know that if I apply for the thing, when I come in here,
You need
it's
to
gonna,
apply for
there's gonna
10.
be a big price tag at the end of the grant process.
If the grant is offered, we need to have a conversation.
Yeah.
But that doesn't need to preclude you from constantly applying for that grant, because we are at a size that we're going to wake up in a year or two and be in a lot of trouble.
What is that? Sorry.
We would have been in trouble up here if it wasn't for those wildfires during the day and everybody was already close. And that was so fast. The response was so fast by the people that are already here. We look good.
Tell me what that means on that safer grant. You're talking about you pay for it at the end. or-
For grant, it depends how they set it up each year. The year that we got the grant, it was, the first year, the city of Greenwood paid 20%.
I paid zero.
Or paid zero.
Zero.
They paid 100%. Second year, we paid 20, they paid 80, all the way down until we were paying 80 and they were paying 20.
Of what
And then
amount?
of the total salaries
Okay, so the salaries of whatever you.
of
it's
the 10 firefighters.
So you
And then
could look
after
at it
your-
like, they pay for 10 firefighters first year, second year they pay for 2 firefighters. I mean,
Or 8.
we pay for 2 firefighters. They pay for 8.
Right.
The following year, there you go, all the way down to where
So
all
is it
10
literally
firefighters.
Till
are.
it's literally all in.
Is it
all
literally
for
2
us.
every year? I mean, that's-
Well, I don't know
Yeah,
about 2,
basically,
but
yeah, that's what it is,
it's
2
kind
every
of
year, you're assuming.
And 1 year, it was a 2-year process, and then they could fire them at the end. The year that we did it, you couldn't fire them. You had to keep them for so many years afterwards. And so we were like, not only is it going to be $1 million that year, but it's going to be $1 million for a
Well,
couple
just
of
to
years.
fit your
Well, I say
purpose
million.
anyway. If you start it and you fire them,
Yeah,
you're right back to where you
but there
were.
are departments that took it and then did that.
No, I'm sure.
And so, yeah, it's a process. It's an easing you into it, but at the end, you got to be prepared to keep it, because then you're going to tell people, we got 10 firefighters and now we're back to nothing.
Something else that I talked to Dr. Johnson about was actually at our fire chief conference deal was trying to get him to legislate the fact that they could change that if they would let, as a volunteer, let us pay into lock. You know, we get a little check for what we do. We don't have that option of being able to pay in for a retirement, for a retainer for people. You know what I'm saying? That's something that I was asking him to check into as far as, because that would be huge for people as far as keeping the retention part of it. If, you know, knowing me as being self-employed, and that I had another option, because at the time I retired, I was not gonna be on Social Security, so, I mean, and I wanted to work the die plan. So the thing about it is, if I had some way that I could have took that and reinvested it back into the retirement part of the deal, then, well, my God, I'd work on 50 or 50 years. You know? I mean, you'd be there forever.
Did he pursue that at all?
He took it to heart. I know he did, Mayor, but at the end of the day, you know.
Well, he gets asked for a lot of, he
The
gets asked
lottery
for a lot of
board.
things.
You know, but that'd be a huge deal, because a lot of you guys talk about that. And the reason I'm even saying that is because I hear a lot of stuff that he doesn't hear from the guys. And that's part of it, is just the thing like the shift work stuff. A lot of them do not want to make that executive decision with taxpayer dollars on, because everything we own, or y'all know, we've all bought it. It's expensive, it is major money, and then we have to answer to him and you, y'all, of why we've already had one wrecked fire truck.
Well,
You know what, that, you know.
paper towel on the floor.
So, anyway, I just want to get.
So back, I want to go back to your first comment, Lance, if you don't mind, we're talking about incentives to keep what we got and keep whatever age group they are. So you're saying, if I heard you right, that an insurance is a big deal.
There's been a bunch of them, I mean, like myself and a few others that mentioned that if it was just offered, because anything that makes it better, I mean, because some of the guys has got insurance, but if the city insurance is better than theirs, I mean, you'd be crazy not to do it, but we've never had that option. I know that, I talked to Rod, there's some other, departments out there, that's how they, like Parks for example, I'm pretty sure they offer their department insurance, and that's why there's been several states as long as they have, just because they were self-employed, and, you know, they had a little benefit, you know, so, I mean, at the end of the day, for what we're getting, Mayor, you know, as long as I sit up there, for what we're getting with the fire department, yes, we're getting hell of a deal. We all know that.
No doubt.
But at the end of the day, that hell of deals will go away, because I can name 5 guys right now off my head that if we quit or retire tomorrow, I can tell you tomorrow at 10 o'clock, if my house catches on fire, it's gonna be rubble. It's done. There's 5 of us. All it's gonna take is 5 of us leaving. The 3 of us in this room. And so I'm just saying 4, but at the end of the day.
3.5.
At the end of the day, I'm just being honest with you, because I know how it works, and I know our ability and what we can do and what we can't do for the time and the effort we put in. So that's the scary part. But like I say, just if there's something there, I mean, I don't think they offer like insurance or whatever, like Steve's talking about a stipend back or whatever. I don't think that's a lot for right now. Because I just, my 2 cents is the battalion chief on the fire department is one person. Yes, it's a start. Don't get me wrong, but all they're gonna do is get the truck there, and if all the rest of them are still working, they're gonna be going. They can't do nothing. That's the sad part. It's either 3 guys on a fire truck, because every station you go to in the world has a driver, an operator, and then an officer to make those decisions. Because you want the right guy making the decisions with millions and billions of dollars of equipment. And so that, I just had to get that off my chest, because I know that he's had a lot of pressure on him as far as getting some full-time staff, and he wants some full-time, he needs it. But we got to do it right if we're gonna do it, in my opinion. And I may be up turning you up tomorrow, all he wants to, but it's.
I think Lance is right too. I mean, I don't know if we can get our, our congressman down there at the state, to say, to participate in some way in the lofty system on the volunteer side, especially, I guess, for paid volunteers, especially because.
Good time for you to have a nice bill.
But I mean, the one now for the incentive to stay on, really for the thing that we get, like you said, $400 is not going to go that far these days. If you put in there 20 years, you only get $400 a month or whatever it is.
Statewide, it wouldn't just be for us. I mean, that would be a statewide deal
Right.
for everybody. They would have an opportunity.
But the other thing I'd like to see our congressman do too is consider saying that it's kind of like our Arkansas National Guard, to try to give businesses incentives to, when they get a fire call, let that employee go, to help his community.
Example, like myself, if we was able to do that, through the fire department, the years over there, what little bit of money we got paid, I'd it all went right in there. Because I'm not doing that for the money. If I'm doing that for the money, I've been gone 6 years ago.
Sure.
So it's not about the money, it's about, wanting to help, do things, but it's getting to the point where we're having, some of us older people are having to do it all because we can't get no help. And the reason we can't get no help, I don't think it's because we don't have anything
Offer them.
to offer.
I know this is a good conversation, and I appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts and your heart. Yeah, I know it's important. I do think we got to get back on track and get this budget going. And I don't mean that any way other than everybody's got a life too, but
One other thing
we've
that I
got
want to talk to you.
one more, just to
Okay.
wrap it up, Ted.
Ted.
You're
No,
crazy
do it.
for a reason.
No, do it. So I think what's important here is everybody's got to say a little something, and we've never really had this conversation out loud. In my opinion, we've all kind of hum-hauled around about it, and Chief and I've talked, we talked to Tom about it, and everybody talks amongst themselves. So I think we're all after this, we got the same goal in mind, finally. It's just how to get there, and the
Mhm.
question is for Tom and for us to figure out whether it's probably not to pass it now, for sure, but certainly start looking at how to get, and Rod, I'm not kidding, they hear it every single month about these grants, so I didn't know those existed. So
Well, no,
you will be held-
we've all known that Safer
No,
existed.
I didn't. I don't know. Say,
Yeah,
Sure you did. It's the one we turned down. I mean,
I wasn't here.
Yeah, he wasn't here back
well,
then.
I'm just saying,
I am not that
well,
guy.
the only
Here's-
reason
here's
we
the deal.
haven't been
No-
asking for that is because
Nobody's
of
gonna
the,
occupy that building until the fire suppression system.
So anyway,
we can move
so
on.
focus on the grants
So we can-
and
We
we can
focus
move
on
on.
grants. Definitely.
So as a
We make good
councilman,
points, Ralph.
I know.
knowing where we're at,
Get blind
I'd
squirrel
pull the
finds about every once in a while.
112,430 out and for now,
Wait a minute.
and look at
Well,
the
one, that's,
Safer grant.
Well, it's more than that, the insurance.
yeah, that's not even as Tom will tell you real quick, that's just a number of, that's just a salary
I know
total.
that.
That's not anything. Isn't that around
Yeah.
300,
They haven't announced it.
I mean, you can figure lot fee and
217 with all the,
Take the health insurance and you take Lofty, which is 33,000 more,
right.
because that's the contribution from the city that we now have.
Sure, the three guys, I would take them out.
Right.
Right, if you
And-
come out.
So that,
The problem I have with the health insurance is I don't know if you could separate
Yeah.
your volunteers from part-time associates in the city.
Right, we've got other- yeah.
And that would be something that the city would have to then bear, because I don't know if you could offer it for one side and not the other.
Yeah, that's stuff for us to check out, him and Danielle.
But, I mean, the bottom line is, we gotta get to an approvable number.
Right.
We talked, there's no discussion about them never getting it.
Yeah.
We talked about him sitting down with me, we pull it for now, all of it, all of what I just said, and that would contribute, that would make a surplus. If we pulled those three items I just told you, it would make a surplus of 18,000, right at 19,000, which if you look at your year, that was the budget for 24. That's about what they normally do. Again, this 192 is an anomaly.
well, I'll say, how many part-time employees do we have in the city?
Let's see, there's
City was three,
three.
I'd say,
That recycling.
I'm counting the recycling.
Um,
Aaron, Mark, Tim.
seasonal help,
Right, yeah, no.
I'll offer it to the part-time employees, keep it for the volunteers.
There
That
is
needs to
a
be
difference
incentive.
between firefighters that you critically need and a part-time employee.
But if it's just three, I'll go ahead and include the three in there because again, not all of our firefighters are going to take it. Just like Lance has said, I mean, because some of them already said, "Hey, I'm already working for a corporation or whatever that's got our insurance, or whatever."
pick it up after an open enrollment.
There's not.
So that means it wouldn't even be available to them until next year.
I mean, I can ask them, but that's not part of, I mean, that's not what we didn't sign the contract for that, and, yeah.
So
I
we
mean,
have to
that's
research
adding
that.
without a qualifying event.
But all I'm saying is that's not even gonna get you to have.
That's a qualifying event when they're saying they're eligible to be offered it. That's a qualifying event.
Yeah, I would think they would
Not
be a
if they have
qualifying.
insurance. They can't change.
No.
They'd have to wait until open enrollment if they currently have it. So if they say yours is better and I wanna opt.
Yeah, if you're just-
Well, no, I think it's a qualifying event when you're saying you're now offering it to them. That's a qualifying event saying it's being offered.
well, Councilman, could we just leave it in the budget what we have and we'll and see if we can get it passed and then we can figure out the particulars or?
Well, okay, and what I'm hearing everybody say, including Lane, was that the current structure that's there is inadequate. Right?
Structure
They're
of,
saying It needs to be more than three. We had this discussion.
yes.
But we didn't think three was adequate.
Well, if you look
We
at the
just
federal
want to take
government,
baby
they
steps
say it's
into-
not adequate.
So.
They don't even like funding.
Correct.
2 or 3.
So what we need to do is we need to sit down, it may take 3 months, who knows?
Mhm.
We can come back in the first quarter with a solid fiscally responsible plan to do it. Right now, it's thrown at you.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's thrown at you when every other department's in the same boat. And it's gonna kill that, amount of money that you have, and you're gonna be doing this for 1 year. And then no one has any money. So you cannot use city sales and use tax to fund your firefighters. Because that's illegal based on the taxing structure. And in 26, you're gonna have a critical vote. Plus you have a sunset on your truck, because that goes away then, and that was the goal. We were trying to get that paid we were trying to get it paid off before the vote. Because if that vote goes away, you didn't want to have the debt structured with nothing to pay for.
As we talked and agreed today, it makes sense. And especially after I hear what Lance says, if you wait till after this, we get this tax renewed back in place, so everybody can take a little bit of a breath. And by that time, I know that's 2 years, but as we all know, time flies. And by the time you get these grants lined out, and the time you get a real plan, and you find out what it's going to cost, and to get 10 guys, and if Safer steps in and helps, it'll come together. And after we get our tax renewed, that's my thought.
I agree.
Well, I still agree that we need to keep the insurance in there.
Well, we got to find out what we can do. We may not just be able to throw
Well,
that.
here's the other thing too, even if they agree to let us bring them all on, your firemen are gonna have to pay up. I mean, we don't, that's only if they.
That's right.
If you employ only, there's no cost. But if they have dependents, they're gonna have to pay ahead. So what that means, they're
That's
gonna
right.
come up with a few $100s
Plus,
right now.
plus I have to build that, because
Right.
we can't use
We can't, that creates a whole nother thing.
We can't loan.
That's more legwork for them. Yeah, we can't do that from the paycheck.
volunteers, not your full.
So we need to study this out a little further.
They don't get a set amount that's based on how many calls they have, and it might not be sufficient enough to actually cover the expense. So I have to bill them just like I bill you.
I know, but I'm just thinking, we're saying 13, but I feel like, probably only like saying 5 or 6 are going to take advantage of it, and stuff. But I think it's still been able to offer it out there to recruit new guys, and even retain, guys that are on there right now. I think it's,
Do you have to offer?
we couldn't offer it in the past because, the insurance companies wouldn't, allow it.
And you
Now
just
we
say
can.
it.
We can offer it yet now. They need to look at it.
A municipal league says the firefighters can. A municipal league says if they're on municipal league insurance, they can cover firefighters.
Let us do some research on it. Can you just offer it to the firefighter and not offer a family plan to a volunteer?
Whatever y'all wanna do.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I bet we can, I bet it is flexible enough to do that.
I don't know. I'm just saying, that way you don't have to track down money.
But here's the point, I'm sure that they're needing family coverage.
They probably would be.
So,
Well, individual coverage is better than no coverage they have right now.
I'm sure that they have coverage at their other jobs, but, unless they're self-employed and then they're paying huge out of pocket. But it's like 183 at pay period, so they're gonna have to come up with 183 times 2, like right now. If that's
And
something we
the
can
guys
do.
that are interested are the guys that are self-employed. Most of our self-employed people.
Probably.
But then they'll have to look and compare, if what they have better or what we have
Yeah.
better.
But you'd want to, I kind of like what Steve said, is if someone didn't take it, they'd get some type of small incentive.
I don't know about that one, because our people don't get incentive.
So I don't know, just as a recruitment
Just something
incentive.
to look at.
Yeah.
One
Is that
thing I was
something we
going
can
to
look at?
ask you is,
Yes, sir.
one thing that really hits me in this meeting is the risk that we're looking at right now, because the picture that y'all are painting is we can't get people potentially off to a life and death situation and handle that. And it's not just, you may have the probability of something like that happening, maybe 1% in a given year, but the cost,
But I've got to
your
present it to
risk
you.
is the probability times the cost. And that can be amazingly large. It seems like in light of where we are right now, we seriously need to look at, like Rod said, at approaching that and figure out a way to restructure so that we can get to that point and prepare for it. But I can't imagine what would happen if we had a scenario this summer like that grass fire we had that got too close to a residential area and took out a number of houses and cost some lives. And we had one guy sitting there with unable to do anything. That scares me to death. And
We've been pretty good about avoiding that, I guess you'd say, but all of us, especially the guys who've been on a long time, are seeing the change on how people are responding. It's getting smaller and smaller, the amount. That's why you see a higher number on the amount of money that I budget. You see that there's a lot of money there. It's response and training. Guys aren't available for training as much either.
okay, so while we're thinking about all this, would you said there are communities smaller than us that have full-time fire departments.
There are some.
How are they doing it? Find out how they're doing it.
I guess because
We've been
they didn't do it
investigating
grants.
revenue streams.
It has everything to do with, they just had fire and police and nothing else when they started out a long
Well,
time ago.
but I mean, that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Look for ideas.
They're
You
doing
could
it.
be
with-
smaller than
it's-
Greenwood
It's a
and have
combination.
better tax revenue. It all boils back, if you will, sorry, that guy again tonight, taxes. If we don't have the tax revenue to pay for stuff, we don't have the stuff. And you don't have the tax revenue if you're not growing. So we gotta,
Can we have a study session for the fire department? Maybe a long-range plan? We can discuss all these different options here in the next couple of months.
yeah,
Well, too, some of those towns, when they started, like Stuart said, they had a fire and a police department.
right.
And their city laws and ordinances and tax revenues were set up to fund those.
Just
And the parks and the dog catcher and the sidewalk funds and all this other junk wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Planning, whatever, all the money went to those fire and police, so they were able to.
Same way our police department has 20 people here now and we don't. It's just, it was something our city concentrated on building up over time.
And they used
And-
one of those grants under Bill Clinton to bring a bunch of other people online, and they paid for it just like the SAFER grant.
Same situation, yeah.
Yeah. But now we've
So-
got those people and we've built up the organization.
And
Okay, yeah,
I think we need every one of them.
Let's get the budget.
Sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
The only other
So
question I
I'm
had.
fine with eliminating the 3 firefighters and the associated lot fee, but I sure want to keep the fire insurance incentive.
Showing you the numbers.
Okay.
So when you do that, the deficit goes from 202 to a deficit of 65,194. Difference being, what I said the surplus would be if we eliminated the health insurance at this time. And then we go back and decide how to feasibly do that. So what you've done is you made the general fund go from 400 and a little over 400,000 to 596,000. So you satisfied with that?
Well,
Okay, so what we need to do now is we gotta make up the $500,000 difference amongst all those other departments. One being general, and general's got a plan, but it's, right now, we're looking at possibly bringing back $300,000 to the general fund. And by doing that, that's gonna leave us 280,000 more added to 500. So you're just under 800,000, you're in the high 700s. You're still $250,000 short of $1 million. Decide whether you want to live with that, and we'll add 73,000 back, that'll get you to 800,000. So I'm just showing you where you are. Right now, if you wanted to make it to where you can approve it, you literally could approve this with caveats. You could put freeze on capital expenditures until we can modify this and get a handle on this and go back and look at everybody's capital expenditures,
Yeah.
pull out the wants, and keep the needs, justify the need for an actual serviceable use for 2025, especially if you move most of your projects to 2026. You probably don't need to go buy some of that stuff right now, justify it. And we have those conversations with them. And we go back and we look at maybe an inflationary rate to their current spend and see what that does. But there's not enough time to do that when you've got a budget approval coming in 2 days.
Yep.
So I would say, we'll do this and we'll leave it there. We'll leave it short of $1 million if we want to, based on when we look at the general department. But at some point, we gotta go back to the drawing board and come back with some more fiscally responsible. But
Well, how easy would it be for you to, just add like saying a 5% inflation factor on these things that we said, that, yeah, it looks like they're,
I can modify the budgets, but the ownership of those budgets are those directors.
well, right, do that and say, hey, this is what, it's going to affect your budget this way. Can you live with that, department head?
Well, that's exactly what I just suggested, only in a little more diplomatic way. That we, the directors and us, go back and do that. And when I told the police, go back to your budget and do that, I had sent them the budget, and that's what they're doing. They don't need me to do that. I don't know what rate of inflation they are gonna anticipate. I gave them a range of 3 to 5%. But they're gonna have to then go back and justify, no, I wanna keep this high. Why? Because I know some things, and you heard Street tell you that. Street said, well, I'm gonna keep that high because of this. Well, we don't see that in the budget, but they're gonna have to go back and justify it. And when they come back to me, I'm gonna challenge them on every one of those things. I'm gonna say, okay, you're still keeping this higher, why? And if they don't have a good reason, then that's when he makes the decision. But we need to come back to you with a budget that we're happy with and we can live with. And right now, if you pass that budget, it would be over my advice.
Has anybody been the devil yet and took out the COLAs and see what happens?
The COLA is got a little bit more reaching impact. That's $100,000, just so you know, to the city. But water sewer plays into that. And water sewer is a different animal. You didn't hear us talk about water sewer at all, and that's because water sewer generates their own income.
Right.
And water sewer is healthy, especially with their rate increase. And they've got a good plan. They've got a 5-year plan, actually. And their rate study forced to that. So we know what their expenses are down the road, and we know how they're gonna attack it. But if you pull it out, you can't just pull it out from these 5 departments. That would be a disservice to, if you pull it out from everybody, then water sewer's like, why'd you punish us? What for?
I'm voluntarily forfeiting my $73,000 to offset that 103 to maintain employee morale.
Good job.
You gotta remember that the COLA, according to what now the employees feel, and I'm kind of like giving you a balanced approach to this, is that is inflation.
Oh,
I
yeah,
said,
I
what's the
understand.
COLA and the merit? Then what's the COLA, then the merit? Okay.
But it's also incentive to each one of
Yeah,
them
you
to
talk-
get that,
You talk about incentive.
you know.
I wasn't saying pull it.
Yeah,
I'm just
but I'm
saying.
talking
is
about
that-
the COLA,
what would-
any of that.
What would be the help of it?
The COLA's still on the table as an option. It's $103,000
Right.
right now in tax to the city. But I would do that as a last resort.
Right.
So
absolutely.
what is the merit on?
Well, the
part of
merits are different. I'd have to go back to each department and calculate that impact. I can do that, by the way, but not right now.
Okay.
It's 11:24 and I'm getting a little antsy because I've been here since 6 a.m.
I
Okay, so
understand.
what do we
Question,
need to do?
Tom.
Are we
On the
good or we not good?
Can I ask this question real quick?
We're not good right now.
No, we're not-
What do we need to do to
Unless
get,
you're willing to live with a $500,000 reserve in your unrestricted.
Well, we need to go through general. Let's go through general
Well,
now.
general's gonna.
Are you what?
I done.
Okay, I guess you're right. Yeah, I don't want to go
Is it
through
your
general. I
turn?
guess we'll do
Why am I
another day.
done? I didn't know.
Tomorrow night or what?
Thursday night.
Thursday night's the night we're gonna approve.
Well, I guess not. We still got.
You can still ask about it Thursday too.
Just get it done. Let's go.
Ask your question, Stuart.
Let's go.
Tom, when you got rid of the 3 full-time positions, did it take their health money out too?
No, it said that. Health is a separate line item. It's put in, you have 13 budgeted, that's still in there.
Can I make a suggestion?
About that we were planning on for, if we had 3 full-time positions, their actual health that we'd be paying in on them. Not. the
That
ones
came
for
out.
volunteers.
Yeah, that did not come out because that's in the health line.
Okay.
I'll pull them out.
I
That's about, yeah, that's 460,
Okay.
300 some odd dollars. I'll pull that out, that's mine.
Okay, so it's minor. Okay.
Can I make a suggestion, chief?
Yeah.
Willing to take these 3 firefighters out for now
Absolutely.
and put a moratorium 90-day on capital expenditures for all departments.
Well, we can decide that after we go through the general.
Well, I know, but I'm just throwing it out there now to keep that in mind, that to help when we come back to look at what your deal is and what everybody else's deal is, we've got,
Yeah, I would say put that on the table.
That's what I'm saying.
Write that down as one of your caveats.
Yeah.
There should be caveats and directives. So you direct them to do something. You say, there will be a moratorium. You will go back and identify
But-
the needs.
and if the council wants the insurance left on there for these volunteers, leave it on there for now. I'm just saying. And then she and you and whoever else needs to do some homework on that to make sure we're good. Sounds like municipal league says we can, but we'll double check and see what that looks like as an incentive to those guys that are there now. Sound good?
Is a moratorium for 90 days? I mean, that's still going to make it applicable for 2025. I mean, that's not going to really help us, is it?
Well, we're not taking it out. What we're asking them to do for that 90 days is don't go, you know what they do?
Talking about going out there and spending all
They go
their
out and spend the
capital
money
expenditure.
the day after.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Sure.
And then cash flow kills us.
Okay.
Just for the capital stuff.
Yeah,
just
that's
for
what I'm-
doors. I
right.
mean, the equipment.
You know, I wait till the end of the year.
Huh?
You know, I wait till the end of the year.
You are an anomaly.
Well, amen.
They cash flow kill it because they go out and get it.
It's kind of like the mechanic's truck. It'll be ordered tomorrow if we patch the budget tonight.
So
Duct
what I
tape it.
want to do is put the hold on that until they go back and do what you're directing them to do.
Do we need
which
that?
is review.
I agree. Okay, that makes sense.
It's good.
You're done.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
by the
Thank you.
time you get the
Thank you.
lights and the radio, it's $100,000.
That's what mine was Susie in the box.
What's-
All right, ready, go.
Now I make a
By the way,
motion.
so fire chief, I'm saying the same thing I did before, just so you know. I gave him as much as he can get, so he's maxed.
I make a motion. We
Make a point.
continue
You're maxed.
on Thursday because it is late.
Do not.
We haven't talked about
I have sat here all night.
No, I
It'll
For
be-
nothing.
Fire away,
We're
Danielle.
here.
See what you got, baby.
we're here.
Okay, I'm quick. It's not bad.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna do the salaries last, so, because that'll, okay, if you'll go to, I don't even know what page this is. Where it starts with workers' comp insurance, 603.
It's not number, it's the thing title in the corner.
It's general.
Oh, council meeting fees, general, sorry, these page numbers.
Got it.
Okay, I know, hey, I'm tired, I normally go to bed at 8:30, cut me some slack. All right, I don't have any changes on there, we're not,
Again, what page are you on?
council meeting fees,
general.
Jen.
Let's make these general.
It's like the fourth page.
So you look
Fifth.
at the increase. City council meeting fees?
No.
I'm not,
Okay, where are you starting then?
I'm just starting at the top.
Okay, janitorial services.
Yeah. Okay, I don't have any changes, on this page at all, except for whatever's going up with DCR, which they've already went over.
Okay, let me talk about the issue. Only because they didn't mention it. They sold you on everything here. I asked Terry Adams the question about stabilizing the network connection in the north section and expanding the wireless. And I said, you're up $20-something thousand from the previous years. And usually we do have some recommended hardware and whatever, but is that critical for this year? Could we move that to 2026 if we needed to? And his response was, well, that's, you hit the nail on the head. They're hardwired right now. So what's the downside of moving that off? That's a not necessarily a critical item. 14.8 and 1800 are something that if you looked at that and you said, I'm gonna cut that, you could move that.
Is that, well, I'm just worried about it affecting the employees in those sections of the city hall.
They're hard.
Yeah, they've got an Ethernet, which is actually faster, much faster than wireless. So Ethernet is hardwired and fast.
He's fast.
They're trying to run fiber over there.
Yeah.
Fiber lines they were running.
Right.
Wireless. There's some wireless boosters they're putting in. I mean, I'm specifically over there, and I don't have very many issues with speed. I do have the occasional delay, but it's not.
Yeah, same.
It does not affect my work.
Mm-mm.
So the 1,800 for the expanding the wireless is probably a good expense for this year, just to ease some of that connectivity issue wirelessly. Is that what you're saying? This 1,800 for expanding wireless?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we could have better wireless over there, that would offer some additional freedoms to us.
Okay, so you leave the 1,800, but the 14.8 is,
Right.
that's, you're up to your discretion.
Oh, me.
Everything I know, which is nothing about all this.
Well,
IT,
you don't even use a
Be
computer.
quiet, just for a second. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. You're right. And I was going to say that my,
Yeah.
my office is not that. I don't rely on that because I rely on.
I'm not having
Danielle
any problems.
in her office and she doesn't have problems. Charlotte,
Okay.
I don't know. Charlotte, do you have issues?
I do not, and I told Terry that my computer's working just.
So I say we hold off.
It's really-
Agreed.
Now you don't want to brought it up. I didn't want to bring it up when they were doing
it's
it.
just
No,
something-
when did they-
And I like Terry
When
too,
did they
but he
say
is,
that Windows 10 is sunsetting?
Yes.
Yeah.
October 25.
Yeah, that they
When
need-
is that?
everybody needs
October
to-
25, he said it was
Okay,
sunset.
so we need to replace those machines by
and you
then.
you look up there and see my name on or my title up there. I don't need truly, I'm not a computer guy. So all my stuff's on phone and Danielle. So
You said you'll make my last on the list when they do it.
But you can't have wireless 10. You can't have Windows 10
Absolutely.
on your computer.
Yeah, if there's some
Because they
computers
no
that can't.
longer support it. It's no longer got security patches.
Yeah.
It
That's
leaves
the
you
whole-
vulnerable.
Yeah.
So you got to do that.
All right, we
So-
canceling this 14.8?
Is part of
14.8
that,
needs to
right,
be-
mid-year.
is part of that
Yes.
$14,800 part of security or just the connection?
It's the rewiring we're talking about, and then there was some additional discussion about additional costs. And I'm saying, let's talk about that in 2025.
Okay.
26.
Well, then I agree.
His opinion, I only say that because
I
he
did.
mentioned it to me. If you
I
were-
did.
Okay.
He said the same thing that Terry said. He said, I'm only responding, I put that on there because of what I've heard from the people that are talking to me, is what he said. But when I asked Terry and Dave, is this necessary or should we put it off a year? He said, oh yeah, you can put it off a year without a problem.
There you go.
Right, okay, moving on.
14.8.
Mark it 14.8. Okay. I don't believe that there's any other changes on the rest of this sheet, unless there's something you all notice and want to talk about.
That Adopt a Spot program, I mean,
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's not something that I mean, I pay the bills when Jeff sends them, but I don't know that we need $5,000. Tom, do you know?
Bob, how, do you know where we stand on that? Or is that something we can postpone?
Yeah, it can be because Jeff got stuck with some significant delays in a couple of the things, material that is to do it with. And so there's very few people doing it. So
Yeah, he only spent $615 out of his 5,000.
it's not much money one way or the other.
So I'd say let's omit it then.
Now, the city has advertised it, so.
I will tell them that it's been discontinued till we may look at it next year.
I know, but hey, we're trying over here. All right, we're canceling.
Postpone.
Now, you're going down the list, right? You're not following the page. that way.
Yeah, he's on the same page that I'm on.
Right.
It's down at the bottom.
Six. very
60110,
Okay.
right there.
60111.
Yeah.
You want $5,000 off?
If they flood the phones tomorrow, wanting to adopt a spot, then we'll figure something out.
1,000?
Come back and have a special call meeting.
You want to just put 1,000 there, or you want to just nix it?
I'd put 1,000.
1,000? Okay. Yeah, we only spent 615.
All right, 1,000.
Okay.
So let's go back up to the city council meeting fees. That's your guys' thing.
Double it.
I'm surprised you went right over that.
Cola.
Well, COLA's in there.
Yeah, take it out.
Cola's in there? All right.
COLA's in there and it's,
Unless you take it out
it would
for,
make you just don't get a raise on that. You have the ability to do that, but
Those
your amount that you're getting paid right now is $955.09. So that would go to $977.06 with the COLA. I just wanted you to know.
That's $22 more.
I can get
You
cheap.
can't take it out.
I'd say keep it in there, COLA. It's just a COLA. Let's keep going.
Cost that 73 for you, but
I
That's
should-
73,000. We're talking about $22.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't even get cheese
Come
on
on.
a hamburger.
It's
Yeah.
the principle deal.
it is the principle of the deal. COLA.
Well, I didn't even know I was gonna get paid when I started
not.
doing this.
You're not.
So I don't
Who
need
told you
any
you were?
extra.
It's made payable to Ted anyway.
Oh, wow.
What was that?
It's made
Ted.
payable to Ted.
Yes, indeed. I would like to start that incentive program. Okay, great. Moving on. Y'all want to keep your COLA? It's great.
Yeah.
Next.
Okay,
Yeah,
next page. I would like to go faster. Fees, professional. The next page, fees, dues and memberships at the top right. I am requesting that we increase that to 10,000. We're having to pay a lot more for the background checks and drug testing than we had previously done. Okay, well, there you go. We did that last year, or, right? We don't have to do that every
Yeah,
year.
but that'll lower you from 10,000. You want me to add that to the additional?
Yeah.
I feel like that should be a function of planning.
What's the additional miscellaneous
No.
professional fee expense?
The redistricting fee is a job for the city council only.
Yeah.
When we want to move the boundaries, we move them. That's-
Yes,
We get
indeed.
Yeah.
one perk.
Not that one.
Gerrymandering. Wapadiddy can look like.
I don't know what that is. I did not put that in there that I can recall. Additional miscellaneous professional fee
That's
expense.
fact. Somebody
Oh,
quits, we.
okay. Can we cancel
decide
the
who
1150
knows.
then? That's what I'm asking, the 1150, not the 750. Yeah,
Mhm.
I know, but that's not, I didn't,
Well, the
Do you know?
point is you're wanting 10,000 and we broke out
Fine.
all the different.
Okay,
there.
yeah.
So how do I make up the 10,000? Well, if you don't tell me what it is, I have to put it in.
What if you make it 9,250? Cause you just dropped to 750.
I'm thinking, like, what is the,
What's it, I mean, we
He
took
just-
out the Wapadiddy 750.
Yeah.
He just
That line
added
says
that to
9250.
additional miscellaneous professional
I
fees.
added it to them
Oh.
because she wanted 10,000 in that account.
okay, I don't I just need a little bit more. If you, I'm sorry,
You upped it, what was it last year? Total?
8850.
Well, so 90, the 9250 or whatever it is minus that 750 is more.
Yes,
You're
that's
good-
fine.
You're good with that?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be 10.
No.
Tom, just put it to that, whatever, 750.
So
what
if
is the additional miscellaneous professional fee
I
expense?
don't know.
It's to make it,
To make it
because it's
more.
not specifically listed out, it's to make up whatever number she wants. And she told me 10, so I had to make it up an additional miscellaneous.
Oh,
Here's our
Fee. It's
miscellaneous
not
number
something that
again.
we currently know of, but,
so,
so you're saying you want it to be 80?
well, I was saying that the eight, whatever, 750 minus.
I'd
Put
say
You could-
omit that 1900 and make it, because if we need something, we'll address it again with a resolution or
Put
whatever.
it back to 1150, Tom, where it started,
Because
please.
if I did that, it's 81, it's less than what's currently spent, so 80, what was it?
It was 11,800,
Take the 750
1150.
off of the 10,000.
All right,
Yes,
now
thank you. That's
there's,
great.
Well,
Right there.
it's 10
Beautiful. Thank
It's
you.
10,000 right now on my list.
I know, he just fixed
He
it.
just took
He took
750.
92.50.
Okay, then when you take off that 1150, because miscellaneous is a vague
Then
thing.
then
Huh?
that'd be below what I've
Below what
spent.
you currently spent this year.
If you add the Celsius to it, man, it gets.
Yeah,
I'll take
so-
out the 150
Celsius.
and-
Okay, boost up those other ones, but I think that miscellaneous is, I think we need to have everything fine tuned, so boost up the other ones, get rid of that miscellaneous.
oh yeah, we took out the miscellaneous earlier. That's what he's saying.
Well, on these line items, if there's not a justification or a detailed breakout, there's just a dollar amount there, technically that's miscellaneous.
What say all
When
of
you have
you?
codification and all
Not
those
just
up there.
one. What do you say?
Because
1150 in or out?
that's used for.
In.
Down here.
Don't care.
No, we gotta know.
Huh?
We gotta know. 1150 in or out?
Looks good.
1150 in or out?
Yep.
Out, I guess.
Out. Ted, I mean
Out.
Steve.
Yeah.
I
Out.
mean, he's just gonna add it back in another spot.
Right. So
Yeah.
that's why I say leave
Just
So
it.
leave
it's
it.
fine.
I just say
Yeah.
leave it.
He said
Just leave
out,
it.
So how many? Out.
It's 3 to 3 in.
I'll break the tie in.
Next.
Moving on. Okay,
Sorry.
The other thing, nothing else is changing on this sheet. So it's still the same price for that air evac, which we do cover the firemen. Okay, and you all. So it's all the same coverage, same company.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, next page.
Can we get new stickers? I can't find my helicopter sticker.
Mhm.
My truck.
Make a note. We have some. Yeah, we'll get you one.
Yay.
Okay. Next page where it says fees, dues, membership, Jen, just the next page. So if you'll notice that we've removed several things to try to help with the budget. We've removed Parade of Flags money, the mural. We wanted to order some more snowflakes, smaller ones. We took that out. Took out the mayor's prayer breakfast because he never has it
You need to
anyways.
get flags and banners out. too.
Flags and banners needs to
Also.
be removed, 5,500. It's a little
Is
bit more.
the beautification renovation of the square still in?
No.
Thank God.
Yeah, the streetscape, yeah,
Streetscape.
it is.
Well.
We're getting there. Well,
Well,
we can, you're gonna cut
kinda.
it?
I'd rather you do all the other stuff and not worry about it because the square is beautiful right now. I haven't been. a
Hold on,
big-
I'm gonna get there. Can you
Okay,
just give me
my
a
bad.
second? Let me
Yeah.
get there. You will notice if you want to question that we added in that AML planning meeting cost the city $2,000. What that is because our beautiful, wonderful, gracious mayor will soon become the president of the Arkansas Municipal League. Whoop, whoop.
Right.
And so when they come, they're gonna come here in August. You're gonna have
Executive committee,
Yeah.
spouses.
40 to 60 people here from all around the state coming for 2.5 days
Where are they staying?
Unfortunately.
at your house,
Yeah.
make your
We're putting them
home.
up- We're putting them up at the council.
I got a blow up mattress.
Yeah. Well, the joke was that we would all be Airbnbs for them, but they're going to go to Fort Smith. I'm handling all the things. But that $2,000 is going to be for like PR merchandise, like City of Greenwood items.
Yeah.
We also have to pay for like the snacks and drinks. We would be having to pay for the meetings, but I'm thinking I can get sponsors from area businesses to cover those. So that is.
It's
that's
time for
new.
our city to shine.
Yes, indeed.
Stay focused.
Okay,
List that
great,
the governor-
good.
So what's now what'd you say the flags and banners, what are those for?
We took them out. It's
Took out the flags and
5,500.
banners? Okay.
It's been removed.
That's a, what was that, 20 grand-ish on this page?
Yeah.
Along
I think so.
25?
Okay, next page,
Is
service
2,000 regardless for
contracts.
that? Is what, for the AML meetings, the 2,000 a month?
Well, we're hoping that we
I'm
don't.
hoping it's not even that because like I
AML actually
said,
pays for some of it.
I'm trying to budget just a little
I want to
something.
make sure we Cadillac that deal up.
Absolutely.
Yes, 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 yes. Yeah. We have removed under capital expenditures. We're gonna remove the two wayfinding signs, so that frees up 15 grand
Where's that at?
under capital
67.
expenditures.
Service contract, humane general.
67, 610.
Remove the
Wayfinding signs.
signs, okay.
So that gives us 15,000 more. Tom, if you'll remove that.
I do too.
Yes,
We got
that's what he
four. I'd like
says.
to go at least out more later.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those signs can wait till 26.
Let's see. No other change. Oh, well, there's the big one there.
FEMA grant, what is
I'm
that?
getting,
That's the hurt grant.
I see, if you give me a second. Okay, the FEMA grant, the portion of the grant is that 335,000. Those are for the home buyouts, right, Hunter, for your deal? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so we have that much committed?
Bless you.
Our match to the grant. And that was when we originally had 19 interested properties. I am
Right.
down to 2.
Wow.
These two have already bought new houses. They are committed. We've committed to them with $94,000 last year. FEMA has not released the ability for me to pursue those two yet. I would like to purchase those two properties and then remit the rest. It's hindering the city's ability to obtain additional grant opportunities,
Right.
so it makes sense for the city to free up 240 something thousand.
Yeah.
And it's just a smarter decision right now.
So we can knock off that 1 million, then knock it down to 200,000?
Well, it wasn't 1 million anyways. Our part is the 335,000.
Well, it's listed as 1 million.
Because the revenue that comes in, the 75% is
Right.
also budgeted.
Right.
So the net is the 335,000.
Right.
But I have to budget the revenue because we're gonna have to book that revenue. So we have our total outlay that we would have to do first, and then we get reimbursed. So the difference between the revenue and the expense is what our cost is. So if you were to go up and look at the revenue line, the net would be 335, 115. Now, what we said is the two houses, which you did a budget resolution for last year, was $95,025. Now, is that our cost, or is that what you then would bill 75% to?
That should be our portion.
That's our.
Yeah.
So,
Around about. And that figure's subject to change based on demolition cost and a couple of other associated fees, but that was as close as I could get assumption wise. I mean, you would be safe to book that at 100 even and just move on.
What was, what was the purpose that we had so much interest and now all of a sudden we don't?
It took so long.
They're just,
So they lost interest in
They
doing
haven't,
it
they haven't been
themselves.
flooded lately. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
2 years. and-
Right.
Yeah.
Decided to stay.
Hasn't been a flood in a while.
Yeah.
Where they're gonna go, they can't afford to move.
Yeah, I'm about to
anywhere.
say the rising cost of housing. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
but I'll promise, if something not so wonderful happens again, the interest will be back.
Still can't afford to move anywhere. So,
Did we talk about the office remodel?
give
No,
them
not yet.
half the deal.
He's gonna do that.
We just cut your cost in half. The next time it goes to a quarter, take it or leave it.
There you go. Scope of work change to maintain the grant and
Sure.
apply it somewhere else. That way we still benefit, but we don't have the cost associated upfront.
Sure.
And if I can do a scope of work change, I'll come back with a budget amendment later on.
And he and we are hoping that's some sort of drainage issue.
Okay.
Drainage or even a drainage study.
Study.
70,
Right,
$7,000.
say something around 70.
Would be nice.
Good job. Yeah.
See
I'll
what
just
they'll
let you do
do.
your little thing after I get through this real quick. That okay? Next on the capital improvement projects, we have removed Tim Terry, you'll be glad to hear this. We've removed the
You're
landscaping
welcome.
in front of the flagpoles. It looks fine. I agree.
That was 5,000.
So we removed that. And then that streetscape, the total that we've gotten from Crafton and Toll is that 276,000, but there is a grant that I'm going to apply for the spring, and it's an 80/20 grant with RDOT. I mean, unless you all don't want us to do that, but
I think you ought to apply for an 80/20.
yeah, I mean, I'm going
I agree.
to. I can't apply until the spring, but
And so the streetscape grant is, our portion is 276.
no. Should just be 20% of that, correct?
Right.
Okay. Hold on.
I was working on the other.
I know.
Now, I would say, just for fun, even though it's not until April is a few months away, the 276
The change.
could change.
Yeah.
Yes.
It shouldn't change $500,000, but it could change to 300 easily. Estimated prices.
So our percentage could be $60,000.
Well, it could, yeah, yes, it could. 20%, yeah.
So not the 276.
No, that's the total.
That's just the total of the
cost
project.
project.
Okay.
that's not the grant, that's not what we're hoping to get in a grant.
We're hoping to get a grant for 80% of that.
Okay.
So
From
like
RDOT.
top, like,
But you're not gonna incur the cost and get the revenue this year.
Right.
What you're saying, you're giving up the total cost to the city with that total cost of the grant would be $55,270. The net between the revenue and that is $55,270. So that's the amount that you would save if I pulled that project.
Right.
Because I would take both that expense and the revenue out. And when I do, it's gonna add $55,270 back to the bottom.
and I wouldn't mind, and not that anybody's asking me, I don't mind pulling it just like you just described and applying next year, because by next year, I would have a better answer for those that are asking, who's going to maintain the new landscaping. So that's something to consider. You know, anytime we put something in, you got to maintain it. And we're dealing with, we're getting quotes on
Mowing and
all landscaping. So-
What's that streetscape grant? What was that actually for? Is that their square
Yeah.
beautification?
yes.
That's gussing enough to square more than it is.
We don't have master gardeners around here anymore?
Gardeners?
Yeah, master gardeners.
No.
Is that a thing in the past?
They're older than I am.
Yeah.
with the Parks Department. That was-
Used to have a garden club.
We did.
We
They're
had-
gone. Literally.
The Cooperative Extension Service had them. I mean, I think we just gotta look harder. I know Cooperative Extension Service has them. I know they have clubs.
Well, the ladies that were in the
Garden
group
Club of
there, they've all
Mass.
gotten
Yeah.
old and don't want to do it.
Serve gas.
So if there is something with the cooperative out that way, yeah, let's look for it.
Oh, wow, that's a tough one to get in.
Do it yourself. No joke.
Okay, you may keep going. Can I go?
He looks at it and says, "No."
Okay, nothing else on this page that we have changed. Well, I mean, unless, do we need to talk about this grant eligible expense, the senior center or not? Because that's already been, okay,
That's 100%.
okay, yeah. So we're not gonna have to really pay that. Okay.
What's that one? The
The
grant?
very bottom, grant eligible expense for the senior center.
That's 100% reimbursable. We just have a cash outlay until we
Yep.
do.
Okay.
And what page is that again? The grant-
The same one that we're on, just the bottom.
General,
The bottom of where you just.
461,550.
461,250.
61,550.
61.
Bottom.
That's how much it was before.
61.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the amount's 461.
Oh. Oh, that one, yeah, okay.
Just get somebody in that building this year, please.
We're getting really close. I don't give you a full update tonight with
I
pictures.
thought that was supposed to
Painting?
be.
There's
April.
floor going? What?
I thought it was April.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's already end of January.
So that grant, that's an
coming.
expense, but then we get reimbursed for it.
Yeah, 100%.
The revenue. The revenue is booked exactly for the same amount of the expense. So
All
it's
good.
Net neutral to your budget.
Beautiful.
It's a washout.
Sweet. So you're
Okay.
done?
Nope, salaries.
Oh,
I don't see it in the, where is the revenue, the 461? Is it broken out, two different things?
All right, go up your summary. That's what the revenue.
Yeah,
All right. See the line item grant money received.
family received, yeah.
That is, you look up at the screen,
Okay.
because now it's changed. And what you see is a note here that says the only dollar amounts that are in there are FEMA and the senior center, 461.
Okay.
Revenue is there, those two added together, 746, 775. The net would be only what's FEMA grant that we're responsible for.
All right, then going down the line again, I guess now I'm gonna go down the line, the list, it says fees auditing, 7,500. We didn't spend anything, but we're doing 7,500 again.
We already finished that page, but I can go back.
Okay,
I asked if anybody auditing, that's not an amount I have.
for auditing, yeah, we didn't
I mean,
spend
I don't
anything
put that
this
in.
year. Why are you spending 7,500 this year?
Stop right there.
Okay,
Yeah,
That's the audit for the ARPA money. We didn't get the bill until this year. We budgeted for it to be done and billed in '24. But because they finished it in December and billed us in January, and we paid them in January, you're gonna incur an expense in 2025.
gotcha.
That's why it's budgeted there. Leave it there. You have that expense.
and that's not even on the page that we were on.
all right. Now going down there toward the bottom of the summary page, it says legal fees, 3,000. We didn't spend 3,000.
You're going to.
We're going to,
Going to?
There's a
Okay.
case. That's
Yep.
a retainer.
where are you at? Because we've already,
Well,
He's on
the-
the-
Yeah.
he's on the
There.
front- he's on the front page.
Okay.
we've already
And these are good questions.
went
Yeah.
through
And
them.
then the.
I didn't realize you wanted to go line by line, so I'll go back.
Yes.
Okay, well, y'all should have said that 3 pages back.
Well,
All right, here we go.
we branched off.
We're getting delirious.
Now,
Oh, it's
on the
late.
maintenance on the second page, where it says maintenance and repairs for nonprofit, we're still booking 5,000, but I thought we're gonna be taking it over. And so we have
Right, but-
2,500.
and
But not yet.
We're still probably gonna have some residual bills from where we are.
We're gonna have,
She's not real quick at turning them in to us.
No, she's not.
So once we get out of there, we're gonna settle up with them and I'm sure. there's
And-
gonna be some bills.
And we also have to adjust, we had a crew going do the outside of that building last year. When they exit, and not until they exit, do we come in and fix the inside of that building
I see.
for Farmers Bank.
Tornado siren, what about the maintenance? Do we have something to come and do?
You got new system. So we didn't necessarily think we were gonna have to have any expenses, but as that system is used and gets older, there's a possibility that there will be a need when one goes out, to have the company come and fix it. So I would feel better leaving that there because that's something that tends to go bad.
Was there not some sort of maintenance service contract that came along with that one?
That was all done with Will, and we didn't have any say or control in any of that. That was him. It's good times. Okay, and then if you're going on the next page, we've already went over PR items.
The, where did I say? I don't think about miscellaneous expense.
$1,000.
Yeah, we're knocking out everybody else. So yeah, knock out $1,000 there.
Actually go back to the ones that we already did and take it out.
And so what do you think, Ralph? You know, is that miscellaneous expense? It's that vague.
Yeah, I mean, to me,
I mean, I can do it, just tell me.
yeah,
Yeah.
that way it leaves a little bit more accountability on listing what it's supposed to be spent on.
Making money by the second.
The,
We can always do COLAs instead of miscellaneous expense.
So if
And
I
then-
may, the good news is, and I'm not saying you're going to take them out, that's fine, but I would say on behalf of all department heads, very seldom do you see anybody spend any money out of that miscellaneous expense. So it's kind of sitting there, but it does not,
In case they need
it does not
It's
get.
just
There you go. So
and they don't,
Cushion.
problem, and they're not bashful about coming in here and tell us when they do need it.
And they shouldn't be because it's in the budget.
The,
They shouldn't be bad.
but you said they haven't spent it.
They normally haven't.
Okay, so why is it in there then?
It's, we can just pull it.
In case they need it before you meet. That's what it's for.
Right, but if they work with me on something, I'm sure we can find it.
Well, I totally agree. My point is, I don't want there to be this
It's the
perception that they're abusing it because.
We can make it work.
yeah, but a
Directors
bunch of
can make it
small
work.
amounts add up eventually.
Yeah.
It's all about how you carry your one. Let's go.
Yes, no doubt. Okay, are y'all good to go to salaries?
Now,
Yes,
well, on the
ma'am.
office furniture, you said y'all got to expense this year for, you know, because we only
We're
spent
gonna,
four.
we're gonna get to that. We already went through all of these a while ago.
Well, again, I can't follow you up when you're saying, you know, if you had the number by the page.
Office furniture, equipment, 2,500.
Yeah.
That's for the new plan.
Did you do this?
Okay.
No. Hmm.
That's been in budget for 3 years, but, hopefully this year we'll do it. because I'm gonna work at a 10-hour day.
I'm getting
12-hour
it.
day instead of a 16-hour.
And then I guess but you know, but the utilities nonprofit, is that,
We're gonna still pay those.
so we're paying the utilities on the new senior citizen and then you do new utilities nonprofit.
Until they get moved. Years.
And so we think we're going to spend 20,000, you know, so they're not going to be in it for a whole year.
We don't.
We can adjust that after they move out for sure, yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying, like you said, he told me that we need to try to get up there to
True.
$1 million.
Looking for $1 million.
I don't know when we do the next.
Yeah,
April.
supposedly.
Yeah,
April.
well, they say keep trucking, buddy.
Yep.
Don't be April Fools with me.
I mean, they're booking out there. They're painting and flooring.
Now, the deadline isn't it? Is it something like that?
I mean, them two guys don't get out of the hospital for at least another week.
Well, no, they replaced him within 5 minutes. I kid you not. Two other guys showed up and they went to work.
Any other things they see?
Huh?
Any other questions on?
No, I'm
Okay,
on
can
there.
I go to salaries? Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
good? Okay, I'm just gonna go down there to the recycle center. They are
Why
in
don't
my
you start at the
budget.
top?
No, I just went to the bottom because you're gonna have to come up with that.
That's what I'm gonna say.
Oh, no, but I was just gonna get the one done that we can do quickly.
Mine's quick. Tom's maxed out. I put him at whatever it is to max out.
Okay.
Whatever that is, Tom.
Where is Tom?
Okay, so down at the bottom, the recycle center employees, again, they are not necessarily my employees. I do not oversee them. Jeff does, but they are on our budget. I'm requesting that we give Mark a 25-cent increase, but not Kimberly, as she has just started. And they will not get the COLA since they are part-time.
I'm good.
Good?
So you want them to be 475, 1475?
Mark to be 1475. Kimberly will stay at 1450.
I thought there was somebody else that was part-time that were paying 15.
Oh, I'm getting there. Just a second. These are recycle employees at the bottom there.
Well, I'm just thinking that if we're paying a part-time
Okay,
15, we might as well pay them
Remember, on the
15.
recycle center, we received some of that funding from a grant, so you got to kind of watch it. And we have, yes, and we have a personnel issue that we have to watch the income coming in for them.
So, I mean, so we pay 15, 750 is coming back?
I don't know how, I don't control the money on
Well,
that
yeah,
one.
but based on their hours, whatever
Yeah.
their total pay is for the year, we bill that to the South Sebastian County Solid Waste,
Mhm.
and they cut us a check for half the salary.
So I see that, well, I mean, we're showing the part-time up here at $15 an hour. They're part-time.
Okay, but they
Yeah,
do
if you-
different
if you-
jobs and it's different funding that's paying their salaries. And you got one who just started. So I don't
Right, I
feel that she
understand the one that
needs.
just started, but the one that's,
Okay, but what I'm saying is that I don't want to give out information that's not my place to give. That's what we can do for the one individual.
okay.
Okay?
You got open beside a part-time reception. Is that not open anymore?
Okay, no, that is Erin. He's got her name below there. I'm requesting that she be bumped up to 15. Yeah, and then we're also requesting a consideration for her to go full-time just during this summer time. And that would be from May 23rd until August 11th. And the reason we're requesting that is because the mayor and myself at some points will be out in the summer because he has plans to go on his municipal league visits for other towns and other areas. And that way we always have somebody dedicated, and there's conferences too that the mayor and I will be gone during the summer. So that way, Aaron, we always have somebody at City Hall to answer the phone and to assist customers, or residents rather. Sorry, I still like to pretend I work at the bank. Residents.
You like to pretend.
I like to pretend I still work at the
They're
bank.
customers. too.
Customers, residents, they are customers, water.
That add, when it says add summer hours for Aaron, that dollar amount's not in there yet. I have to calculate that.
Mhm.
A few other things going on.
Yes.
But that's not gonna be a
Mm-mm.
dollar amount.
Okay.
Yep.
So instead of, so 1560 is not going to be her hours, are going to be more than that.
During those.
Just
periods, we're gonna
May
put-
through August only, and then she will go back to part-time hours.
Question we have to address is by putting her full-time for those hours, does that kick in any mandatory benefits? And that's what we asked.
It
Right,
does-
so
does
it
with the
won't-
State,
Do what?
yeah, it does with the state.
Right, but I don't believe, at least insurance-wise, she wouldn't be eligible yet because we have that 60 days and then following the first of the month. So by the time she would even be eligible, she's already gonna be back part-time. We could, yeah, but I mean, obviously, that's what our policy states on the insurance and on our benefit guide. Now, her hours may put her over to cause her to go into the pension or some monies to go into the pension, but it's not.
So what if you work her 35 hours a week, 7 hours a day? What does that do?
Isn't that 30 to 35 to kick in those part-time? I mean, the
Could you,
full-time hours?
could you make her contract labor?
No, we can't do both.
Mm-mm.
You can make her contract labor for the whole thing?
Yeah.
Well, then she'd have to qualify for that. And that is, she has to have, it's almost like our janitorial.
Yeah.
They'd have to have, we can't dictate their time. We can't dictate, we can't treat them as
Right.
though we're their employee.
I got you.
I don't think it's gonna make that big of a difference though with the pension.
I'm
I know you're gonna do it, yeah.
But my caution to you.
Yes,
would be to
I understand.
verify that we're not gonna get bit by anything that comes with it.
Yeah, no, I don't believe we would because she's not gonna be eligible by the time.
Verifying it too.
Yes, yes.
Well, and I don't want it to look super shady, like we're just gonna let you work until 1 hour before you get benefits, and you're back to.
Well, no, I mean, I will have her sign a status change sheet that says she will only be full-time. Her schedule will only change from May 23rd to August 11th. So she is aware and she is more than happy to do it. because she is having to pay childcare in the summer. And I don't know, I know none of you are paying childcare, but OMG, it's a lot. So,
It is,
yeah. I mean, I'm not doing this to help her, but it is a benefit to her and she is more than happy to do this.
Sure. What are you saying? That we're old?
I'm saying, been there, done that.
Childcare.
I'm just paying for children.
All right, let me pause you there. So I am suggesting a 5% merit raise for Dania, or I'm sorry, our administrative assistant HR director. And you've already heard that her duties have increased already just by my vice presidency, much less being president next year. Plus she's HR director. So the combination of those, and it still keeps her under.
An insurance
Under max.
coordinator, which has pretty much been my full-time job since the first of the
Right.
month. This is really
So that's what I like to.
a lot,
give
but
her.
happy to do it. And then Tom, if you want to opine on Shannon's position.
Okay, Shannon's position has taken on a whole new animal from when she first started. We have a job description that we put together for both the financial assistant, which would be the new employee that would house what I'm considering to be, and with this job description that we have articulates, is the revenue processing side, but it would be more than that. It would be the posting of the cash receipts, the revenue that comes in, fixed asset listing, monitoring all of the changes in the fixed assets for the audit. The billings that we do for the grants, all part of that. The billings that we do for the interfund transfers that we have to bill for and have checks cut on the AP side. She would be cross-trained in the AP side, whereas also Shannon would be cross-trained in my side, although I'm a backup for that. And so that would help with our segregation duties and internal control. She would be the audit coordinator, which gathers the documents that are being requested by all audits, which includes the water sewer audit as well as the audit for the legislative audit. So what we're trying to do is segregate the revenue stream from the expense side. And that gives me more time to coordinate, meet with, analyze, and report on the actual financials, do the journal entries, answer all the financial reportings that I have to do outside of just doing the amounts on it, and get me down to like an 8 again. And go to all these meetings, then get the financials ready for the Parks Commission, the Water Commission. That's all what I do in addition to the everything with watching the AP side, doing the AP side if I need to, and a lot of time. The only thing that I'm not proficient in is the payroll side, and that's one of the critical things we need to have covered. I can do it, but I'd pay everybody $80. And I let her fix it next time. That basically is what happens, because they're using comp time. She would have to come in when she gets back and
Do that
manage
for her.
the actual accruals and how much they have left for their comp time and their vacation time and all that. But, so it's not like I couldn't process the payroll, but she has a quirky way of doing a lot of reporting, and that's the part I don't know. The CenterPoint system is different. I can get back now. And then our time that comes through from the UATN, we spend a lot of time babysitting the directors on how to properly record hours that they work. She spends a lot of time with that. So that's where we were looking, and we had a discussion with our auditors, and they think that's an excellent way to provide more segregation of duties, which hopefully we'll get that off of our report. It's always on the report. We do have mitigating controls, which we argue, but I think it's one, now that we've got all these additional billings that we have to do, plus manage the SRO billings for the school, it's the next step that we're gonna need. Live a day in my life and you'll see. As far as the change in Shannon, she's right up at max. And for the amount of time that she's been here and what she's taken on since just being a financial assistant, we've researched and we looked at a way to give her the title that she basically has, and she would then be also, over that cross-trained individual as far as, making sure that that person is trained and versed in the AP payables and payroll side. Is we, looking at the title, it would be payroll AP administrator rather than financial assistant. Differentiates her from the financial assistant. Or we could say financial assistant 1, financial assistant 2, meaning a higher level of assistant. Either one, it doesn't matter. But we came up with something that we wanted to propose for the salary range on that. We did a study. We know what this position's pay is in municipalities that have them, Fort Smith being one. And the range was 42,765 as a minimum to 64,147 as a max, if they were looking at doing that. And this qualifications and this job description kind of mirrors what Fort Smith says. And it does stipulate, we modified it to be her role and her position. She does all the taxes, all the lofty reporting, the payroll, the accounts payable, and all the 10 items that are listed here for what she would be doing.
Well, I was thinking the max side is kind of comparable to, I don't know, cities our size, not necessarily, lumping it into Fort Smith. I thought when we set that matrix, it was, we compared cities our size. Is that what we did, or?
Well, it came from the study. The
Yeah.
bottom line is, if you look at where we're suggesting, that first line is where she's at.
Right.
So she's at max. And she would get a 0.20 increase this year. But if we looked at that different role, or elevating her to a financial assistant 2. which I think is a better title,
I do too.
Which is fine. We would then have she would still be 10 grand under that. That's just giving her a $2,000 raise.
Right. I was just thinking, yeah, I was saying, I'm all for, Shannon becoming that new title and stuff and doing the 2,500 merit raise.
She was maxed out for 2 years.
Right.
She maxed out the year before and last year, so she was.
I was just,
right out that way.
I was just kind of questioning the proposed max, saying if it's just how it's derived.
I wasn't involved in any of that, so I mean, I'm happy to check on the. Did you look at Municipal League's salary study? Is that how y'all came up with that, or? No? Okay. Yeah. Okay. And did you copy the same format as the job descriptions that we already have? Okay. Just HR? Yeah.
So we did our homework, in other words.
Yeah. Oh, I think, yeah, she's deserving of that new title and the raise in the merit.
That's cute, Shirley.
She doesn't work as many hours as you do, but I mean, she's close.
We don't make Tom work those hours either. Tom is just dedicated. Nobody ever told him he had to come in at
He
5:30.
was used to driving a Paragould, so now he.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's still on a Paragold schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
lives it.
is dedicated.
yeah, it is.
So
Okay.
that's tomorrow already.
Can I go to the next page for
I
mayor?
want you to
Oh, go
see,
ahead.
though, that the numbers in black are without the change. The numbers in red reflect what the payroll would show if I eliminated this line right here. And replace it with this line right here, and this line. Because I'm looking to bring the new person in at that rate. And, obviously no COLA, no incentive, that would be the start.
I know this is obviously preaching to the choir, or I know there's a joke somewhere, but I can't think of it. But we're talking about money, and our cash value deal was down here at 380 grand. And we're trying to figure out how to get it back to $1 million. And so I'm just worried as we add employees, and not just yours, but everywhere else, and given these humongous pay raises, at what point are we going to have to probably cut back on some of them and cut pay and to get us back funding? I mean, is that, you know where I'm going with this?
Very valid question. It really is. We have pushed off this for how many years? You've asked me.
I know,
twice
and
about it.
you need it.
So.
You certainly
I
do
don't
need
care.
it. I agree with you.
If this needs to be sacrificed, and I am more than willing to sacrifice it, it's no big deal. I put it in there because I've felt like that this is the third year. And if there's not, this is a bad time, I know it is. So I threw it out there and left it in.
Yeah, because we've never posted it or anything.
Other than that.
Well, no,
It is a poor time, and we do need firefighters, but Tom needs help. We've noticed that, and I really worry that Tom may get mad and quit. I can't believe he already hadn't. Have a health problem. We're in trouble. So.
but can we get this posted like as soon as the budget's approved?
I'm not. But,
Well, I mean, but we've waited all this time, you know what I mean? And we've never pursued it. So if we're going to do it, let's try to do it. Yeah. Yeah.
It,
You can post it.
is any of these positions something that will take over when you leave, or what do we do when you?
Well, that's already.
Okay.
Because the level of this employee is not somebody that I think would move into.
Okay.
I was just curious, why is the new financial assistance max, and I guess it's the current max and revised max are the same?
Because,
It's 58.
I put the minimum there. That's
Yeah.
not the minimum. That should be the current max, which is 64,147. When I first put it in there, I was putting in the max.
Oh,
But,
okay.
it's been a long
Yeah.
year.
But I guess why
That's a
isn't
good catch, though.
the new employee financial assistant the same as what Shannon is right now, 51,805?
Been here 9 years.
You're just looking at the max. Look over here at the button for salaries.
And then he's wanting to add that new position that
Right.
doesn't exist
I
on
understand
ours.
that, but I mean, she's a titled financial assistant.
You're
And-
absolutely right.
Okay, thank you.
So that's
I'm not,
Yeah.
appreciate that validation.
You're absolutely right.
It rarely
And it's
happens.
changed.
It rarely happens.
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you,
Got
sir. Thank you. Let's go home now. I feel-
Yeah,
Well, we need to-
Oh, now AC's ready.
Hold on, we got-
It's getting hot.
I've gotten validated,
Hold
so
on,
I'm good.
We have
Let's
another
go.
page.
Go ahead, sis. Fire away. I'm just curious to see where that number's at here in a minute. I'm so excited.
Yeah,
All
me
right, so
too.
we got one more page. The mayor, city clerk, and city attorney, if you all would like to kindly consider merit raises for them as they continue to do a fantastic job. I can speak on behalf of the mayor and city clerk since I'm with them every day.
In these trying times,
Right.
Okay, but you have a mayor. I mean, I know you don't care what I think, and I'll just do my little thing. And I
do
know
care
he's,
what you think.
I know he's, thank you. I know he's my boss, but there is nobody, and he's not paying me for this. He did buy me an after school treat, but other than that, there is no one in this town that loves Greenwood as much as he does.
right?
And that man fights every single day. You all aren't here every day, and you don't see everything that he does. And it is 24 hours a day that he is dealing with problems and fixing things and helping our people. And the fact that he has put himself out there, I feel like Tammy Briley right now. I bet she's so proud of me. That he has put himself out there and chosen to rise above and to take more on with the municipal league. And he does not get paid for that. That is all just a volunteer deal. And he's doing that so people can see where we're from and what we have here. And he's continually trying to make this city better. Whether you want it to grow or not, he's doing what he is supposed to do. And that is increase the tax dollars. And I just would really hope that you all would consider giving him an incentive. I mean, he really, really works hard, whether you personally like him or not. He's doing his job and he's doing it well. And I would say the same thing for Charlotte. She also goes above and beyond. She knows her stuff more than anybody. And she also has stepped up and is on committees with Municipal League and goes above and beyond with them. So not that my opinion matters, but I just wanted to say I said it. Okay, great.
Right.
Yes, very much.
I second it about Charlotte. Charlotte doesn't know it yet, but she will more than likely be appointed to executive
Yep.
committee this year, next
Yep.
year.
The raise is $143.
Well, the mayor is not capped. I know. Sorry, Char, I tried for you, dear. It'll be a little bit. Anyways, you want to think on it? Or make something, something. I mean, he provides an excellent example to all of us. And I
How
think
long
it's,
ago was it you were making
I'm anxious to
$50,000?
see I'm anxious to see the grand total now.
I'm asking honestly. How long ago was it you were making 50 grand? The mayor's position was 50,000 for not long ago. I'm just looking at a $26,000, 144 raise in the last, I don't know how many years. That's just what I was wondering. That's a lot of money.
I'm looking at the
Easy.
municipal league's salary schedule for mayors of cities at 10,000, and this is the minimum and maximum, so maybe, minimum's 91.3, maximum's 143.6.
What was that scale?
I don't know the answer to your question. I'd have to.
That was 91.3 as a minimum, that's the bottom 25%.
I mean, what towns?
In our
That was
population.
everything at 10,000 population.
I'd like to give Travis, I mean, he's gone to bat and got us, got some settlements with,
Yeah, now we're getting where we need to get the raises.
I'd like to give him a little bit of a merit raise.
Good Lord. Silent speaks.
What's 3% on the mayor's line? I'm not finding out one. I just want to see the number. Right there, yeah. Yeah. That gives him room to grow.
Yep.
I mean, for
It
as far as
does.
the max. Again, I'm going back to what I just said about new employees, pay raises, and now all of a sudden, if y'all can live with $350,000 in our cash balance, then we're good. I mean, that's all these pay raises piling up. I made a comment about 5 years ago, pay everybody $100,000 and don't ever come back and see us again, ever.
Yeah.
You said every time we have a max, we go to the max as
I
fast
mean,
as
it's
we
gonna,
can.
it'll
No,
be there
there's-
not long. That's fine. I don't mind.
I
I'm
beg
just
to
saying-
differ. There's hardly any of us at max.
Oh,
I'd
and you
say-
may be right, but that's because the
I'd
max
say
keeps
most
getting
of us are
moved
pretty
up.
darn close to
Luckily.
max.
Okay, they may be, but it's
Okay.
not, most of our general population is not. And if you don't have your people, you don't have anything.
That's true.
So I would hope that you would remember that as
Well,
HR.
unfortunately, the people
speaking
are the
out.
first ones are gonna get to go when we start losing money.
I understand that. I do.
So, I mean,
I
it's,
do. I do.
it's, if you,
Yeah.
you can either, I mean, we can be happy with making pretty good wage for being whatever in Greenwood, Arkansas, or we can be at McDonald's in Fort
understand.
Smith flipping burgers and
I
making probably more
understand.
money.
What's our bottom line right now? What are you gonna do on the city attorney?
5%.
I would say just 3 if I'm gonna give you anything. The
Yes.
same thing, not even more than what
We're
the mayor.
paying him for all his other,
Sure, he's
we're
getting
getting
side
his bills
action.
and we're paying.
He's doing a lot. I
There you
agree.
go.
He's doing
Boy,
well.
nobody's here to bat for him. I mean, he's gone to bat and gotten.
He's doing well.
He's doing his
he's got-
job, which is what we're supposed to do.
Well, wait a minute. You're saying that y'all's doing your job too. You're saying merit. I say 5%.
And I'm not with him every day. That's why I stood up for the mayor in Charlotte,
Right.
because I see that every single day. And Travis is billing us for his services, and he's getting a salary, and he's getting benefits. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve anything. I'm just saying this is what I see every day. I'm going to sit down. Thank you all very much.
Good job, Danielle.
Where's he getting benefits?
He gets insurance with us.
Yeah, he gets injured
Okay.
just like we do. Or man, I don't. But I could,
Thank
I
you.
guess.
Thank you, Danielle.
Well, I haven't gone through and taken out planning 73.
I say leave
How much did you give Travis the 5?
Charles and
3.
Daniel's on. What's that?
Or you gave him 3?
It's $1,100.
I feared him more than I did.
He's making a lot on the side. I mean, those are the side bills we get are good. That's the other 2%.
Okay, I'm gonna go to planning right now. Just to- I don't wanna go to- this drainage study.
Like watching the bingo balls come out. Just I can't. I mean, the anticipation. It's like waiting for the everlasting gobstopper.
Bonus, no.
what they call
The Powerball number?
Powerball.
Remember the Jerry Lewis telephone? And the number now is.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, this is still going. It's 5 hours, 38 minutes.
No, I meant it's not.
56
Anybody?
Yeah. Well, it's just but a part of it.
So that's with hunters, that's where it puts you right here.
Yay. We can live with $1 million. That's your magic number.
Parks is still working on theirs, animal control and police, so we may improve a little bit more.
Right.
Okay.
Between now and the time I show you the panel.
Looks like 12 hours from now, 14 hours.
But your number's over $1 million now. Your fund number there's over $1 million now, right? Oh. I mean, that's what we're trying to find, right?
My bottom line comfort level, that doesn't have.
Well, and we actually kind of raised that a couple of years ago. We kind of bumped it up to like 1.25, it seemed like, because as everything gets more expensive, it seemed like the $1 million was kind of, I'd like to have $1.2 million or whatever. Somebody we bumped that up 1 year or two ago. But
Hurry up and get that Brahms in there. We had more tax money.
There you go.
my buddy says I can smell the burgers every time I make the
Plans for Brahms were handed in today.
Really?
Very intricate plan.
Interesting.
Well, we'll get this stuff dirt that moved, that shell moved out of there. It seems like it goes in spurts. Like you go back there and it's
When he
like,
gets money, he works.
okay, yeah, he's gotta be paid.
That's my dad used to be that
He's
way.
gotta be paid.
The point is, he's basically there. And it wasn't about 2 years ago. Many people said that mountain will never move.
Yep, they did.
I
Couldn't
got
figure that out.
I got him on the record.
I have a lady on record that said you can't do anything with my mountain I live on. Why would you want to annex me? And
Right.
all of our plans went down the drain in
Yep.
30 minutes.
That's true. All right. What do you think, gentlemen?
If y'all are happy, I'm happy.
I'm happy with it.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Yeah,
you
good
all.
time,
I would
boys.
entertain a motion to
Yeah, well,
adjourn.
we'll adjourn. Adjourn.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for staying awake.
Thursday, what time? 6?
6.
Thursday, 6.
No food,
Is this
special meeting.
this is a voting for to
Yeah,
pass the
we
budget,
do that
correct?
on
Oh,
Facebook.
No food unless you want to bring it.
Who said?
Bring
I
your own.
want to.
Bring your own lunch.
we might get somebody.